Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, wherever you are in the world. It's day 3 of the 5th Ashes Test. We're in Hobart, and for a man who's, well, in the press it said that the Klansman was going to prepare a complete flat deck because they wanted to get 5 days of cricket because they paid $5 million for a test match. Don't look like it's going there, boys. There were 17 wickets yesterday, and of course there was a customary England collapse as haven't gotten for 12 for 3 on the first day, but they managed to get to 300 in England, of course, have bowled out for 188. 3 quick wickets last night, some good bowling in the end. The night watchman managed to stay there to get himself through to the close, and Smith is still there. So with a lead of around about 152, Australia definitely in the box seat. Probably need about 40 more runs and they'll have enough to wipe this series clean and take 4-0. At least we got a draw somewhere, and it was a hard-fought draw in the last test. But England's backs are against the wall, and let's face it, our batting is pretty shite. Joining me for this first session of the day is Messy Jez, all the way from Perth in Australia, and Al Hodge for the early shift. It is 3:25 in the morning. I was up at 2:30, and I haven't had a lot of sleep, and I'm on the coffee. Good morning to you both. Your thoughts for the day, Messy?
My thought for today is, well, if I look back over the series, I'm just feeling such a sense of disappointment. Because really we haven't had a decent contest throughout this whole thing. There's been spots where it looked like it might be going down to get interesting, and then England have fucked off again. So I think the England bowling attack's been pretty good, and they bowled pretty well last night, considering their loss of key bowlers like Anderson and to a large extent Robinson. And I just think England batting has been so atrocious this whole series that it's just been just a huge disappointment. So for today, theoretically England could batter the Australians on a lively early pitch, but the truth is that given the way Scott Boland's gone, he's probably make a 50 as a night watchman, or as a meat shield, as Leah refers to him. And Australia go on to set 350 with England losing by 189 runs. That's my prediction.
As little as 189. That's optimistic. Al, your thoughts?
The exam question is pretty simple. Pretty straightforward, if not pretty simple, sorry. Which is that we need to get 7 wickets for less than 100 runs. 152, 250. Okay, you turn around and go, well, it doesn't look good in terms of what we've done so far, but 250 is a gettable target. If the total gets above 300, then it skews heavily in favour of Australia. The problem is that it's from 4 down that England's problems have occurred bowling wise all the way through the summer. There was some great bowling like last night. The bounce to get rid of Khawaja was, Khawaja did well to hit it. It was nasty stuff.
Yeah, it was. That was a good bouncer.
But Smith, Head, Green. These have been difficult wickets to be able to come by. So, all laid out for England to get themselves back in the game. But I have my doubts. I have to be fair. Well,
yeah. I mean, I was thinking about this yesterday. We need to be South African, don't we, about this? I mean, South Africa in the last 2 tests got themselves in all sorts of trouble in the first innings. Been looked at, it was a bit of a tricky target in the second innings, and done it by 7 and 8 wickets. Against Kohli, who's now retired, and we'll talk about more of that later. Well, not retired from Test cricket, but retired from captaincy. And, if they can keep him down to 250, they've got a chance. If they do keep him down to 250, we might well go into tomorrow if England win. However, having only lasted 47 overs in the first innings, there's a good chance that would all be over today and England would lose. I think if in that situation, you've got to go out, back yourself, and probably try and get the runs pretty quick. This deck, especially when the lights go down, it's pretty capricious. It's moving all over the place under the lights. I've only seen it under the lights because obviously I've not been up at 3:30 in the morning until today. I've kind of watched the end of the day a couple of times, and it's looked good for the bowlers, to be fair. We're about to start. This man is facing.
Stop thinking. Just stand still. Stop playing with yourself. Oh, it's very unsightly. Stop thinking. Stop fiddling about. Stop playing with yourself. Oh dear. Stop thinking. You look a bit mental. Stop playing with yourself. Keep your hands to yourself. Stop thinking. Oh. Stop playing with yourself. You will go blind.
And his first ball is left alone as there's a bit of a loosener outside the off stump. It is this man bowling.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband around. Something has gotta keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be kept down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thin now.
Another tempting loosener outside the off stump of Smith. The ball is only 19.2 overs old. It looks quite sunny there today in Tassie.
It does look a lovely part of the world, doesn't it, Hobart?
Yeah.
It is gorgeous down there. It's the most English of the climates in any state in Australia, and it's a beautiful, beautiful state. And it's forecast to be fine all day today.
Yeah, it looks quite nice. Mountains in the background, very green. It looks like there's a lot of trees outside the ground. Apparently someone hit a 6 in someone's garden yesterday. I like that. Outside the off stump of Smith, once again by Broad. Leisurely 125 clicks, no run.
Broad tempting Smith along the 15th, 16th stump line, which is so often talked about in coaching manuals.
Yeah. Oh, I did like the way that Labuschagne got out. Was it in the first innings?
Oh,
rolled around his legs. That was hilarious.
And
comedy gold, that.
And also deciding to defend that ball by laying down on the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I did notice he was dropped on zero. Was he dropped on naught in that first inning?
Yes.
Yep.
So at that point, we'd have had him at 14 for 4 or something, which could have made a difference. Once again, England's catching has let them down. As that's defended by Smith, close to the stumps this time by Broad, still in the 120s, and it's defended out to cover, and there is no run.
To be fair to Crawley, he did catch 4 others.
Yeah, but I mean that was going straight to root as well, wasn't it? That one that they spilled off Levy Shane. But there you go.
Interesting note I heard on somebody's podcast last night was how England, throughout the series, the fast bowlers have sort of bowled looseners to start with and got hit for 4 quite frequently.
Well, yeah, that's full and driven nicely by Smith, but very straight, as is Ollie Robinson at mid on this now. What was wrong with Robinson? Because he was bowling yesterday, and I presume he's going to bowl today. Back spasm?
That's what they said, yeah. There was speculation that was cover for a stress fracture, but obviously not.
Surely they'd have. If it was stress, I don't know. They can't have an injury.
But I think basically he's overweight and fucked.
Yeah,
basically,
he does need. You know,
Atherton said that about him, and Atherton's not someone to say that sort of thing lightly.
Well, they said it in code.
Yeah, Broad, straight. Ooh, turns Smith around for the last ball of the over. He does that usual thing where he goes, oh yes, that was marginally going away to off, and defends it back down the track. And there ain't no run. Australia are 37 for 3. The leader's 152. And who's with us on tweets this morning, Messi?
Well, of course, Jay Graver is with us. He says,
morning, Jay.
All. He says, Jiz's maniacal laughter over the theme song has just given me the proper fear. Warren says, past my bedtime all, let's go Buffalo. Apologies for the cross-sport comments. It was cold in your place last night, Warren, wasn't it? Down to 4 degrees or something. Mog says, nah, England is fucked, you optimistic bastards. Mike asks if you can start up Hot Mike.
I have done.
Okay, thank you. And the light roller says, joining you again, how long before our hopes are drowned, I wonder? If you've got hopes, the light roller, then I'm sorry for you, because you should have learned by now.
Yeah, your 4 tests too late.
Well, if we get Smith early, things could be quite interesting. Boland's going to face. Woody is opening up for England. And the first ball is defended, and there is no run. He has the batsman's this man. And the bowler is this man.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course, except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse. Right. What?
Bowled the second ball down the arse. Way too far down the arse. And it's through to Billings. Get his name right. Behind the stumps, no run.
Who then probably dropped the ball, but there you go.
Yeah. Rohith on YouTube says, morning Gorilla Cricket, you guys are the best thing I've discovered on YouTube in a long time. Pity this is the last match. By the way, who is Bear?
Me!
Well, it ain't me and it ain't Jez.
I'm the bear. A long-suffering bear. My flat, my channel. God damn it. Boland is in, and that's full. Nicely driven actually by Boland. Straight up the ground.
Shot.
Good timing. Outfield's not the quickest. Is it going to get to the boundary? It's getting there. It's getting there. It's getting there. Not getting there. Just about. Broad has to chase that all the way down the boundary. It looked like it was going to stop just inside the rope on its own, but he decided to put a paw on it anyway.
I think they need.
They ran for. That's
it's the type of thing you need to look at, because I thought as he touched it, he was over the boundary sponge, but no. All run 4 will do the trick.
Yeah, it doesn't matter then, does it?
No.
A nice shot though. Got right behind it, straight. This is the problem, isn't it? England do have to get a night's watch from out, and then the annoying pair of Cameron Green, who's got better and better as the series has gone on. Maybe, don't know. Doesn't really matter. And obviously the annoying Travis Head, as that's defended by Boland off Wood. Once again, he's up in the 140s. He's bowled well this series as Wood without much reward, and defended into the offside, and there's no run.
He didn't bowl particularly well in the first innings of this match. He bowled well last night, I thought. He bowled much too short in the first innings.
I think England probably...
He was all over the place, really.
England probably didn't know how to do themselves when they had Australia 12 for 3, did they? I was like, what? Shit, we got a chance. Let's fuck it up. Yeah.
Well, the fact that they picked the wrong team didn't help either.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, do you go Anderson? It's probably his last test in Australia. Almost certainly his last test in Australia. Probably would have
said
enjoyed.
He was mildly injured, but
yeah, I mean, he is an old man.
It's the culmination of wrong selections throughout, really, isn't it?
Well, I don't know if Robinson hadn't had his so-called stress fractures. That's driven. It's like dropped. It was neat. If it had been a drop, it was a pretty hard one. He drove hard at that Boland. It did seem to swing in from Woody there. Driven at by Boland, thick outside edge, went to Burns, who got his customary duck, I see, in the first innings as well. It was a drop, but it was a bloody hard drop. If he'd have caught that, it would have been a bloody good catch. One-handed to his left.
It's a great partial stop. It probably goes down as a chance, technically. Yeah. But this time, he was run out for a duck.
That's really good.
So finding new ways to be out for a duck is part of the evolution of an opener.
Yeah, it was also a way of letting us play the new Jeff Perkins run-out jingle too.
Woody is in to Smith, who goes right across the stumps and works that into a vacant leg side. He thinks about 2. He's not going to get it. A reasonably good start in his first couple of overs. Wood's first over goes for 6, and Australia moves to 43 for 3.
So also on YouTube we have Andrew Cook says, good Sunday afternoon from a warm New Zealand, thinking of Tongans at home and around the world.
Yeah, God bless him. Yeah,
God, it's scary.
I did read that.
Satellite footage of that's fucking terrifying.
Yeah, I mean it was 40 miles off the coast, wasn't it? But I mean the thing was, I don't want to say blasé about this, but they were saying, they had tsunamis of 1.2 meters, and I thought, that's really not that high, is it?
It is if you're low-lying.
I suppose.
Keep going.
That comes back into Smith from Broad. Goes right across his stumps once again. Do you think they can get him like they got Labuschagne in the first innings?
When you consider the weight and the speed of the water as well, it's
not like a wave. It's like everything just fucking is coming.
Yeah, they knew it was coming as well, though, didn't they? They got everyone to high ground. No one's been killed by it, have they? As far as I'm aware, anyway. Probably damaged, which is shit. They had to get the king out of his palace. What a shame. King's getting taken out of their palaces.
That doesn't sound like Revolutionary Bear, then.
Driven at by Smith, and goes down to mid-on. There's no. Now we got our own problems with the royalty, obviously, haven't we? Got Prince Andrew, who's no longer Prince. He's now just Andrew Windsor, which I fucking like. Can't stand him. He's a twat.
You're in a good mood this morning. By the way, Mark says he's sent you 2 new jingles for Wood and Boland an hour or 2 ago.
Oh, has he? I'll have to look at them up then.
It's comments like that, Bear, that will mean that you won't be on the jury.
Yeah, well, probably won't get a knighthood either, but you know. Broad in full and into the pads, and Smith clips that sweetly out towards the mid-wicket boundary. We're going to watch a fucking Smith century here, aren't we? And that'll be 4 runs. That's not going to make me happy if we have to do that. 1,
2, 3, I'm just wondering about what if the whole tour had been predicated on what won't make you happy.
Well, yeah. Well, it would have gone pretty much as it's gone, isn't it? Yeah.
Hate to say it.
So this tour was set up to annoy the Bear.
Yeah, well. Oh, now there's an appeal. There's a celebra appeal from Brody. Umpire says, no, I think it's too high. Way too high.
It's definitely going to get reviewed.
Don't review that. That's a fucking
He's definitely going to review it.
Don't review
it.
Come on.
That's hit him on the fucking
He's going to change his mind. It's going to change his mind.
Now, Rooty has stood his ground for once.
Broad is yelling at Root for not doing it too.
Yeah. Don't you know who I am?
Yeah, Broad. You always get it wrong. Now they're all going to look at the thing, and that's hit him about the thigh pad, hasn't it? Let's have a look here. It's reasonably full. Yeah, it's hit the fucking thigh pad.
Yeah. There's
Broad's-
no way that's hitting.
And Broadie's legging it down a track like that's going to be out, and it's missing.
I'll tell you what,
by about
that
4
that
inches.
footage has come up pretty quickly.
Yeah, it has, hasn't it? So it's, what, 5 inches above the stumps?
Yeah, about that.
But apart from that, it was fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Apart from that, he was bang to rights and out. That's full. A little bit of movement in the air, back in. And Smith's good enough to leave that outside his off stump, though.
I'd
And there
like
was
it
no
noted for the record, I didn't think he should appeal. I just thought that he would appeal.
Well, that was a fairly safe bet, Hodge.
Yeah. No, well, there are certain things in an England innings you mark down, isn't there? And one of those is that Broad will appeal, and then turn round and then demand that he be given satisfaction for a review.
Brought it in. Oh, now that's a much better appeal. That's got to be
Yes.
out. Now, I review that. Well, mind you, it's probably hitting in line with the off stump. I think it'll be umpire's call on off stump, but I think that's low.
I
I
think
think
I'd review
that's...
that.
I think that, yeah.
That's worth a review,
Rooty's
that.
losing it with Broadie, or have they reviewed it?
No,
No, not yet.
4, 3.
He did a Coley yesterday. No.
He's not reviewing it on either.
I still reckon it'll only be umpire's call on hitting.
It seemed to get underneath
Stuart Broad literally cannot believe what's going on.
Well, I
Sorry,
think
not
that was
literally,
a lot.
Actually, can't believe what's going on.
I think there's a lot more contrite there from Broadie. That one has marginally in line, and again it's missing.
Still missing.
Still missing.
How small are Steve Smith's stumps?
Oh dear.
Right,
Mark
so-
says, Ian says, evening all. Diana Patterson. Hello, Diana. I like that question, who the fuck is the bear? I mean, really, that ought to take a good 8 hours to answer.
Yeah. Who am I? Who are you? Who are we all? Where are we?
The light roller's telling me off. He says, tuss, messes. Test matches develop session by session. We can always hope for quality test cricket. Failing that, farcical fare will suffice. And Mog says 1.2 metres is pretty fucking high when the highest point in your country is 1.1 metres.
Okay. Well, that makes a lot more sense. They were talking about 3 meters in Japan, and if it makes itself all the way across the Pacific to America, God knows what it will be. But then, no.
Yeah.
We have a new Scott Boland jingle. Oh, I thought that was a no ball, but it's actually Rooty sticking out of palm.
Root's the umpire now, is that?
At least they hurt him. That's what I will say. It seemed to get Smith underneath the thigh pad. Wood is in, short. And Boland ducks underneath it through the keeper and there's no run.
It's interesting what Broad has done to himself in terms of credibility with his appeals, because no umpire anymore is actually going to seriously consider his appeals as in the least bit persuasive, are they?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it shouldn't. That shouldn't be the case. You know what I mean?
It shouldn't, but I suspect it is with some, though.
Maybe.
I don't know. I think they just go on merit, don't they? And
But they should
those
be.
were really basically too high. Oh, now that's edge. That is gone. They have got the night watchman out short. This time Boland back to a little bit. Fenced at it. Got the outside edge. Billings takes a catch. It's just catch and test cricket. And we have our first wicket of the morning. It's only taken what? This is the 4th over of the morning, so it's not so bad. Let's give a jingle for the batsman getting out.
Warren says bear is on fire.
There's no real shame that, is there really?
No.
But, I mean, Woody's banged that in at like 140 clicks. And,
No.
You know.
It's a tail ender. We needed it to happen.
Yeah.
Carry on, Messi. I like the fact that I'm on fire. Carry on.
Yeah, bear is on fire. Don't answer the door. It might be MI5.
Yeah, El Fuego.
Brown F. Singh says, greetings from Puerto Vallarta, Mexico. As a West Indian fan, I look forward to England bringing this form to the upcoming series in the Caribbean.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And Jay says, I think twat may be a wee bit of an understatement. Moronic, overprivileged, pestilent, kitty diddler, nonce fuck weasel, maybe.
Yeah,
legendary-
you're getting there. You're getting there.
Yeah.
Joey.
And Mog says, geez, brought it cut up rough when Joe turned his back on that appeal.
Well, he was proved to be right, though, isn't he? I mean, you can't just run down a track going, yeah, no, it's out, when it's clearly going over. I mean, this is our 5th test in Australia, and hardly a ball that's pitching on a decent length is going to hit the fucking stumps. They're all going over, so you've got to bowl quite full to get an LBW, or get it to slide on and keep a little bit low, which doesn't do that often unless the wicket's being a little bit capricious. So, you know, that's the way it rolls. Right, we have a new batsman for Australia. It's ever annoying, and I didn't think he was going to do much this series, but he's put us to the sword a couple of times, the annoying shit. It's this man.
He's just a sweet driver's head. A sweet driver's head. From transdimensional driver's head.
And the only other thing that's annoying about this is that Warner has finally rediscovered his form of the last fucking 2 years, 3 games too late, hasn't he?
He did well to pick out Pope.
Well, he did, but you know, now where's the fucking short leg? First ball, short, in at the ribs, head just pops it up to exactly where short leg would be. Guess what? There's no fucking short leg. Instead, it goes to square leg, and there's no run.
The bear is on fire.
It's not part of the strategy there.
Bollocks! If you're going to if first ball you've got an idea to bowl a short ball, and a guy who's not faced the ball yet in the innings, you might as well stick one in, eh? He's not going to hook his first ball for 6.
Jez, doesn't it feel like we've been given a bucket of raw meat to feed to an actual bear on feeding day? It's just like
It's so much fun, isn't it?
And that's short again. This time it's not short enough, and he rides it, and it goes out to deep square leg. Where is that? That's Stokesy out there. It'll be a single. And Australia move on to 48 for 4. Smith will face up. Now if you get Smith, they get these 2 out. Carey's not had a great series, has he? Although Green has come good late on.
Yeah, I think Carey's the worst news for Australia from the series, to be honest.
Guardia didn't have a lot of luck at opening, did he?
I mean, the one he got in this innings was a snorter. I don't think you can read too much into that.
Yeah, I think Harris batted really well as an opener for this test. It's the sort of test you don't want to be an opener in.
With the ball zipping about, isn't it? I mean, the new ball seems to be doing enough. Smith gets behind that and works it into the leg side, and there's no run. Still over 140 Ks is Woody. He has 2 for 16 off his 6 overs. Good bowling by him. 48 for 4. Smith 22. Head is 1. He's going to face the next ball. And over to you, Messi.
On the tsunami, Warren says, I think the only communication that wasn't wiped out was the seashell sounds. Brian Barry says, is Scott Boland reaching Chuck Norris status? Like most men write their name in the snow, but Scott Boland does his on concrete. Ashes on one device, Guerrilla Cricket Radio in my ear, and the Bills pounding New England. Bliss, says Warren.
They are really pounding them as well. It's 47-10.
Is that the playoff game?
Yeah.
And a sonnet for the bear from Ravi, if we've got time. He's often drunk or stoned, but he's our friend. He stays up late to bring us every match, each jingle, all the 4s, and every catch. He might go to the woods, but in the end. That's beautiful, Ravi. That's fantastic.
That's very nice. I like that. I'm not going to be drunk today. The only morning tests I don't get drunk, because obviously I've only just got up and I can't start hitting the whiskey at 3 o'clock in the morning when I've only just got up. That's not the way it works.
Never happened, did it, Bear? Never happened.
No.
If I've been up, if I'm here at midnight and I've been up all day, then of course I'm going to get smashed, because it's basically beer o'clock. Full driven at by Head. Bottom hand comes off the bat. There is a man out in the deep. Rory Burns has been sent out there, and Head will get himself off strike, get himself a second run, and Smith comes in.
So what's in that bottle, Beer?
This is Barocca.
Oh yeah, likely story.
Honestly, it is. This I use to help with the hangovers when I come in late at night, and it also serves as a little pick me up when I get here early in the morning, as to get some vitamins in me.
Give yourself expensive wee with Barocca.
Yes, that's quite good. That's defended by Smith up to mid-off, and there's no run. There were 17 wickets yesterday, weren't there?
Well, if there's 17 wickets today, there's no tomorrow. Well, I mean, there is a tomorrow.
Yeah, there is. There'll be one
tomorrow.
wicket required tomorrow if there's 17 wickets today.
You sure?
7. Oh no, of course. There's only 10 wickets. There's 11 batsmen, but only 10 wickets. It's early in the morning. So yes, it will end today.
Can I have one from the top, please, Carol, and any other fun?
Brody is in. Ooh, that's inside the edgy. There's a leg slip. And that one goes down to long leg where Wood is fielding.
You're still watching the episodes with Carol, are you?
Well,
It's now Rachel, but Rachel's been replaced by someone else.
Rachel's on maternity leave, isn't she, or something
yeah,
like
so
that?
the British public decided to get racist, didn't they? Because they've got a lovely black lady who's apparently a PhD in maths, but she's not bright enough. Fucking
Well,
British public.
You know, I mean, first of all, a lady, good at sums. Yeah. Women, know your limits.
Oh dear.
This country. Mind you, we got fucking... Oh, don't get me started here. Brody in. Oh, cut out by a head. Could have quite easily got a little nick through to the keeper, but he missed it. There's no run. Partygate just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger, doesn't it? I mean, when's this man going to have the balls to actually apologise and fucking quit? He's a joke.
Yeah. Do you want the serious answer?
I think the serious answer is eventually he's just going to get booted out in the next couple of weeks because he just can't carry on like this. It's just it's ridiculous.
The Tories look at the polling to decide whether
but they do, exactly. Broad is in, and that's driven sweetly and straight, and Broad can't field of his own bowling. Reasonably good timing. Robinson's not really chasing that very hard, and it'll make its way down to the long on boundary for 4 runs.
Nothing really wrong with the ball, just a great shot.
Yeah, it was nicely timed. Straight back
Kind of
down
come rock off the toe end of the bat.
Yeah, but these bats are so big, and generally the meat's quite low these days anyway. And Brody could have stopped that, really. He did get a bit of a finger to it. But I suppose you don't mind being driven as long as the next one he misses and edges it through to the keeper or something. Head, he went on nearly a run of ball, didn't he, in that ton in the first innings? And he's doing much the same here, 6 off 5. Broad in again. Oh, beating all ends up this time though. Head fences at it, misses it by quite a long way as it goes across him through the keeper, and there's no run. 1 for 19 for Broad off 9. And Australia 54 for 4.
Warren says, and this is in relation to the football, obviously, I'm in conflict. A team I support is actually good and winning. I don't know what to do.
Watch him again next week.
Jay Grover says, I was worried I'd be feeling knackered by now, but Double Barrel Bear is wonderfully bracing. And Ewan in his corrects Warren. He says, no, the Bills game isn't happening. It's all fake news. Mike says, at least next week the T20s in Barbados means you can get smashed at a proper hour.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to that.
Does that revert back to late night drinking rather than early morning drinking?
Yeah, but it's only 4. I mean, it starts at 10 and ends at 2. I mean, that's almost perfect, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's no problem with that.
Mog says Barocca, but in inverted commas. Enough said.
Woody is in to Smith. Now they've got short leg in, and it's Pope. And Smith gets inside it, plays it into the ground to him, and there is no run. Billings batted all right in the first innings. I'd like to see. Billings is a pretty good player. I don't know if he's a man for the future behind the stumps.
If you're going to go along the lines of that the best wicket keeper cannot keep wicket under any circumstances, then yeah, Billings is a really good choice.
He's the best keeper England have had all series. There's no doubt about that.
He scored more runs in one innings apart from one of Butler's innings, and he Butler got 39 in the first test, I think, and that's about it. All he's always done. Pulled by Smith. No great timing. There's 2 men out for the pull. There's Stokes down at deep backward square leg. There is a long leg too. I wonder if there's anyone out mid wicket as well for the short ball. Anyway, it's only a single if it goes along the ground.
I gotta say this before you go on. Yeah. Warren says, this is sounding like a party mid-pandemic. Tut tut. We're having way too much fun.
How dare you?
But we're all socially
How dare you?
distanced and on
This is
Zoom,
a work.
you know.
This is a work discussion.
Yes. And as yet, there's no booze being consumed.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, heaven forbid that you. I mean, one of the things that becomes really interesting about that whole thing about the parties is that apparently everyone who works at Number 10 needs alcohol to work.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
That's short and ducked underneath by head through to the keeper. There's no one. Not a bad bouncer.
Yeah, having been a civil servant, I know that if you drink while working as a civil servant, you should be dismissed because it's a contravention of the rules. But I know that rules aren't exactly things that have been abided by. But you know,
Well, it seems to me that Wine Friday, now that that's come out, I mean, Jesus, I mean, they even went out, they ordered a special fucking wine fridge.
I feel less guilty about Cake Friday now
What is
as a
that?
result of that.
Woody is in, another short ball, and Head makes a horrible gash at that. I think he's trying to allow it to come off his bat and flick it around to long leg, but has he got a hit on the finger? I thought they came off the under edge of the bat, but it looks like he caught him on the finger.
Yeah.
He's holding his hand. 2 balls left in the over. They're going to get the man out.
What sort of traditions did you have? You know, working, with your colleagues and stuff on a Friday. Was it like?
Well,
Friday
when I was
or-
working in TV, I was always freelance. So I mean, the days would be extraordinarily long. I mean, you'd be up at 6 and you'd be on site. You'd be on set by usually 7, setting up. And now there's full, and Woody wants to appeal, and it might well have been going on to hit leg stump.
Did it pitch outside leg?
Oh, yeah,
pitch
it pitched
outside
way
leg,
outside leg stump. It was very full. It was angling in towards the stumps though. But he's a lefty and he's coming over. Now, obviously, you go to the end. At the end of the day, you'd head to the pub, but that was after work had finished. Not whilst you were working. Obviously, here it's a much more relaxed. This is work, but no one gets paid, so that's a different matter. The fact that I'm smashed halfway through the day is neither here nor there.
Absolutely not. In fact, it's part of the character of guerrilla cricket.
Indeed.
Actually, it's part of your contractual terms and conditions to be drunk. Isn't it?
It used to be. That's short, and I've got more sensible as I've got older. Head goes back in his crease and defends back down the track. There's no run.
We've become more accommodating.
I'm just amazed Drunk Bear hasn't got his own Twitter handle. Mog says, is there seriously an Operation Save Big Dog going on where Boris finds unfortunate Bradmans to sack instead of just...
Oh, of
fucking
course.
off?
There's an old Labour MP called Dennis Skinner who's got a great quote with regards to this. When rich people get in trouble, they sack servants.
Yes, I saw that. Mayank says, really want to be a bear talk about Boris Johnson and Partygate. 100% guarantee you he'll hide. Liz Truss and Priti Patel will tell everyone to move on, and by next month, no one will care, and the Conservatives will be back in front of the polls. I hope you're fucking wrong.
Hattie,
Mike.
can you turn your camera off, please? That's left alone through to the keeper. There's no one. Actually, you can turn it on again now because you're on. It's time for change. It's 4 o'clock. We've done the first half hour. That went past quite quickly, and I wish I could carry on, but I'm not rotated on again until.
How long?
5:30.
That was the first ball of the over, Bear. Wait to the end of the over.
Okay, we'll do another over then. Broad
Yeah, you can't get out that quickly. Come on.
And Smith didn't do anything because there was no run. That was quick turnaround, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, Broad in. Second ball of the over. Ooh, there's another half appeal, but that come off the bat, I thought. It was going down the leg anyway. And there will be... Is it going to come off as a leg bite, or is it going to come off as a single? I thought that came off the bat. Yeah, it did come off the bat.
Single.
It's given as a single. That's why there was a starboard appeal. It's probably going down as well. Yeah, well, it's definitely going down. Yeah, inside edge onto pad. Yeah, it might have been closer had it just gone onto the pad. Broad seems to recognise it.
Australia could declare now.
They probably could.
Yeah, there was an inside edge on that.
Yeah. What's the lead now? 171. Broad in. Head. Lets it go through the keeper and it's down. 171 for 4, essentially. Yeah. If only England could bat. Most wickets by England in Ashes Test. Broad 35. 129.
129 wickets.
At 29.25. That's not bad, is it, for a man who fucking has played only one meaningful test on a flat deck in Adelaide? bloody disgrace, really. I don't know what's going on with Hattie. Things aren't working right. Oh, hit in the air, out towards deep cover. Good bit of fielding by Burns. He'll get through for 2 as it's driven out to the deep point boundary. Burns is behind his way. He got a duck in the first innings. Will he get a pair? I hope not. He's had 8 ducks in 22 innings though. Hattie's on my screen twice. I don't know what's going on with Hattie. There you go. Can you turn your picture off for a couple of balls until you're on, Hattie? If you can hear me. She seems to be having problems. And into net, does head drives, and Iwata beats his outside edge. It's through to the keeper, and there is no run. Last ball.
It is in keeping with the way that Header's batted all the way through the series.
Yeah.
That he's going to try and push the score along.
Well, exactly that. Might as well. They get another 100 runs, and as you say, this game is toast for England. You'd have thought. As Broad comes in. Last ball, he over-hits the pad and another celeb repeal. Again, no Broady. It's pitched outside leg, mate. It probably is going on hit the stumps.
That rule.
Yeah, I'm not sure he does. Anyway, they don't bother reviewing. I think maybe.
Okay, catch you in half an hour.
Indeed. Right, who's on now? It's Al.
Me.
You're going to take over ball by ball. Fourthie.
I'm with Hattie.
And Hattie. You're going to be able to connect
Hattie,
to audio.
Hattie, it still says that you're connecting to audio, so I think there might be a couple of buttons to hit from your end. And also with me is Fourthie. Hi, Fourthie.
Hello there.
Morning, Fourthie.
Hello. And there's Hattie. I think.
Hattie, you need to put your audio on.
Hello.
There you are. Right, I'm off. You boys, boys and girls, have fun. And I'll see you later.
We will have as much fun as the time allows.
Indeed.
Indeed, yes.
An interesting start. Wood's going to continue. Bowl wise of the crease, short, and Head gets up on his toes and drops the ball to point, and there'll be no run. Australia are 59 for 4. But in the first innings, we had them not very many for 3, and they ended up scoring 300. So it's just trying to get that whole innings of good bowling, isn't it? It just seems to fade away about this time of the innings.
Yeah, Head's been the rock in Australia's side, hasn't he? And he's been the thorn in ours for us.
Certainly has been. Wood in, and that is down the arse, but it's been gloved down to Billings behind the stumps, and Head has to walk. 59 for 5.
Look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Slightly short of a length, and Head's tried to guide himself inside it, and it's hit the glove as he's tried to just tickle that down to long leg, and
Just
has
the
it?
slightest one.
Yeah, it has.
Maybe
Just a little mark on the glove.
A little mark on the glove, and anyway, no review. He's gone a walking, and positive signs. Wood now has 3 wickets, 2 today. Travis Head goes for 8. He looks a forlorn figure as he trudges off.
For the first over of the day, because we following it on BT Sports. My Zoom just crashed when I was trying to load it. It was all on touchscreen as opposed to anything else, and it just seemed to kind of flow seamlessly from what overnight was and to today. I don't know.
Might have been a feverish dream that you were experiencing, Hattie. Maybe, I don't know. This time of night.
I think so.
Difficult to know what's awake and what's not at this stage.
Yeah, it really is. Oh.
So Head's got his head in his hands, and Hattie, you've got a hat on your head.
I always do.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got alopecia badly. So.
No, sorry.
No, don't be. It's not your doing, sweetheart.
Cameron Green. It's not easy being Cameron Green, and Cameron Green will be coming in at number 7. Huge behemoth of a man.
We are
heck of a length, but Green showing the advantageous nature of being 11 foot tall is just able to play that down to the ground with no bother at all, and there'll be no run. That would have been a lot of bother for Travis Head, but no bother at all for Cameron Green.
Has he only batted with Head in this series, or has he batted with Smith?
It seems to be that when he's batted with Head, he's batted really well. Or with Khawaja, and that's short and wide, but I mean officially wide, probably more on height than on bounce.
Yeah. Would looking at the umpires to say, hey, you're stopping me be having a maiden here, man.
Well, he's the one who stopped himself from having a maiden by bowling a ball that was absolutely god awful.
Tennis ball bounce.
God awful.
3 metres.
It had to go that high to be wide. Had to be wide to be that high, or something like that.
Yeah, Cameron Green makes you bowl the ball that short.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Something like that.
Thanks, Hodge.
That's quite right.
Yeah.
Wood's going to go around the wicket now, and that's hit Green. He took his eye off the ball there. Rather hoped that the ball would bounce over his crouched form. It did not do so. But Wood seems to be. That's hit him on the shoulder. That's gonna leave a mark. Although Green does the typical thing, which is to look down and go, "Didn't hurt," while internally going, "I want my mum."
Yeah, and the nice guy that Wood is asked if he's alright, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm alright."
Yeah. Which shoulder did I hit? Because I'll hit the other one with the next one. So yeah, around the wicket, short leg in. Be nice to actually have him bowl a ball that's going to bounce in Green's half. That would be lovely. But tactics and all that. That's another short ball, but that one doesn't seem to bounce, guys. That one seemed to be quite. Yeah. It seems to be getting lower and lower with each successive short ball.
This sort of short ball barrage, it can't be said it hasn't worked. I mean, Wood got 3 wickets in the first innings with it, and he's just got Travis Head out.
Yeah.
Although Nathan did hit 3 sixes.
Yeah.
Well, there is that. The yin and the yang. But we do what we can.
Well, yeah, when you've got the pace for it, then fair enough. But
the last ball of the over is a complete repeat of the 2 balls that went before it. Wood smiles as if he's found some sort of trick to stop the Australians scoring runs. But that's 60 for 5 at the end of that over, and 40. I think you're on social media?
Indeed I am. Ewan Innes, I'm just glad that the imperial measurement of the suitcase is coming back. Warren, I have hopes for the England middle order, Billings, Pope, etc., but I am half cut. Mayank, everyone at number 10 is a bloody alcoholic. No wonder the country has gone to piss. They're all on the booze 24/7, sleeping on couches, hungover the next morning. It's hard to say whether you're angry or just want a bit of that, Mayank.
No, it's difficult to know whether that's just not a truthful statement. Broad in, and that will be defended by Steve Smith. The bit that I loved was the explanation of, well, you see, they've all been working really hard.
Yeah.
Until someone went, and the National Health Service has been, just, they'll find excuses. Johnson will remain until they find a better option. That's the way it'll work. Broad in for the next ball, and that is down leg side. Smith turns that ball to a deep square leg. Rory Burns will throw the ball back in and take a single.
Yes, politicians have different roles to play, don't they? Johnson. I am as guilty of anyone when I used to see him on quiz shows thinking, maybe he'd be a breath of fresh air 10 years ago. He's a funny guy.
Yeah.
And now look.
I mean, do you want to mention Scott Morrison?
Fuck no. Under no circumstances.
Okay.
Fucking can't stand that guy.
So it's not just us. That's lovely. That's heartwarming and endearing that everybody in power seems to have. Does neither the gumption nor resolve to use it properly. But there you go.
He manages that trick of being both beige and truly repulsive at the same time.
Wow.
Well, where I live is Michael Fabricant, who's also like been in power like a Conservative MP for years, and he's just as awful.
That ball is outside the off stump and left alone by Green. He's yet to score after 5 deliveries.
I seem to know that name, Fabricant.
Yeah, he's been one of the TV apologists for what's been going on.
He's got the same mullet and just dire.
Sometimes you just need to see their face, don't you?
Yes.
And you go,
Exactly, and spot on, absolutely spot on, mate. With his
Broad in, and that is hit the pad. Broad cannot believe that simply by being Stuart Broad, that's not been given out. The DRS timer is a ticking, but I thought that was a bit outside of off stump and maybe a bit high.
Yeah.
Too high, maybe. Broad looks like, it's hit him on the thigh pad, and Cameron Green's thigh pad is higher than most.
Granted.
He's tall, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I'm saying. He's tall.
Yeah. Be up to my. Yeah.
Broad in, and that is turned away. And Cameron Green will get off the mark. I think that'll be just a single, as the foot. Oh, maybe it hit the pad first. There is the DRS timer ticking again.
Would being Stuart Broad be like being John Malkovich in any way? I'm trying to think of the connection. Might leave that to social media.
I think quite possibly. I'd love to think that there's a film being filmed inside Stuart Broad's head.
I'd like to think that as well.
I think that would be lovely. Was it Charlie Kaufman, wasn't it? That's being John Malkovich.
Yes, I think he wrote the screenplay.
62 for 5, Australia, as Steve Smith will turn that ball again to deep square leg. Broad feels that it nearly squeezed in the gap. Mark Wood runs in and fields the ball and throws the ball in with all of the enthusiasm of an 11-year-old playing their first game of cricket. But that will be the end of the over. And 40, what have we got by way of people interacting with us?
Quite a bit going on. Ferron, greetings from MIP. Hope all well. Final day of the Ashes today, or will have progressed to tomorrow. About to start on the whiskey and green tea for a very good reason. Cheers. Jay, Billing vexes me. 1, because he's posh. 2, because he's part of the most heinous serial-killing duo ever to have operated international cricket centres. And you'll be shocked and surprised to learn I've been fired from several jobs for consistent alcohol and drug consumption. No complaints from the students, many from staff colleagues, the wankers.
They always let the good ones go, as that ball is outside the off stump by Wood. Smith tries to punch at it through the covers. He can only find the fielder and there'll be no run. There's a fly slip in. Good observation from the Bear. No mid-wicket though, Bear, which I know will make him angry.
There's a short leg.
But there is a short leg. Sorry, easy, Bear, easy. As Wood runs in again, wide of the crease, and that is a short delivery, which is pulled by Smith.
Would you believe it?
Down the throat of long leg, Steve Smith. Get yourself out, son. That is 63 for 6.
Just fuck off!
The trap set. Catch yourself, as Steve Smith. He's just tried to help it on its way, and he's just not timed it well enough, and that's been caught a good 10 yards inside the boundary rope, so it wasn't really threatening to go for 6 anyway. And 63 for 6, 178 for 6. Caught Milan, bowled Wood, 27 off 62 deliveries, and we're in serious danger if we can skittle these 4 Australian wickets out. Chances. Chances. We might not even have to score 200.
He walked right into that trap, didn't he, Hattie?
Yeah, it's like he almost didn't know he was there. He'd seen, in one of Broad's previous overs, Burns had done a good running around at a deep backward square to save a couple, but it was like he was there for the shot, just to put one, but just didn't get hold of it.
I mean, so it was almost catching practice.
Well, quite.
Got the man there, and straight into his hands.
Straight down his throat.
Yeah.
Well, 6 for 63 for 6. I mean, that's a scoreline you'd want under any circumstances.
Yes.
Is it just about possible that we could make a game of it?
I think it is a game.
Well, it is. I mean, I was thinking before the play started this morning, or while my Zoom wasn't functioning, that if we could roll them out for 100 there or thereabouts, we haven't made 300 in an innings so far. So, I mean, what's their lead at the moment? It's
100 and something. It's not 200 yet.
Well, no, exactly. So, considering we've not made more than 250 easily, we're very much in this now. I mean, if we can get Kerry out for 20 or 30, they're very much game on.
It's the former Archbishop. It's Alex Carey who's into. That ball is short and attacking the body of Carey. Kind of. Steps inside it. Well, let's have his jingle.
He's the next cab off the rank. And Alex Carey is his name. Wicket keeping is his trade. And he's not bad with the blade.
I love the way that the jingle almost makes him sound like generic Australian wicketkeeper number 2.
That's right.
Wood thundering in 4 wickets under his arm, and he's this is an unconventional stance and batting by Carey. I think that Wood's pace is gonna cause him to struggle in the next couple of balls.
Who struggles? Sorry, I misheard you.
Carey.
It might make him struggle, but I mean, he's setting the field for all short balls, which.
Yeah.
Wood's very capable of not just bowling short balls, but I think it's the tactics that you want Wood to bowl short while Ward's pitching it up at the other end.
That does seem to be the way of things. Wood in, and that again, almost a replica of the ball before, short. Had Carey stood up, it would have been right about throat or head height, and that is ducked underneath by Carey, no run. Some sort of signal maybe that might be 2 for the over to Carey. So
yeah, he's got to be careful, hasn't he?
Maybe the next one a bit more pitched up. Probably not a lot more pitched up though.
No, I mean they can't. I mean Wood can't persevere with it because the Aussies will just keep ducking and swaying out the way of it.
He's coming around the wicket for the last ball of the over, and that is tucked away, just beating short leg, throw at the stumps, and unsurprisingly missed the stumps. And I think Ollie Robinson makes a kind of a mess of backing up, but there's just the single. Carey's on 1, Green's on 0. Australia 64 for 6.
Would have been out as well. Jay Grover, Broad has only won 1 game in Australia. This makes me sad. Warren, wind chill at -15 here. I think that there might be bounce in the wicket. If we're keeping folks out of the team, I think I prefer Billings doing it over Butler. I think we're all agreed on that. Mog, Australian averages being fucked in this match. Farong, bowlers are extremely upset. Anna Forsyth, back from my Finny break and making lemon muffins, not a weird euphemism, is Broad about to explode from appealing.
There is the potential.
I better make a few of these because I'm quite behind. Warren, in general, I like New England, but Robert Kraft might need a manicure or 2. Mog, public servants down here aren't allowed to drink on the job either. Counterpoint is our deputy PM hasn't been sober at work ever. I'll bet break off for some crickets.
There is. It's going to be a change in the bowling. It's going to be Ollie Robinson is going to bowl, and that ball goes across Carey. He tries to drive. He cannot find a run, and here's a jingle. I think a jingle of "Here's to You, Ollie Robinson" by Simon and Garfunkel would be amazing. Robinson turns and ambles in for the second ball of his over, and that is pitched up and able to be turned behind square on the leg side. There may be two. There is two. If you want to do that after every ball, I don't mind doing that there. That's fine. Robinson been kind of pilloried by his own team. Essentially, it described him as being unfit, which I believe is still a euphemism for being overweight.
Yes.
Robinson pitches that ball across Carey, and Carey drives the ball back into Robinson. He will do the fielding. There'll be no run.
It's a shame, really, for Ollie, because he has been one of England's better bowlers the last 12 months.
Ollie Robinson, Disney loves you.
There it is.
You're not a buffoon. How will you bowl, Ollie Robinson? No one took more county wickets than you the last year or two. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
I didn't know we had that one. Robinson in, and that ball again is tried to be pushed across Carey, well fielded by, I think that might have been Broad.
Yeah, I think so.
Single taken though.
Interesting question is all the jingles that we never quite had. I always wanted Buffalo Soldiers for Washington Sundar for when we were playing India. Washington Sundar.
Oh, that fits. Oh my God! England fielder throws the ball at the stumps and hit the stumps. Shame the batsman had walked in, but. Robinson in for the fifth ball of this over, and that is outside the off stump and will be left alone. And there'll be no run. 67 for 6, a lead of 182. So if this can be, what do we reckon is too many? 182 or?
Yeah, maybe, but who knows?
250 for me is
240, 250.
Yeah,
maybe
that's the bit that seems to be. That's the number that's cropping up in my head.
That's twitchy time, isn't it?
Let's see how we get these last 4 wickets out as Robinson is in. That is pushed by Green into the offside field, and they'll take a couple here as the ball is eventually fielded and thrown back into the keeper. That will be the end of the 30th over. 69 for 6. 40.
Yes, Mayak, he's the funny bloke off the telly. First we had Trump, then you get Bojo and Morrison. Come to think of it, I want to be on the booze 24/7 just thinking about that shit. Mayank, fabricant, can't be a real person. He looks like a fucking homeless lunatic with that haircut. I reckon he could actually be Boris in that regard. And Messi suggesting being Stuart Broad should surely be a musical scripted by Mogg and Jeff Perkins.
Yeah.
Mogg, my tears for Steve Smith just will not stop.
Those the tears, the deep, sweet tears of sarcasm.
Those are they. Mayank, fuck me, England could be chasing 200 and set themselves up with a good chance to win a game. Watch us throw it away from here.
Yep, we'll find a new way of losing, and Wood is in, pushed across Carey's off stump. He'll drop and run, and they do so. And by the time that Robinson finds his way to the ball, both batsmen are already safe. The 70 raised for Australia.
Excuse me.
Well, it's so excused.
Yes, no excuse needed at this stage of the morning.
What time have you folks got there?
It is 4:26.
Oh, that's rough.
4:26, and I'm doing this without having gone to bed. So Wood is in, and that is outside the off stump, pushed to the offside by Green, but there'll be no run. Missed time shot.
You had any sleep, Hattie?
About 4 hours. Yeah. I'll
thank you
go
for
back to
this.
sleep for a bit and then leading the worship at church in the morning. So,
Well, we thank you for your service.
God bless you.
It literally as well at church, presumably.
Literally and figuratively.
Yeah.
No. It's all good. They know I'm doing this, so if I fall asleep during the sermon, I'm right behind the minister anyway, so it's fine.
That seems alright. This one,
So they
pitched
can't
up,
see me sing, even if they have to put up with my singing.
pitched up just on off stump. Defensive shot by Green, no run.
Snores coming from behind the minister.
Yeah, exactly. Just switch my mic off, it's all good. Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll just be looking at you going, oh, she's very deep in prayer. That's very good.
Yes.
Very deep in prayer.
It's very, very devout.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't blame this for the reason I get my epilepsy migraines at all.
Oh dear.
I wouldn't know what else to blame. Wood around the wicket this time, and that is onto the hip of Green. There was a leg slip and a short leg, maybe for such a delivery. He bisects those fielders and finds himself a single. He's on 3 now. Carey, the dizzy heights of 5.
It's been the one weak link, really, isn't the All Series, Carey, in an otherwise extremely impressive Australian proposition this entire Ashes.
Yeah, I'm not really sure who else they've got in terms of.
Well, apparently there are a couple in WA, we are told by Messi.
Yeah. But it is interesting that, yeah, in the same way with like football, the World Cup represents the end of a cycle, so the Ashes does. So that is a Yorker length delivery, which Carey is surprised by and does well. Eventually, just about digs out in a ugly and ungainly way, and Wood may feel that these just about got away with one there. That Carey's just about got away with that, but it's he is desperately trying to get out of the way of the ball at all times. It does not look pretty. I think we're going to have this and one more over from us. I think, and then my shift is over. 40, you're going to be on with Messi, Jez, and Jacob as he's around the wicket. Short pitch delivery. Carey already ducking by the time the ball had left Mark Wood's hand, and that goes through to the keeper. And 71 for 6 is the score. 40.
And just to clarify, that wasn't Jacob coming around the wicket. That was
No, it wasn't.
Messi Jez. This might be the right moment for the Australian batsman to notice a correlation between hook shots and dismissals. Jay, I've always found it grimly amusing when people have said to me, "Wow, you must be so brave to be freelance," as if I had a choice in the matter. The crunch. This shows that we're not that good, and England have been just shite this series. Messi Jez goes further. Absolute shithousery by Australia in making sure that the target for England would be low enough to ensure that they won't score over 300 in any innings in this Ashes. Yes, well, quite. Mog, Al understands my jingles. The light roller. Before we all get too excited, remember that England have to bat yet.
That is true. Robinson in, pitched up, outside off stump. Green tries to drive. Robinson will, stop the ball and field it off his own bowling. And there'll be no run. Yeah, I wonder about that. You pick up that ball, same thing with like golfers and caddies and things like that. Fetch me my stick, clean that ball, tend that flag, as we watch some Australian children pass the time by putting a KFC bucket on their head, as that is outside the off stump and left alone by Green. Let's just hope that innocent playing doesn't turn into mindless violence on the hills of Hobart.
The innocence of childhood. Do you remember when we used to put a Kentucky Fried Chicken bucket on our heads? Those days.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's an unused KFC bucket. Otherwise, there would be some troubling amount of grease that would enter the scalp. Well, things you do for hair, as that is a forward defensive shot by Green. But Robinson is not really allowing either of the two batsmen to get away here. It's interesting he's only in his 6th over, there was some discussion yesterday about why he might not have been bowling as much as maybe we would have expected him to. Maybe covering an injury. Maybe just being knackered at the end of a 5-test series, as that is more on the hip of Green, and he will turn that behind square on the leg side, and there'll be a comfortable single. 2 balls left, and I think then we'll have our change. Is that right, Ben? That gives me a 2 thumbs up to show that I'm extra right.
The light roller says, Ollie, 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 lose some weight. Ollie, 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 delete more tweets.
That is...
I've got a suggestion as well for maybe a jingle for him. How about The Hips Don't Lie for Ollie Robinson?
Wow. We are in glass houses throwing stones.
Bit mean, sorry.
Turn square by Carey. That'll be another single. 1 ball left of this over. Carey 7, Green 4. The lead 1-8-9.
You got 2 off that.
Got 2 off it. Oh, quicker running or a slower hit ball than maybe I gave it credit for. 74 for 6 is your total. Is the GPL open today, Ben? The GPL is open. GorillaCricket.com/competitions. All you've got to do is predict the correct number of runs scored in the day. It costs £1 of your money, 10 seconds of your time, as that ball's pushed into the covers by Green. Last ball of the over, 30 quid in the GPL pot. I will take my leave. Speak to you guys later.
I will see you in half an hour.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Hattie. Thank you, Al. Lovely. Very good. And we are on with messages and Jacob Jaffa. Hello, Messi. How are you?
I'm doing well. Jacob, have you got the Hendo pessimism running for you today?
Oh, of course I do, Messers. I wake up with it, I go to sleep with it. It holds me tenderly in its arms as I drift off at night. But apparently,
even at 74 for 6. Come on.
But apparently, I'm round the wicket and off my long run at this today.
Yes. I'll just read one more tweet because it amuses me. Robinson looks like the bloke who shows up on Sunday afternoon 2 minutes before the toss in his disgustingly messy Ford Anglia, hungover and missing lots of kit in his bag, so he has to borrow bits and pieces from his mates. Very accurate.
Are there actually some Ford Anglias still running?
Well, I think Ollie Robinson's driving in. That's the last one in the country. As Chris Wokes comes in for the start of the 6th over. And there's a genuine edge, but it falls short of second slip. So, good signs here for England. Bear's gone jingle-tastic this morning. Wokes in again. Jags back, that was a good ball. But too high for an appeal. 2 dot balls. Wokes has started well. On the money. This is a big half-hour or hour for England, actually.
Oh, God.
It probably means they'll screw it up. And it probably means if we'd have had a short point, as it were, there, that would probably have been out as well, but very reluctant to post those back-pad fielders.
Not often you get a short point for a fast bowler anyway, usually a short leg.
Very rare, but it wouldn't stop Gary complaining about the absence of one. That's a dot ball that sails past off stump. That was okay for Green to leave.
I should point out that there is a contractual obligation on Hope to put in an appearance at each test match. But generally speaking, he leaves pretty quickly.
Yes, indeed. Might get your tips for what are your tips for what the final score in this innings is going to be? In comes Wokes, and Green smothers it. 4 dot balls. What do you reckon, Jacob?
Well, if England break this partnership quickly, I reckon maybe they could get them for a tick under or over 100. Give themselves about 200 to chase, which may be too much. If they don't break this partnership quickly, I could see it getting into the sort of 230, 240 lofty heights, which would just kind of take the game away from us. And yeah, as they put a short leg in, just as we talked about.
Short legs in. Fifth dot ball of the over. Green intent on just surviving this a short period of play. Defends well enough to Green. What do you reckon, Messi? How do you see things panning out from here?
Well, I picked 138, but then I'd forgotten about Lion, so I'm going to make that 168.
Fair enough. Yeah, Lion looked like a man transformed in the first innings with his 3 sixes off wood. Wokes in for the last ball of the over, and it comes back a touch, but mostly after it's gone past the wickets. Easy enough for Green to leave. That's the end of the over. Green 4 off 22 balls, Carey 7 off 13, Australia 74 for 6 at the end of the 33rd.
So Mog says, if you've got a list of jingles you'd like to hear, feel free to let me know. And I'll do my very best to make sure you never do it again. I've come to the conclusion that Mog and Perko actually need requests for jingles as an affirmation of their worth to us. So feel free to keep asking, because frankly they come back in record time. I mean, Mog shoved in 2 this morning just on the basis of somebody mentioning ZZ Top and something else yesterday. Perko did the run out jingle within half an hour of me mentioning it to her on an interview. It's just amazing what these guys do. So yeah, I think keep giving them something to do. It makes them feel needed.
Robinson in again, and my goodness, Carey played and missed at that one.
He did indeed.
Just whistled past the outside. It's a great ball from Robinson. Possibly you could argue there wasn't much more that Carey could have done about that. It's just too good for him.
Yeah, not a huge amount. My Hendo pessimism this morning, though, is very much as it was yesterday morning, which is that if England sneak a win here,
yes,
it's a problem because it won't cause any change. Silverwood can point to the first win in Australia in 10 years and say, look what I did, and I can keep my job now.
Yes, well, I don't know if he can, even if they do win, which is a mighty big if. That one played down on the onside by Carey, and just scootles through for 1 run, puts Cameron Green on strike. Yes, I suppose the phrase Pyrrhic victory would be made for well, yes, if everyone kept their jobs, it would indeed be a Pyrrhic victory, wouldn't it?
But on the other hand, I suppose if they set themselves a target which is quite achievable in the region of kind of 200, and then they fuck it up, well, that's only more fuel to the fire. So I'm conflicted here, Ian.
Oh, maybe it's a win-win for us for a change.
Even when we lose,
we win. If we win, we win.
My prediction is that you will have Silverwood for the whole of the summer in England as your coach.
Thanks very much. Something to look forward to. In comes Ollie Robinson. Just a little wider. Green not to be tempted. They've very much got their eyes on survival right now. But Australia have done this well throughout the series. They've weathered storms. They've seen off periods of uncertainty, and then they've managed to get back onto the front foot. Will this be the last of those occasions, or will the wheel finally turn?
Well, the thing is, they don't need a huge amount of a counter-attack. They need, for the last 4 wickets, which that's something they've achieved pretty regularly in this series. They just need 50 more runs, and that will probably do it.
They'll be very clear about that, and the dressing room instructions will be clear as well. Green knocks it down on towards the point area, and they take a well-judged single. He gets off strike. He moves on to 5 of 24 deliveries. It's just as well, really, that Carey doesn't need to accelerate here. Well, that isn't the name of the game, because could argue he might even be playing for his place. It's conceivable it could be his last Test match. Not that we want to talk a man out of a job. Comes down on that one, and although that goes straight to mid-off, it goes at no pace, and even Ben Stokes can't even think about a run out there, so that's another single to the total. Australia moved to 77 for 6.
The other thing to put into the equation here is that England obviously haven't scored 300 during this series, but I don't remember an occasion where their they've taken a lead in that sense, in the sense that either their first or second innings total has surpassed Australia's first innings total.
Yes, thank you, Jacob. that one's
Henyo
flicked
would
off
be
the
so
legs.
I'm sure he would, but what I mean is that even if Australia get all out to 90 here, England haven't managed any pitch which Australia have struggled on. England have struggled.
Yes. Enough of that. That's one's flicked off his legs by Cameron Green, and a Thor is that we can't hear a Thor jingle because our producer is just returning now. I think it might be too late. 81 for 6 at the end of the 34th over. Over to you, Messi, for social.
So Marg has shared with us a picture of a new T-shirt he has got, which says on it, "Shit gets wickets." So I've also retweeted the link to our merchandise store where you can buy a whole range of things that are really bloody good. Hombre Nuevo has done some fantastic designs for us, and you can get them on anything from a fucking shower curtain through to a pair of pants. It's brilliant.
Thank you, Hombre Nuevo. Chris Wokes in for a new over, and Alex Carey has
Lovely shot.
smited beautiful left-handed cover drive for one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
The lead hits 200.
The lead does indeed hit 200, which, as far as we know, might already be a bridge too far. But hey, this is Test cricket; anything can happen. Chris Wokes in for his second ball of the over. Similar ball, similar shot. 4 more of these.
One, 2, 3, 4.
Touch loose from Chris Wokes, perchance.
Yeah. Those 2 balls are not what the doctor ordered. They're effectively off-stump half volleys, which even Alex Carey, playing for his place, is not going to miss out on those.
Carey's
He
clearly
moves on
moved into white ball mode.
Well, yeah, but I think the balls deserved it. 17 off 18, Alex Carey. Really, that third ball of the over was just a touch shorter, and maybe, I suppose it's possible, Chris Wokes was bowling to a plan just to draw him forward on that third ball, but he was not to be tempted, dot ball.
But the reason I say that is because the over before, they were very deliberately looking for opportunities for quick singles. And it shows to me a shift from the defensive attitude to one of saying, let's attack and do what we can do well in white ball cricket. And that's where Carey's 40 is, after all.
Yeah, good point. And as if to underline the point, Carey goes after that one, but doesn't get hold of it at all. It just bounces down at his feet. So yes, you're dead right. Rather like the first innings, they have decided the best solution here is to go into counter-attack mode. Would you agree, Jacob?
Yeah, I think there's a lot more positive intent here shown by Carey and Green. They're probably modelling after what Labuschagne and Head did in the first innings, although not as extreme. Just trying to put a bit of pressure back on England, make them work for the wickets.
That ball is more line and length, pitched on leg stump. Carey plays it down. Dot ball, no run, 89 for 6.
And because fundamentally they know if they do put even a little bit of pressure back on, if they can just form a partnership of 30, 40, and then, the next 3 guys can come in and hit 5 or 10 each, that puts the lead up to about 240, 250.
Well, I can reveal the partnership is already 27 because Carey off 40 deliveries. Carey takes a single down to the man on the boundary there, deep point. The score moves on to 90 for 6 at the end of the 200 of the whatever over these. Carey on 18, Green on 9.
Warren says some really good prospects in the under-19 World Cup, but India looking the team to be. Chicken fat does wonders for split ends. I've got no idea where that one came from. Jay says, talking of dodgy grease on hair, for Christmas my mum gave me some scalp treatment spray for thinning hair. I was unaware I had a problem, but it's nice to know that after 43 years she can still low-key send me into paranoid belittlement. That's what mums are for, Jay, you know that. Mayank says, I've still got no idea if Ford Anglias still exists, but I was watching Harry Potter earlier and that was in the movie. Plus it sounds like the junkiest English car I can think of, whether it had a few competitors in its day, I can assure you. The full course fare wasn't a lot better. Simar in the USA says, suffice it to say, where the hell is my remote? And Just Ideal says, funny, fourthly, how the realization of potential hurt is so often trumped by the irresistible comedic value. I'm a serial offender. Hips don't lie. I kind of wished I had the TV commentary on a minute ago because I had Atherton on full screen while Robinson was bowling, and I'm sure he was talking about his weight.
I'm sure he would have done. I think we're having a little drinks break now. While we're on the subject of Ford Anglias, my father came down to work in the car factories in Coventry in whenever it was, the 1960s, and he actually was the draftsman for the Hillman Imp and the Singer Chamois, which
my God,
older listeners
that's
may
not
remember.
You put on your CV.
Well, it kind of is, because I think anyone, I don't know if any of you chaps know about cars or whether Bear does, but I think the Hillman Imp has a certain retro cachet, does it not?
Yeah,
it had an engine. It had an engine in the front, didn't it? The Hillman Imp.
Yeah.
I can tell you that the Hillman Imp was my mother's first car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Little green
I mean,
one,
Hillman
probably.
Imp,
They were
yes,
mostly green.
The Singer Chamois was more a sort of sewing machine on wheels, wasn't it?
Well, so was the Hillman Imp. They were basically the same car.
Farong's put in a possible new shirt design for Guerrilla Cricket. It uses the word philograbalized, which is having a hangover but without admitting to actually drinking.
Sounds like my
And
son's.
Farong says he's actually having a bottle of whiskey for his 53rd birthday today. Time to get cracking. Happy birthday, Farong. It's been fantastic to have your company this year.
Yes,
I
happy
love it when
birthday
you're
to
celebrating.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to Mirpur.
And Simar says, Bear, that the Guerrilla Cricket website is trying to tell me that you're currently airing a replay of some old commentary. Maybe that's just the label rather than the play. Bear's checking it out anyhow. But talking of cars, Ewan says there are so many choices. The Princess, the Metro, pretty much every car built by Austin and British Leyland.
Yeah, that's very true.
And
Can
Yes.
you say it was built by Austin or British Leyland when most of the time half the employees were outside the factory gates with signs and a burning oil barrel?
No, that's probably a slight exaggeration of the strike period of the 70s, 60s and 70s.
The
but
cricket has
it
broken
happened.
out again. In comes Ollie Robinson. As nearly always, he starts with a nothingy ball, which Carey swivels on, but straight to square leg. He'll feel he missed out on that one. It was short and nondescript.
I always find it very
Race.
inconvenient when cricket breaks out when I'm going to slag off British Leyland.
They always said you should know. Oh God, you got a Friday afternoon car there, didn't you?
Yeah.
Well, some of us around before the only thing Leyland built was buses and trucks.
Indeed. Robinson in. Pitched further up, and but defended well enough by Carey out towards the point region. Didn't Thatcher bring in some sort of American tough nut to be sort out British Leyland? I've got dim memories of this. I'm sure people can
Basically,
fill
to asset
it in.
strip it.
Yes, that's right. Oh, that was the pivot time in post-war British society, was it not? Robinson in for the third ball of the over. And this one's better, fuller, with a little deviation, so a leading edge from Carey. Dot balls. Fairly can negotiate those successfully because they're bowled at about 100 miles an hour, maybe 120 miles an hour, so you can adjust your shot almost.
Kilometres an hour for me.
No, that's right.
Robinson with a back spasm bowling at 120 miles an hour would be an interesting
something,
proposition.
I'm stuck in the early 80s of imperial measurements. That's my problem. I'm on the picket line at British Leyland. That one's through to Billings, and that's a bit more like it. By the fourth ball of the over, Robinson, after a drinks break, is beginning to warm to his task a little more. That was an excellent ball, actually, to be entirely fair. Too good for Carey, gets past his outside edge. It's a ball that Robinson seems to be able to bowl at will, which is a good skill to have.
Well, Robinson's a really good bowler, fundamentally. There's been a lot of talk about him recently. He is really good and has been fabulous on this tour, but it's just a question of sustaining performance.
It's a very good point, and if he'd been part of a winning side, no one would be talking about his weight or his inadequacies. He would be being sort of lauded to the sky. In fact, he made most sensible people's international test team of the year when the critics did their roundup. He's got an average of about 21, so let's put that side of the balance.
Yeah, it's just the thing is, the only kind of reasoning behind those comments from the coach, as far as I can see from John Lewis, I'll break off till after this ball.
Yeah, slightly fuller, and Carey's able to get onto the front foot and steer it wide of the man at mid-off. That's Ben Stokes. For a single, he maintains the strike. He moves on to 19, green on 9. Australia 91 for 6 at the end of the 36th. Might get back to Jacob in a moment. How are we looking on tweets?
Our birthday bar for Rong says a proposed cunning plan for Root. Second innings, bat in reverse order. Could be the difference of winning or being the usual 2 for 6, 3 for 10, etc. That's Australian lingo. Imagine Jimmy and Broad putting on 50 for the opening partnership. That is imaginative. Tom M says, is Stokes literally so injured he can't even throw the ball back to the middle? That's twice he's not done it now.
And we move on to the next over from Wokes. Better start from his last over. And that's defended by Alex Carey. Jacob, I think you were still sort of midpoint on Ollie Robinson, were you there?
Yeah, from what I could see, the reasoning behind the comments from John Lewis, the bowling coach, were that he's a very good test bowler. But if he wants to be an excellent test bowler across a sustained period of time for the next 5 years or so, and, take 200 wickets, then he needs to get a bit fitter. But he's already very good. He's not kind of failing because he's unfit. He just needs to
cut in there to reveal that Alex Carey is out. Bowled by Chris Wokes. I couldn't quite see whether it was an inside edge. I suspect it was. He was trying to crash a pull. Either completely missed it or got an inside edge onto the stump. The bottom line is, I think it probably was, Australia 91 for 7. But hold on, it could be a no ball. It could be. It looks like there's no. I don't know. It looks to me like there could be a fraction.
No,
maybe not. Maybe not behind the line. I was going to say no.
Oh,
no.
Chris won't.
Fucking hell, not again.
Well, hang on, just 1 minute. Is there a fraction of a millimetre behind the line? Well, have a look. I know that we want to be as gloomy as possible. I know we want to be as gloomy as possible. I know we don't want this to happen.
There isn't.
Okay, you're probably right.
We just have
You're probably right. Yeah, it certainly doesn't look good from behind. I'll give you that. But
you can see the back of the line. You can see the line from behind his shoe.
You can, but is there a part of his boot which is hovering behind the line, which actually, admittedly, isn't on the floor? That's the question. Jesus. That's why they're looking at it so often, because from one angle it looks as if there could be a millimetre behind the line.
I thought Chris Wokes had some ludicrous record for never bowling no ball.
You see, at one moment as it comes down there, that freeze frame there, it looks as if if you drew that white line, it could be a millimetre behind. It's been given as a no ball.
Chris Wokes previously, it was lauded last summer, never bowls no balls. He had some kind of record for it. Most tests or most balls between no balls, and now he's got them done the third wicket off a no ball of the Ashes.
That's deeply disappointing, to put it mildly, because goodness me, Chris Wokes. It couldn't have been any closer to it being a legitimate delivery because of all the conversation we had, but a no ball's no ball.
Patty says that's pants, but I think Rishabh pants a bit better than that.
Yeah.
Jesus. I tell you what, if Carey goes on to score from this, that's fucking charm life, because he's been batting pretty ordinary most of the time.
I was about to say, has Carey done enough to keep his place and so on, seeing as he's almost top scored in this innings, but now he's got another opportunity to go and save his place. as we see Ben Stokes clutching head in hand as he realised what's happened there. Although he's not entirely innocent.
Carey onto the... He's not, indeed he is not. Carey onto the front foot and plays it wide of them. Ben Stokes at mid-off for a single. He moves now onto 20. He moves into the... They're having a look at this again and again and again because I honestly think, and you could say I'm myopic and English and so on, but I actually think that might not be a no ball. So,
it's clearly level with the line. It's the best you're going to get.
Not really.
Very
not
much
for a straight line, Messi. I think that there is a millimetre behind the line, but okay.
For me, at that moment of impact, he's kind of absorbed the line. He's on the line completely, but I don't know if he's got anything behind it.
That's
well, it's close enough for England not to complain, and it's stupid enough for England not to complain as well, because you just don't play with fire like that. That's a dot ball, defended by Green. 93.
Apropos of your suggestion that Stokes isn't entirely innocent, I think it's important to recognise the difference between not guilty and innocent in this case.
Oh, sophistic, legalistic point. Green gets squared up, but gets an outside edge which eludes the slips and gully. Rory Burns hairs down to the third man boundary to collect, and they come back for 2, maybe even 3. 3, in fact. Score moves on to 96 for 6 and the lead to 211.
Are you suggesting, Jez, that his 14 no balls ended in mistrial or something?
Oh dear, I like that.
Green didn't want that third run, but Carey did.
It's a lot of them to carry, isn't there?
Works in for the last ball of this over. And that's pushed out into the offside region for a single. He maintains the strike. He's on 12 of 27. Carey, a rather charmed 21 of 33. Australia 97 for 6 at the end of the 37th, leading by 212.
So, in response to my suggestion that being Stuart Ward should be a musical by Morgan Burko, I'd said the reviews would not be good, though. To which Angelic Scooter says yes, but the celebrations would be unparalleled. And Mog says we'd need a Bollywood choreographer. The possibilities are very considerable in terms of that. Jay says even I've heard of the Hillman Imp and I don't drive. It's a cultural icon now.
Yes.
There you go, Forthy. Your dad created cultural icon. Ewan Ennis says the key to buying a car in the 70s and 80s was to make sure you knew what day it was made. A Wednesday, probably okay. Monday, almost certainly missing most of the critical parts.
Robinson in again. He's found his sweets. He's found his zone, but that one is dealt with by Carey. Straight back down to the bowler, no run.
I've always been told you knew it was a good one when, if you tried to brake, your foot would simply go through the cardboard floor.
Those were different days for.
They were indeed.
I mean, you just did not know whether your car was going to start in the middle of winter in those days. It was a lottery. That one from Ollie Robinson, left well alone by Alex Carey. Watches it sail through to Billings. Dot ball.
It's a bit later on, but I profess I have a bit of a horrible love for crap late 70s and 80s cars. And unfortunately, my dear partner is a specialist in Russian history, and so I've now gone onto the subset of crap 70s and 80s Soviet cars.
Oh my God! I hope you haven't got one.
No, I don't think I can get hold of one which will actually work. I think that's the point, isn't it?
Carey essays a more attacking shot at that one, but doesn't get hold of it at all, and it just balloons about 6 or 7 yards ahead of him, but not far enough for Robinson to effect a caught and bowled. Another dot ball goes by.
I do recall being taught by my dad how to hold the crank handle when trying to start the car to make sure my thumb didn't get broken when it kicked back. That's how fucking old I am.
Useful lesson for life. Robinson in again. That's his stop delivery, which Carey takes care of with his stop shot. Straight drive down to the man at mid-off, but missed occasion, neither side of him, so a dot ball. 97 for 6. think we're going to have a change up in a couple of balls' time.
Yeah.
Yes, it will.
So if there's anything you want to say, Jacob.
Well, it will be me on ball by ball, so I have plenty to say.
Well, in which case, hold it back. Yeah.
I'll shut the hell up from now.
Say it in your own time. That one goes straight through Carey. He is leading a charmed life. Too good to get an edge on it. Sam Billings appeals for no particular reason other than it was a great ball, but it's a dot ball. Floodlights. We zoom in on, which appear to be coming on. Assume that there's a bit of murkiness in the Hobart air. If the sky goes through leaden charcoal clouds. Last ball of this Triads spell, last ball of Robinson's 9th over. It's defended by Carey. He stays on 21. Score 97 for 6 at the end of the 38th. I'll see you later.
I'll see you in half an hour. Don't forget the GPL.
Thanks, lads, and I welcome to the stage Hattie the Hattie, and His Holiness himself, Tony Bishop.
Well, bless you, Jacob, and all good things upon you.
Thank you, Tony.
Although it's bloody Groundhog Day all over again.
Yeah.
I get up early. The first thing I see is another wicket, and it's a no ball.
Well, England have been very, very guilty of this sort of thing over the course of the series. I can't remember in a series 3 wickets off no ball. Not in an England series, at least, as Wokes is in, and that's clipped into the leg side, past the short leg. David Milan runs around nicely from deep square to cut it off, and they will get back for 2. Hattie, how are you, other than exhausted, as we all are?
Yes, much the same, thank you, Jake. Yeah, I'm alright, so yeah, I'm good. Yeah, frustrated with that dismissal or non-dismissal, but I've been very impressed with Mark this morning. He's bowled very nicely and picked up the wickets he's deserved.
He has indeed, as Wokes is in, and that's defended by Green. I don't know if you, like me, are au fait with TikTok, but no, but on the subset of TikTok, which is CrickTok, an unlikely star has been born as Sam Billings has become the English version of Marnus Labuschagne no run. He picked up the tick a little bit in his innings yesterday, and so there's been compilations put together of him going no run as Green drives back towards the bowler, and Chris Wokes fields very nicely actually with one hand and thinks about hurling it back at the stumps, but realises Green is not even left his ground to play that shot, and so it would be entirely pointless. That will be the title of Chris Silverwood's autobiography, no doubt.
What, entirely pointless?
Yes. A cricketing life. And Wokes is in, and Green again deflects off his legs into the leg side, and David Milan will run in this time to cut it off at only a single. You won't hear that sort of thing on Sky Sports or the old TMS, if I may name drop them. You won't hear criticism of Silverwood quite like that. Only the finest here at Guerrilla Cricket.
I will tell you something about Chris Silverwood, actually, if you're interested.
Mm-hmm.
Well, with Billings doing his 500-mile-an-hour dash, I'd had a look at other emergency dashes to Test series, and Chris Silverwood came up top of my list. Yeah, from Hong Kong. Yeah, that was the one.
As Wokes in to Carey over the wicket, who defends well out into the offside, although doing what they always say not to do and defending towards cover. Dangerous game, but not enough movement off the seam to deceive.
Well,
the irony of that one. So, well, the irony, it was 2002, 2003. The irony was he had to fly via Hong Kong to England after Simon Jones' Darren Gough had been injured. Was due to play in the Wacker.
Mm-hmm. As Wokes is in, Carey cuts off the inside edge of his bat, so it's going completely the opposite direction. That's where he got out off the no ball, the bottom edge onto the stumps, and this time he gets a single from it.
He was due to have played at the Wacker, yeah. And he didn't bowl a single ball, broke down after 4 overs with a fractured ankle, didn't take any further part in either the match or the tour. So, in fact, it was an entirely pointless
slightly symbolic,
journey.
Wasn't it?
So there you go.
Meanwhile, the other candidate was Gary Kirsten, who'd taken India and South Africa to number 1 in the world rankings, but he didn't have a very good PowerPoint presentation, so what the hell do I know?
Although he's back in the frame, I've heard.
Thank God.
From him, actually, mainly, because he's been mentioning it around a fair bit.
He seems to be keen, which is good. We need someone keen for the job, as Australia are 101 for 6, leading by 216, and Robinson gets one on off stump, and Carey defends back down the pit. What have we thought of Robinson so far, Hattie, and the talk around his fitness? Ian Paul brutally fat-shaming him in the last go-round.
I've been agreeing with what you were just saying the last half hour. I mean, he is a very, very good bowler, and you can't go around fat-shaming or saying things about one of your better bowlers, especially from the hierarchy. You know, it's going back to the 90s again. It's just, you just don't do it.
As Carey defends. Well, some have argued that everything on this tour is going back to the 90s. However, I don't think it was wrong of Lewis to say those things.
Just not publicly.
I don't mind it publicly, actually.
Well, to be fair, they said he's got to work on his fitness.
Yeah, there's been talk about it for a long time, and they've come out publicly and kind of given him some encouragement. But
That's normally you say that, don't you? If you think he's not listening, and you've got to find a way to kick him into listening.
Yeah, apparently
there's ways and means, isn't there?
I suppose so, as Robinson is in, and Carey inside edges onto pad, but there's no way a short leg would have got there even if there was one.
I think if you're going to say it kind of generally, it's just like about like everybody, rather than as individuals. Picking just to pick out a single individual, I think was a bit unfair.
I'm not sure. I think there have been concerns about his diet and so on, that he's consistently not treating himself correctly. And so,
why pick him?
Well, because he's a very good bowler. But what they're saying is to be consistently excellent over a sustained period in Test cricket and not have these things where he drops off in the 4th or 5th spell. He just needs to get a little bit fitter as he beats the bat there, as if to prove me wrong, at 131 kilometres an hour. But they've always been saying that if he could get a bit fitter, maybe put on a couple of kilometres an hour in pace, he'd be an extremely dangerous Test bowler, and I think that would be a good thing to see. As we saw with, say, Dom Sibley, who went away, realised he wasn't fit enough before they had to call him out on it, and went away and worked really hard on it, lost several kilos, and got back into the team. As Carey defends back down the pitch again for no run.
No, that's a fair point. I don't know.
Yeah, there's debate to be had about whether it was the right method to go about it, but I imagine they've already talked to him privately.
Oh, yes.
And so if they think some public, kind of mentioning of it and getting it talked about, as it was already being, might motivate him a little bit, that's probably a good thing, and I hope he does well. We all want him to succeed, because he's a very good bowler. As Carey again defends the final ball of the over. That, I think, was a maiden from Robinson. It was. So Australia remain at 101 for 6. Tony.
Well, yeah, I have to read one over on Facebook, actually, after what Hattie was fatty.
Oh, no. You've gone and done it, Tony.
Well, sorry, Hattie. That literally did pop out. But it's from somebody called Nasib, who says, I don't understand what's the point of seeing 3 ugly men streaming themselves. Well, that's a bit unkind, but...
especially for Hattie.
Well, no, because this was clearly before Hattie came on.
I see. Maybe you were discussing the bear, you and me.
Well, I wasn't on at the time either, so, thank goodness Hattie and I have turned up. Nestler says, I've seen Hillman Imp races at Brands Hatch. Great fun.
As Wokes is in, and Green inside edges onto his pad, and it goes towards the slip.
Maybe I'll pop a couple in here and there between balls. As Jay Grover says, as someone who grew up in Sheffield in the 80s, I just went into Pavlovian rage spasms, which would put Robinson's back to shame. Mayak says, don't worry, Forth, the imperial measurements are the way better than the garbage metric bullshit, just ideal. Says, where do post-boomers go for their nostalgic fix without the local car manufacturer to barrack for, or perhaps pillory?
As we see a bit of a drop-off from Steve Smith, averaging 64, as Green goes at that one as he edged it. No, it doesn't seem to be the case. Umpire Rod Tucker shakes his head, and there doesn't look to be any question of a review. Yeah, to the end of the 2019 Ashes, Steve Smith was averaging 64, and he now, since then, has averaged 34. So there's been a bit of a drop-off from Smith. I think there was some suggestion, however statistically manipulated it was, that his average started dropping a little bit after he was hitting the head by Archer, but that might be a bit of a myth as Wokes beats the bat again, Green stumbling forward, a bit of back hit coming through, and just wouldn't get the edge. That's kind of England's series all in all, that he's completely beaten him, he's out of shape, and you imagine that if that was Zach Crawley doing that, he's probably nicked it. But Cameron Green gets away with it. 36, Smith has averaged since 2019. As that's full and straighter from Wokes, and a full straight bat from Green sees it shoot back past the bowler, but the man coming round from mid-on will cut it off for no run.
I mean, these sorts of stats I'm kind of a bit sceptical about, because you kind of think, well, you know, I mean, the last 2 years, I mean, how much cricket has Australia played? I mean, there's also the lockdown as well, so...
Well, I can tell you he's played 14 tests and scored 811 runs at 36.
Yeah, okay.
And he had that series against India where Ashwin got him a few times. As Wokes is in and Green cuts it to short leg, who attempts a run out, but Green was pretty safe. I think the thing to note actually is that exemplary to this series, the conditions in Australia have got a little more bowler friendly, and so he's not playing on a pitch which is quite as flat for quite as long, and maybe he's getting in a bit earlier against a newer ball, grassier pitch. You know, it's hard for everyone. Joe Root had a period where he dropped off a little bit. Everyone has. Totally hasn't scored a century for 2 years.
That'll change though. Now he's given up the captaincy.
No run, and that's the end of the over. Still, and another maiden, 101 for 6. Join up these dots into a W, boys. Tony.
Yeah, Paymar in the USA says, update, the remote has been found and I now have a glorious pictures to go with your equally glorious commentary. There you go.
Well, Steve doesn't think they're quite so glorious pictures, but we don't listen to him.
Mog says we need a Bollywood choreographer, but I'm not entirely sure for what. Mayank says, here we go, get comfortable everyone, Kerry to score a century now. Yeah, that is it kind of in the script, isn't it? As the lower middle order whip away a good position for England again. Yes, Farong sending us a picture of the no ball, and it looks pretty clear that it was a no ball to me.
As Carey clipped to the leg side from Robinson. This has been the criticism of Joe Root, that he just lets the game drift a little bit, and that when you get them 6 for 70 odd, they should really be 110 all out, but now 6 for 101, just a little bit of drift, and you know, what can we do, eh?
Yeah.
No, it wasn't a rhetorical question. What can we do? Tell him, someone. As Carey slashes at one off the back foot, straight to Rory Burns though, who will throw it back in.
Well, that's the thing. He's already bowled his quicker bowlers in the previous spell, and short of running them into the ground is hard to know where to turn, really.
Pretty much. I mean, the only left of field option would really be to bring himself on with a couple of men in the deep and see if they try and slog him, but it's not the best strategy.
No.
And it gives a chance of the game going completely away from them, as Robinson gets another good one at Carey, who defends, and it just falls down into the offside. Robinson and Wokes tightened up now. They've bowled 2 maidens in a row. Robinson's halfway through a potential third. They do say 3 maidens brings a wicket. I'm not sure how true that is, but it's an old cricketing myth which Shane Warne likes to perpetuate, of course. He likes to perpetuate all of them.
Probably sort of talking about pressure build-up, isn't he?
Yeah, or something like he loves if it seems it'll spin. As Carey plays across that one, it's beaten. That again, lovely movement off the seam by Robinson. Carey, by all rights, has completely messed that up. It's a straighter ball which he's tried to play to the leg side and should have edged, but it's beaten the bat by a couple of inches, and well, That's it, isn't it? But yeah, I can tell you from experience as a spin bowler, Shane, that I mean he's got a bit more than me, but seeming conditions are not always spin friendly. As Terry, he gets the outside edge of the bat on it, but I think it's gone into the ground and then past a diving gully. Rory Burns sliding down to the wide third boundary to cut it off. They've got 2, and there goes the pressure. There goes the third maiden. But maybe there's a bit of something there. He's got the outside half of the bat on it. It's a good dive from Ollie Pope, but he's just dived over the top of it. And 2 runs.
Well, if Burns had run as fast in England's innings when he was batting, it might have been a few more runs on the board.
Or if he'd have dived as well as Ollie Pope.
Yeah.
As Robinson, Terry driving, but only as far as Stokes at wide mid-off. End of the over, 2 from it, 103 for 6 Australia, 218 runs the lead. Tony.
Yeah, Warren says, is Ollie Robinson a tall Tim Bresnan? Brian Barris says, is the no ball machine balked again, or did they pull an NFL referee blunder, or reviewing it and ignoring the evidence? I thought, he had something on the line maybe. I've had another look and probably think it was questionable. It's an Australian test arena, it's balked, says Anna Forsyth. Balked, not a phrase I've heard before, but I have now. Ewan Innes, you didn't know whether your car was going to start on any given day, let alone in the middle of winter. Good chance for wiring. The wiring had rusted out due to rain getting in and shorting out.
As Wokes is in, and that's defended Lakeside by Cameron Green. I missed Brian. Brian was on with me yesterday. I met him for the first time 2 days ago. He's good fun, and I miss him.
He is fabulous fun.
Where have you gone, Brian? Why have you abandoned us like this? Particularly, why have you abandoned me, Brian? Why have you abandoned me?
Oh, well, that's a different story, of course. He does say, Hattie is here. Hi, Hats.
Hi.
And other drum parts.
As Woke is in outside edge of the bat, and it's gone down past third slip, and it's just gone through the gap for 4.
That was a snare.
On first impression, I don't think that carried, but we will see a replay, undoubtedly, to shame whoever it was if it did carry. Ooh, no, not quite. I don't think this is the better angle. No, it doesn't appear to have carried, which is a shame for Chris Wokes. He's again genuinely beaten Green there. He's taken the outside edge. Soft hands from Green means it's played wide of third and down to the boundary as he now drives nicely, but won't beat the man diving at mid-off, and Stuart Broad will collect it at mid-on. Oh, that's unfortunate for Wokes. As we see Wokes' misfortune, we see the wicket off the no ball on the replay, and well, it's so tight that you can't really complain. It's not clear and obvious either way. I think I would have given it a no ball.
Yeah, Anthony Condon would agree with you.
Oh, as he beats the bat again! The bear, you may have heard shouting in the background, in the vague vicinity of his mic, roaring in distress, as if he's caught in a trap. But it's actually that Green has had his bat beaten by just a millimetre again, and it's gone through to Bilbo Billings in the background. That is apparently his nickname in the team. He does look somewhat reminiscent of a Hobbit, although taller. Probably taller than me, as Green leaves that outside the off stump, and there will be, of course, no run. That tends to happen when they leave it.
Anthony Condon did say, stump cam looked pretty conclusive to me. I can see white when his foot lands. That's a no ball.
But Anthony's an Australian, you see.
Yeah.
As much as I love him, he's an Australian.
He's one of our number and a very unbiased one.
Absolutely, but we have to have a bit of tribalism, otherwise what's the Ashes for?
Exactly.
As Green again outside edges, and it goes wide of gully this time.
Goodness me.
A diving gully, and it's gone for another one of these, depressingly.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's twice Wokes has taken the outside edge in that over. First time it went between third slip and gully. The second time, it's gone wide of the diving gully. I don't know if it carried either time, but well, if that's an Englishman, that's going straight to first slip, isn't it?
Yep, it is indeed. Jersey Jingler says, we had a Ford Anglia when I was a kid. It was purple, beat that. Do you know what? I had a Ford Anglia. That was when I was a kid as well, my family. I can even remember, it's the first car I can remember us having. I remember the registration number. It was FMM 564B. I don't know why one remembers this nonsense. Anthony says, not sure why everyone else is looking at, because I can see a line unbroken by foot. Yep, he sees that, and he's got the view from sort of behind the heel, as it were. So that does look fairly conclusive.
We have
in your
a change
defense.
in the bowling as the Karate Kid himself comes on to bowl.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband around. Something has got to keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna beat you down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thinning now.
Broad over the wicket to Carey, who immediately gets one on his toes and swipes it out to the presumably very disappointed Chris Wokes at deep square leg. There's a deep fine leg, a deep square leg, so Broad might be pitching one in a bit short this over, but they'll just get through for a single and bring Cameron Green on strike. So those men, if they wish to retain their fielding positions, will have to run all the way to the other side of the Blundstone Arena / Bellerive Oval / Hobart / whatever you want to call it. As the partnership has reached 49 from 90 deliveries, and it's exactly what England needed not to happen, stretching the lead to about 250, which is...
That's the story of this series, isn't it? This is what has just happened again and again. A sniff, a whiff, a hint of opportunity, and snatched away by a lower order counter by Australia.
Absolutely. As Green leaves outside the off stump, and you could say the bowling has not been good enough to not get the tail out, the lower middle order and the tail out for less than like 50 runs each time. But fundamentally, we must blame the batting, because those 50 runs don't really matter if both your openers make it. But no, as Broad will, the famous quote that will go down from this Ashes series will be, it doesn't matter which bowlers you pick, and if you get bowled out for 140.
Well,
in this case 180.
Yeah.
As Green defends tentatively out into the offside, and there'll be no run. But on the other hand, that doesn't absolve the bowlers. They definitely bowled too short in Adelaide. They bowled very well here, but consistently and across the last few years have consistently failed to polish off the tail. One of my least favourite stats was that in this series against India we just had, Jasprit Bumrah averaged something like 15 or 20, having averaged 2 previously. As Green clips into leg side but straight to a man at short mid wicket. So England consistently have not been good enough bowling to dismiss the tail cheaply. So but maybe that's another kind of systemic issue to deal with, as well as the repeated frailty in the batting. As Broad turns at the top of his mark, and into Cameron Green. Oh, he's struck him on the pads! The umpire shakes his head, Paul Wilson.
Yeah.
They're going to review, I think. Broad looks keen for it. He's struck him on the pads. Maybe just a hint that he's been hit outside the line. Maybe height. They're having the discussion. Broad seems keen.
Yeah.
The DRS timer has stopped for some reason, but Joe Root reviewed it.
Broad did one of those appeals where he just carried on running but didn't even look round.
Yeah,
that's his I'm sure I've got my wicket.
I think the DRS timer never even started, in fairness. It was on 11 seconds. But they reviewed it in good time. On first inspection, maybe a little outside the line, maybe a little high, but it looked pretty good. We'll have a look now. It's beaten the outside edge of the bat, struck him above the knee roll, but on the back pad, it's in line, very clearly.
Yes, quite.
As well, we're seeing Cameron Green is a tall man. It has hit him above the knee roll, but on the back pad, which is about the level of the knee roll or just below on the front pad and further back towards the stumps, funnily enough. So there's no outside edge, according to Hotspot. We'll have a look at the Snicko. No, clear gap between bat and ball, taking over the role of third umpire for a moment. There is clear gap between bat and ball. Ball tracking, impact in line, wickets, hitting! 3/4 away, up off stump, and Cameron Green is gone. A nip backer from Stuart Broad strikes him on the pad. Paul Blocker Wilson is forced to overturn his slightly poor decision.
Very cool.
That leaves Australia 112 for 7.
On your bike, mate.
Broad with an immediate impact there. The 5th ball of his over. It's gone 1 ... wicket.
Yeah. Well, goodness me. I'm going to do a few YouTube messages while we wait. Emily Elizabeth, thank you GC for your hard work across time zones. Human first. It's getting boring. Where is the pigeon and poodle to bring some excitement? Well, we've just had some excitement. Luke Davis says, hope we can put in a half decent batting performance today. Maybe even get a tail quick wicket too. 40. Are you going to do the series? Which 40 obviously is. Let me see who else. How about the old East German won the Trabant? Asks Emily Elizabeth, talking about old Eastern European cars. Rohit says, Messi's laugh reminds me of the laugh at the start of that song Feel Good Inc., coincidentally by a band named the Gorillaz.
Interesting.
There you go.
Brilliant.
That's Damien Albarn's sort of cartoon incarnation of a band, wasn't it? Gorillaz, am I right?
Yes, it was.
thinking
It
the
was,
right thing?
it was quite a good song as well.
Where's Jack Hope when I need a modern musical reference?
As Mitchell Stark, what was the crease? We would jingle him up, but the bear has cunningly disappeared, presumably for a convenient break. So we will jingle him when we return. But Mitchell Stark has been averaging 51 with the bat in this series.
That's insane.
That's all you need to know. He's the best all-rounder in the world, obviously. But no, as well as averaging, 20 odd with the ball or just under 30, he's averaging 51 with the bat, which is ridiculous, as he drives Stuart Broad, but only as far as the bowler himself, and that's the end of the over, 112 for 7. The bear is showing us his liquid refreshment. Tony, do we have anything on the socials?
Yes, we do. Rick over on YouTube says Botham and Merv Hughes are laughing at this conversation. That's probably about larger gentlemen. MD Absar Ahmad Khan says hello. Well, hello to you too. And you're very welcome. We're delighted you are with us. Jay Grover says, I never quite get the letting the game drift accusation. Surely there's only a limited amount of choices you can take, and I'm guessing he's thought of them. What else should he do? Farong says, wow, Irish coffee is going down well. 11:15 a.m. At this rate, I'll be lucky to make it to stumps. Stick with us, Farong. It's getting exciting. And I'm sorry I got the Bournemouth score wrong.
We've had the old Joe Root double change as this man gallops into
Mark
bowl.
Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick.
So just a normal guy.
Of course, except for just one thing.
What?
He thinks that he's a horse.
Right. What?
As Alex Carey clips Mark Wood off his pads, and they'll try and get 3 for 2, and the throw's a bit wide from. Oh no, Stark standing there. What the hell am I talking about? They went 3 for 1. Stark looked briefly like short leg, but the different coloured helmet probably was helpful there. We'll have a change at the end of this over, and I must remind you that the GPL is going a £30 pot. Get your bets in, not your bets, your predictions in before I think 6 in the morning, is it there? As we will jingle up at the start.
Mitchell Stark believes the truest hunter is the one who sees this guarantee. Mitchell Stark holds no seas.
Wood into bowl to start with 2 men on the leg side. That's short, and the first real error from Billings, as it's kind of I think it might have been a slower ball bouncer. It died on him. It's bounced just before him and kind of ricocheted off his thighs to Rory Burns, who's at a kind of leg gully area. Yeah, it's just bounced before Billings, and he's not quite managed to take that. First real error from him.
Just passed awkwardly, didn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. We were just discussing while you were away there. Mitchell Stark in this series is averaging 51 with the bat. As Stark shuffles across. Oh, is there a tickle down the leg side? Billings is keen. Mark Wood looks confused by the not out decision by Rod Tucker. Billings looking to convince Ollie Pope, saying that maybe it's hit his side. Joe Root, he's got 3 reviews, I think. No, he's got 2 reviews, and they will not review it. It's indicating what I think we all maybe think is that it's missed his bat and hit his side, and that's what's caused the noise. Sam Billings went up with fury and much gnashing of teeth, but it looks to be the correct decision. I think Mitchell Stark missed that. Oh, it's close to his glove though. No, it's hit his side. Sorry to give you all hope, but no. As Wood in over the wicket again, Fuller, and just short of short leg as Carey clipped that off his hip. Wasn't far away from Ollie Pope in there, who is relatively deep. Oh, that was this is a good over so far from Wood.
Yeah, fast and furious, isn't it?
Well, he's fast and he's furious because his good work earlier in the morning has been slightly let go. When he left the attack, Australia were 6 for 70 odd. They're now 114 for 7. As that's off the top edge of the bat by Carey, aiming a slightly limp cut shot, but he's got it away, and Zach Crawley will field after they get through for 2. Mark Wood's been excellent. He's 4 for 24 from his 10.5 overs, so that's a very good effort from him, going at just over 2 and over. And it will be the final ball of this innings and my stint for the day. So thank you for listening to my apparently David Michellian voice.
And mine.
Wad rears up off the middle of the pitch and takes Carey on the glove and goes towards short leg. But no joy there for Mark Wood. That's the end of the over. 167. Australia leading by 231. And I hand you over to Messrs 40 and the Bear.
Good night, all.
No, sleep tight.
Night, Jacob.
Welcome back, boys. The game has broken out. I'm astonished. When I read the preview to this series, it was like Hobart is as flat as a flat thing.
Yeah.
Nothing ever happens there. 500 runs. Blah blah blah. Apparently left 8 millimeters of grass on there, and the bowler's doing shit, and it's fun to watch. I much prefer this.
Isn't it?
I much prefer this to a run fest. And actually, the fact that a lot of points have been said in the last hour that I kind of slightly disagree with. Whereas Broad comes in, that's a waste of a ball though by Stark on leg side, and there's no run. I don't think you really can blame the bowlers. I mean,
no.
The point. We got them out for high 200s, early 300s. You should be able to back that up with your batting in a test match,
Also, specifically, which bowlers would you blame? I can't think of a bowler to blame off the top of my head.
No, I mean, I think Wokes is probably the one you would say has been the weakest link. But he's had spells. I mean, this morning I was getting that last hour and a half. It's so frustrating. They beat the edge. They got someone out again off a no ball. Broad in again, and Carey just drops it down through gully. They'll get back for 2.
Just up on BT Sport, commentators Daniel Norcross and Steve Harnison, by the way.
Yes, I've been listening to that. I saw him the other day. He told me how much he's earning. I'm not going to say it on here. But fuck me, he's making a killing.
Don't.
He's making a killing. For 5 tests, he's making a good penny.
Well, fair enough.
Yeah, I agree with you
Yeah,
there.
exactly.
May I also add that I am convinced that Carey should not be out there. I'm convinced that there was some.
Yeah.
I think,
Someone-
there's definitely a
tiny
good
bit,
centimetre
a
behind
tiny
the
bit,
line
yeah.
on one of the free strengths. That's all you need. That's all you need.
That's
I don't
all.
care.
That's right. That is the rules. Anything behind the line is not a no ball. Broad is in. Oh, there's another appeal for LBW. This one's been given. Now that one I will review because it might be going over the top, but it was plumb in front. He's not a tall man. I think Carey is going to review that. I think England are bowled
He
really
has
well after
reviewed,
that
yes.
disappointment.
He has reviewed.
I would
there's
review
no point.
that. I think that's
there's
going
no point
over.
not reviewing if they've got three in their back pocket and this is the
Yeah.
8th wicket. So, of course, you'll review it.
Although
That
having been
is-
given out, only has to be clipping the top of middle stump, but I think that was
Yeah.
straight enough. It seems to be coming back in. Carey isn't the tallest of men, unlike Cameron Green. If you think that hit Cameron Green there, you think that's definitely not out. But
I think it's hitting. Maybe the only thing that can save us, could it be pitching outside the leg? But
I don't
they're
think
okay
it's
on that
pitching
as well.
outside leg. I think that pitched on middle and straightened.
Yeah.
And the
I reckon that's out.
if
I reckon
that's the
that's
case,
out.
it's definitely nothing on the
Yeah.
bat. If Carey thinks he got
Well,
something on it,
Hopefully he's making up for a really bad decision on the previous one, because there's no way I can understand how he couldn't have given that one out.
It looks plum,
Yes.
to be honest. It looks absolutely plum.
he looks plumb in front. As I said, height can be the only issue here.
It's definitely no edge.
It's outside leg. I thought it might be fucking pitching outside.
Oh, I think that's is it really pitching outside leg? I don't think that's pitching
Is
outside
it
leg.
really? I mean, come on.
Well, the seam is outside the line.
The seam's on the line, for fuck's sake.
No, it's
man.
not. It's outside it.
Please. Nonsense.
I don't understand this outside the leg thing. I just don't get it. How much? I don't know. Fucking hell.
Been there for a long time for you.
It's only been
Yeah,
there
no,
for
I
the body
appreciate
line,
that.
though, hasn't it? Only because the
I
Australians
appreciate,
started whinging back in 1936, man. Jesus.
Yeah,
Appreciate that, Messi, but have a look at
just
that. How much of the ball do you want to
In
be
line.
in line with the wickets? Have a look at
Well,
that.
the seam isn't in
The
line.
seam is
The
both
seam's
sides.
on
The
both
seam is
sides.
both
No.
sides.
Yes, yeah,
It
listen, you
is.
fucking
The seam is
Australia.
on
The seam's
both
on both sides. You fucking
that
Australia
outside
with your
leg?
batty
The
eyes.
middle of
The outside
the
leg.
middle of the seam is outside the line.
Oh, for fuck's sake, shut up. That one is on a pad to Carey, who knocks it into the leg side, and there is no run. Oh, dear. And then,
That is the weirdest version of pitching outside leg. It really is.
yeah, it is the middle of the seam, isn't it? If the middle of the seam had been 2 millimetres the other way, it'd have been out. But that's just a bit crazy.
You're getting excited. I like that.
Yeah.
I just,
gotta say,
this
just
is.
to go back
I mean,
to
this
what you were saying
this
there.
kind of sums up the Ashes, though, doesn't it? To a lot of extent.
Yeah, it
Apart from the
does.
fact England's batting's been shit, just those decisions that we've got, have been slightly not out, or the amount of times they played and missed, the amount of times we played and missed, as that's
Yeah.
defended
That's
out
that.
into the covers. And sport is made of fine margins, which is what makes it so exciting. And it's just
But you know,
annoying. when you
really,
go-
look, the bad
I'm
decisions really lie with the selectors. That's my view.
Yeah, well, I was going to come back to that. Yeah, clearly,
Of course, yeah.
Broad should have been playing in more tests than he has. I said that at the beginning. I think it's a big mistake. I think too many people get on Broad's back because sometimes he's in and out. But when he's on, and he's got fucking 500 Test wickets. He's one of the top best bowlers in the world, for fucking crying out loud. As that's played up to mid-off and there's no run, and people just want to say that he's too old. He's 35. He can go. Jimmy's 39. If he wants to keep himself fit and go on, he will.
And also, as per a bowler like Richard Hadley, what they lose in a little bit of pace,
They gain
towards
in
the end,
smarts.
They more than make up for in smarts.
And that's to say, I mean, Jimmy, look at Jimmy. I mean, he started off bowling at 87, 85 when he was a young man. Now he bowls 81, 82, occasionally gets it up to 85. I mean, look at that. I mean, that's ridiculous. How's that pitching outside leg?
But also, the other thing you've got to say about
you've
that
got to draw a
ball
line
is he's done the batsman. I mean, he has done the batsman. He has defeated him with his superior technique. And really, in what universe is that not out?
Exactly. I have to
This
agree.
one.
Fuck off, you Australian one-eyed bastard. Hey, gone! Fuck off! Stark, though. He's got one into his head, but he's just popped it up to short leg. And Starkey is out.
Oh, dear.
Well, I'll tell you what, this game isn't going to day 5, is it?
No, it's not.
No, probably not. Probably not. No, we'll see.
It might just go into day 5. You never know.
Nah.
If England to win, because they're chasing 240.
Yeah,
at the
240.
moment.
They've got the whole of today and the whole of tomorrow. That's like 100.
Oh, sorry, day 5.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, no, you're right.
This
day
is my
5.
last day on the Ashes.
Yeah, I was thinking of finishing today. I still think there's a chance it'll finish today.
Oh well, that's
yeah, there's a good chance
possibility
England will
there.
get bowled
Yeah.
out for about 140. This pitch is doing all sorts. And Australia have very good, a very good bowling attack. And England's weakness is clearly their bloody batting. You know,
Yeah. If I was Alex Carey, I'd buy a shitload of lottery tickets today. He's 11
tell him that.
Totally agree.
And that's why short leg is back a little bit. I always think it's a little bit. The ones that hit straight at you, you're hardly ever going to catch. But the ones that bounce off a fast bowler, I mean, we proved that with little Jimmy Taylor.
I'm 20 minutes behind on the tweet, so can I just squeeze a few in?
Yeah.
Brian Barry says, "Hi Jacob, I haven't abandoned you, mate. Blame Tony for not putting me on the same part of the road as you."
Blame Tony.
It says minus 16 centigrade in the wilds of North Boston at the moment. The understatement of the decade from Brian Barish. You probably heard the bear. I heard the bear without fucking headphones. And then, of course, just like tomorrow when Storm Izzy comes, it'll be above freezing. So instead of 1 foot of snow, we'll just get a fuck ton of heavy rain. That's the weather in America. Ewan says the anguish sounds of a disembodied bear drifting through are great. Anna Forsyth said, "Don't mention failing to polish off the tail around Tony. Us Middlesex fans get shell shock if you mention that." Jay Grover says, "Oh no, back to the play."
Well, Woody is coming in to Pat Cummins. Oh, that's got to be out! That's got to be out! Yes, it is. Woody bowls.
Yeah,
he was expecting Cummins, of course, has reviewed it, but Cummins, I think, was expecting a short one. He was back, waiting with a baseball-style hit, and Woody just speared it in. I think that's hit him inside. It's hit him in line with the middle stump, hasn't it? On the foot.
That's plumb. Unless it's,
looks good. You just never know with those. Occasionally they slide down. So but if he's on a hat trick.
Oh, but if it slides across from that. I mean, he's bowling from wide of the crease around the wicket. But I mean, where's that hit?
You never know. It could be going. I don't know. I think it's hitting. I think it's clipping. I think it's clipping because it's only got a. It's only got.
It came back in, didn't it?
It's only got a foot to go, and I reckon it's.
Well, if it isn't, you're going to hear some more anguish screaming from the bear.
It looks like it's coming back in.
You think so? I don't think so. I think that's going on to miss, mate. It might just fractionally hit the stumps, but...
And I don't fully trust DRS, Messi, to understand what's coming back in and what isn't.
Yeah.
Well,
let's have a look now. It's going to be missing. Of course it is.
Of course it's missing. Yeah, just. Christ.
Well, I think you're right, Messi. I reckon that was coming back in. I don't think DRS is sophisticated enough to pick up on that.
Yeah, it's just showing it going straight on. And to me, there was enough after it pitched to show it was coming back.
Well, when it's very full, it's that one's quite difficult for it to pick up, I think. Well, again...
I suppose that's why there is a degree of error inherent in the umpire's call thing to sort of... Yeah, those things are dubious.
Yeah, and I thought the rules had been changed, so it was only a quarter of the ball had to be, this, that, and the other, hitting the stumps. That was supposed to have been changed yonks ago, but it doesn't seem to be that way. If it's less than half a ball hitting a stump, it's still umpire's call. I think, considering they think there's only about 5% error rate, that's short, and Cummins looks scared as he runs across his stumps and lets it go behind him. Proper body line. I guess Cummins gets his chance to do it himself. He's not quite as quick as Woody, but he's lethal, and he'll have a go at England. And the lead's 236. I mean, if this was South Africa, as I said at the beginning of the show, they'd probably chase this down for 3. But this is England, and we'll probably be out for about 120.
Oh well, Hope had to put in an appearance though, didn't he?
Well, of course.
I tell you what though, it's not dull, is it?
No, it's not dull. I'm glad I got up this morning to actually watch some. And the other thing I wanted to go back on to previously, the Ollie Robinson thing. As Wood is going to come around the wicket to Cummins, who's gone back and inside the line. Might be worth coming back over to Cummins if he can bowl.
Be worth bowling a leg stump Yorker. I think it'd be
Yeah, the problem is from round the wicket, it's a good shot. Even the leg stump Yorker, you've got to get just right if you're going to try and get the LBW. I mean, the angle he bowls at, he always bowls from quite wide of the crease. And this is the thing, if he comes over the wicket, he's still not going to bowl. He never gets actually close to the stumps, does Woody, really, which allows for short ball, and you're only good at hooking, you can kind of get inside the line a bit. Woody again, fenced out by Cummings, doesn't really know what's going on. It's 147.5 kilometres an hour. I mean, for a man we all thought was going to break down, he's played 4 tests out of the 5, and he's kept the pace up. He has done brilliantly well.
He's got 5 for 24. This will be coming up to the end of his 12th over. It's a fantastic performance from Wood.
You know, and he's probably deserved more throughout the series than he's got.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, he seems to revel in the role of being the enforcer. He likes it. He's got a lot of heart. He's done himself a lot of favours in this series. That one's onto the... He does come over the wicket and into the thigh pad.
She was 21, not 31.
Yeah. He's a decent bat, really, for a number 8-9. Well, number 9, really, I guess. I'd happily have him at number 9. That was off the thigh pad. It was a leg by last ball that last over. Go on, Messi. Get some tweets in.
Joe Grover says, isn't Hobart one of the few non-dropping pitches? That's correct. In Bear's current mood, I'd be severely disappointed if he was slightly disagreed with anything. Also, Norcross is an Oxbridge public school boy with shit exam results. Of course he's making a fortune.
It's very true.
Mayak says, God is on Carey's side. He's going to make a century for sure now. And Joe says, all right, lads, we're all tired. It's late. Farong says, don't show this to the Bear. And he's got a picture of the pink ball marginally outside leg. David Barrett. Hello, David.
Dave.
It's on. Little King Kong song.
Woohoo! Like that in a song, Dave. I listened to your last podcast with the Crazy Christians. They were quite crazy. Brody is in. Oh, and God damn it. Cummins has left that, and I don't know how it's not hit the stumps, but it's come back quite a long way. And it's gone through the keeper in his own. That's what worries me about England. I mean, the ball is talking, man. And...
yeah, we're going to lose, but it's nice to lose down with a sense of rankling injustice.
Yeah, that went over the top of the stump. Yeah, absolutely. It's the best way to go. We didn't lose, really. We were cheating.
I love it. Oh, dear. But, I mean, the disappointing thing is Bear's not drinking.
I am, actually. I've just had a beer. That was driven up to mid-off, and there's no one. I figure I'm not going to be in on day 5, so I might as well have a couple of beers, even though I got up only 2.5 hours ago. I suppose it's lunchtime in my time. Yeah. I've been up for 3 hours.
Well, it's bloody 10 to 2 here, mate. You're overdue for a beer.
It's 10 to 6 in the morning here, which seems a little early, but I guess if you go up at 2:30, it's all right.
10 to 5 in the afternoon in Melbourne, you'd be okay here too.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, gin and tonic time.
Last ball was a dot ball. Broad is in again, bowling at Cummins, who defends that a little bit shakily, but up to mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah, going back to Ollie Robinson, I don't think saying that he needs to get fitter is, as Jacob was saying, it's not a bad thing, and it's not like it's just kind of known within the camp. I mean, anyone who watches this game goes, fuck, he's really good, but look at him, just get a little bit fitter, because you can see that his pace drops off, and you want him to get a couple of yards on it, and you want him to be able to play 5 tests. He's 29, 27. You know, he's got a good few years left in him if he looks after himself, and he's clearly a quality act. That one's come back again off the pitch, hit Cummins in the box, and there's no run.
It's a shame. It kind of happened to Flintoff, didn't he, when he was, 21, 22,
yes.
Same thing. But he was 21, 22, and he'd give interviews and he'd say, oh, I got 5'4", not bad for a fat lad, and all that kind of thing. Yeah. But he was a fat lad, and he went away and he sorted himself out and he turned into a ripped machine. But that was by the time he was, 25 or so, whereas Robinson's leaving it a bit late at 28.
Yeah, but you can turn that around really quickly with a fitness guy.
He has improved a lot since he was with Yorkshire, though, hasn't he?
My God, what did he look like then? I have to say, he does not look a fit man.
No. Cummins defends away from his body. Big gate there, but gets it out to cover, and there's no run.
I mean, I'm
Dizzy
not
was talking
either.
a few weeks ago about the difference he saw from when he left Yorkshire when Dizzy was there to when he came to Sussex when Dizzy was also there. He said he'd grown up a lot and started maturing in terms of his approach to the game. But I think there's work to be done still, isn't there?
Well, he needs to grow. He needs to grow down a lot, I'm afraid.
I mean,
grow up anymore.
none of us like doing endless rounds of exercise and controlling our diets. But I mean, if this is going to be your chosen careers, that's flipped into leg side, maybe inside edge on the pad because it's gone nowhere. Out towards deep mid wicket, they think about 2, but they're not going to get it. Which means that's the end of the over. And Cummins has taken a single to take the strike against Woody. This could be fun. And Australia 123 for 8. Carey's 32 or 64, leaving a completely charmed life, the bastard. And Cummins has got 2 off 11.
Mogg says the lead is about 172 much already.
Yep.
Probably.
Where are we on YouTube? Emily Elizabeth says David Mitchell voice, haha, and we have a jazz gorilla peep show.
Well, funnily enough, Emily Elizabeth, I went to university with Jess, the writer of Peep Show, and again,
Jeremy.
And again, that's another show where, knowing the man who wrote it and knowing what went on at university, there was a lot of correlation between the two. Put it that way. As that one is guided. Oh dear, poor bit of fielding by Dawood Milan. It's Dawood Milan, isn't it? The third man.
Yeah,
gets around to it as it's guided down there by Cummins, and actually should have just put his hand on it and stopped it. Maybe got a bit cute. It came with the end of his fingers and actually went over the boundary, and therefore it is 4 runs. That's actually a poor bit of fielding from Dawood Milan. In the big scheme of things, well, we might lose by 4 runs, in which case we can all start shouting at Dawood Milan. Should have fielded that one down the third man in the 48.1 over. Short. Oh, that's hit him on the point of the elbow. That must fucking hurt, man. It's gone down to fine leg. It will be a leg by. That must have hurt. Yeah. Is that blood on the end of his elbow there? No, I think there's a big bruise though. Jesus. He's done well to hide the pain there as Cummins, because that was on the. Oh no, it was on the hand. I thought it was on the pointy elbow. It's on the top of the hand. He didn't know what was going on there though. At least Woody's putting it in for the English here. You know.
He sure is.
Some short, fast stuff. We've not been able to do this for years, have we? Really. Again, short. Carey goes back. He's in one-day mode. Gets an inside edge on the pad, just rolls out on the offside, and there's no run. And that's such the shame that bloody Joffre would have loved it out here.
He would have done. This is going to be one of those innings by Carey, if he gets out, as he surely will soon, which might actually do him more harm than good. And if you're out very early on to a cracking ball, you say there's not much you can do about that. But he's led such a charmed life, you might be led to conclude this guy's not quite right.
Yeah, he's lucky.
He's dead lucky, yeah. It's funny, I said that Tasmania was the most English place in Australia. This pitch is a very, very English type.
Yeah, it's great. I love it. It's short down the arse by Carey. Through the keeper. I mean, to be able to get this much out of a Kookaburra for this many overs is, it makes an interesting game of cricket.
Indeed.
Just a shame we can't bat.
Rick Myfraps says England must lament the French not playing cricket. You never lose against them. Well, that's not entirely true. Don't France hold the Olympic gold medal for cricket?
I'll leave that to the Twitter sphere. They might well do. Last it was 1912, wasn't it? That's short, and Carey just helps it around down to fine leg. He'll get herself a single, which will leave Cummins to face the last ball of the over, which I'm sure will be short and probably from around the wicket.
Could surprise him with the full one.
Well, yeah. Well, he did nearly get the LBW. I mean, he will be waiting for the short one. They all seem to be waiting for the short one. It's a question of whether he can play it. It's bloody quick. It's not easy. It's been a shame as well. There's not been the reverse swing that you normally get in Australia in this series as well. If that come on later in the innings as well, with a ball that was moving for 40 or 50 overs, given it, it'd have been even better. That's on the hip of Cummins, who just about gets it past the diving Pope at short leg. And he will get himself a single. He'll retain the strike though. Broady will fancy bowling at him. No run. 4 minutes till lunch. 4 minutes for the GPL. Have we had any entries from the GPL?
Yes, from me. I love the image of the diving Pope. I have him off the in full white gear off the high diving board. Men with Ven says Scotch vodka, bowl at the stumps, smack the ball and beat these Bradmans. Roger Melly says hello, good evening and bollocks. Perhaps Robinson could get a fitness plan off Merv Hughes. Jay Grover says I started at 3 a.m. and about to run out of booze. There will be an hour of arm scratching until the shop opens. Flintoff only looked ripped when he retired, and then again most English cricketers look better post-retirement. I'm not sure I'd say that of Beefy.
Or Harmison, to be fair.
Yeah. Mayank never understood why cricket balls are so hard. They should hollow out the ball and replace the cork and stuff it with a ball of yarn to make it much less heavy and hard.
Bollocks.
That'd be
defended by Cummins as Broad starts his 15th over. He has 2 for 31. Woody's got a 5 for. Woke's got the other.
Nah, you got to play cricket with a hard ball.
Yeah.
There's got to be some bit of jeopardy. There's got to be a bit of physical jeopardy, which is why, and I'm going to upset people here, but why cricket's better than tennis. For that reason, really. There is a sense of physical threat, which is part of cricket, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is, and it's the great part of it as well. Well, Cummins has had enough there. He's slapped Broady out to deep mid-wicket. Good bit of fielding by Wood. Woke, sorry. It'll just be 2 runs. I imagine Cummins is going to try to counter-attack here.
It's funny you should say that, Forthy, because Mog had just tweeted in capital letters, "Get ready for a broken fucking arm."
Well, I've had a few broken fingers here.
Yeah, we should be breaking their fingers at the first innings of the first test, not in the last innings of the last test.
Yeah, true. No, I'm talking about England, actually.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough, yeah.
Broad in. Cummins drives quite nicely up to mid-off. There will be a single as the Stokes is a little bit back. Probably can't throw it because of his dodgy side. And that ends the over. 133 for 8. The Australia lead of 248. Oh, 3 balls in.
3 balls in.
Fuck me, look at me.
That's a stronger beer than it looks, Bear.
That's 4.2. It's called 150 Lashes Pale Ale. It's nice.
Oh, it's a nice beer, that.
Yeah. I got 6 of them and 6 Bogdeans or something.
James
Bogans.
Bogues. No, James Bogues.
That's it, James Bogues Premium.
The other one's James Squire.
All Tasmanian.
Yeah, I think that's why I got sent them. That one is defended by Carey, and once again it goes out past Pope at Gully. It's racing down towards third man boundary. It's not going to reach there, but it will probably be 3. It is indeed. Cummins is not scared to take on Broad. Looks a lot more scared of Woody. We might get one more over in. Yeah, we might not do. 2 balls left. It's 5:59 on my watch. I've got to figure out what we're going to do at lunchtime. What do you want for lunch, guys?
Give him Hendo again.
Hendo again? Where is he? Is that Hendo? That looks like Hendo.
It's a good reminder of what you can get if you become a patron. Because,
which I noticed a few of you have signed back up or renewed or put your thing up. That's how we keep going, peeps. If you want me swearing, and maybe you don't, if you patron especially asking for me to not be on, make sure you patron a lot. Broad is in. Oh, and again that climbs off Cummins and squares out to the leg side and there's no run. However, if you want me on more, I suppose you could compete against each other, much like cricket, and pay more to have me on, swearing like a trooper and getting pissed. It's up to you. But go to Patreon, please, and do patron us, as it is the way we keep going. He was off his feet there, Cummins. Again, I think that hit him on the gloves as it went out to the leg side. There's no run. I think England will be very happy with this session. I mean, if you said to England you're going to get them out for 150 in that second innings, considering how the series is gone, they kind of take that, even though they'd have to chase 260. It gives them a chance, especially with the amount of time left in the game. Short arm jab by Carey, though. Last pull before lunch is going to make it to the boundary. It's going to be 4 runs. Somehow Carey is still there. He's on 40. He's obviously really annoying if you're English, considering how it's gone this morning. But it is 4 runs. And we go to lunch.
2, 3, 4, 4,
That's probably actually quite a good time for England to have a break. They've had a 2.5 hour morning session. They've got 5 wickets. They probably will be a little bit tired, thinking about ideas. They know that these two are going to go for it. It gives Woody and Broad a chance to have a 40-minute break, get the massages on them, loosen them up, give them some oil, and hopefully they can come back after lunch. Snaffle one of these two. Mind you, Lyon hit 3 sixes, as we said before. But they've got to believe, with the amount of time left, even if they get another 20 runs, 276, you've got to believe that that's possible. The amount of time left in the game. Although this wicket does look like it's doing a lot, and Australia have a good bowling attack, and England can't bat for toffee. So could be trouble.
That's all true, isn't it? So it's been just very quickly. So we've had 5 wickets fall in the session, and it's been Mark Wood's morning. He's got Boland and Smith and Head and Stark, and he has bowled brilliantly well and bowled with great heart. And the other wicket was mopped up. That was Cameron Green, LBW to Broad. England have had, frankly, very little luck, but that seems to have been, a repetitive call all through this. They've had balls that pitched a millimetre to the left, called outside leg. They've had another one which I'm still convinced Alex Carey shouldn't be there, but probably because I'm English. I found myself getting a bit myopic and one-eyed during the morning session.
Funny that, isn't
it? My apologies for that, and my apologies to all our
That's fine, that's what we're
viewers.
for.
But Australia lead by 256 runs, which is probably, as we all know, probably already enough, but we'll see what the afternoon brings.
Just a couple of tweets to finish off. Jay Grover says, yes, the Olympic gold winning team was the French team from the British Embassy in Paris. And he also says Harmison looks like a proper Ashington pint man these days. Mog says, yes, give them more money so we can hear Bear swear out for the swear PL. Play on words with the CPL and the GPL there. All Aussie wicketkeepers seem to live a life of spawn, says Jay Grover.
Well, Brad Haddin was one that... Was it 2013, 14? Jesus Christ. Just put us to a sword in a really lucky way.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's it, and we'll be back after lunch.
We will indeed. You're going to listen to Hendo, the much-missed Hendo. And we wish he was here. We wish him well. He's having a bit of a tough time, pandemics. And his paranoia, it has to be said, but that is Hendo, and we all know that. We'll see you in around about 37 minutes. Until then, enjoy.
Okay.
So I'm really delighted to be able to say that today we have with us the man who actually made Gorilla happen in partnership with the Bear. I bring you the one, the only, Gorilla Hendo. How are you, Nigel?
Well, I'm all right. I suppose what I should say is good evening, good morning, good dawn, and good dusk to everybody. Really, shouldn't I? Haven't said that for a while.
And we've missed it.
Me too. Although that said, staying up through the night to watch that rabble, I think would have finished me off for good. I would be a whimpering mess in the corner if I'd been forced to put. No wonder the Bear fell asleep. I mean, I'm sure he must have injected himself with something first. It's just too horrible to contemplate, isn't it?
Well, he's been very
Not for you, of course.
Well, I've tried not to gloat, and the Bear has been extraordinarily good-humoured through it all. So, and the truth is that, as ever, cricket is just an excuse for guerrilla cricket people to come together. So we sort of make the best of the company rather than the cricket sometimes. So, and we're giving people an opportunity to find out a bit more about their gorillas. So what I'd ask for you to do, Hendo, is just give us a bit of background of the young Nigel Henderson and how he grew into sport and cricket in particular all those years ago.
Well, I think it was down to my dad, who would just take me to local. During the winter, he would take me to local rugby clubs, or a particular local rugby club, and then in the summer, he'd take me to a sort of recreation ground for cricket. And I never really got into rugby at all. I didn't like it at all. But cricket sort of just grabbed me, I suppose. I remember being, I think I may have mentioned this before, going to a game in the afternoon at the local park. What was it? Joseph Hood Recreation Ground. And there was this guy in a maroon cap, fat guy, quite fat, and he'd scored 87. And I could not conceive of anyone scoring 87 runs in a game of cricket. And so this man who probably been dead for 20 years now, was actually sort of it's actually probably my first cricket hero, really. So I used to do that, and I used to go in the early days. I mean, times were tough in the Henderson household, so we didn't have a telly, and so I used to have to go cycle round the corner to the local Rediffusion shop and just sit outside watching the Test match on the black and white TVs in the window.
Were you alone?
I wasn't alone, and the people, the people working there would look at me as if I was some sort of lunatic. Maybe they thought I was stalking them, but that was kind of pre-stalker era, really. But I just sort of sat there and watched it, and then I'd go home at 1 o'clock, and then I'd come back for the afternoon session. And they must have just thought I was a neglected child, I suppose.
How old were you at this stage?
I reckon I was probably about 7, because we got a TV when I was 8 in 1971. So I reckon I was about 7. I was on my little bike with the stabilisers had just been taken off, and I'd go around there and sit outside for, as I say, that most of the day if I could. But you couldn't do that these days, could you? I mean, you wouldn't let a kid go and do that at that age.
No. I mean, I remember watching in the shops. We didn't have a TV at home at all growing up, so I always had to go somewhere else. But I mean, that is very early onset fanaticism for you. I mean, there really was very little hope for you after that, was there?
Probably not. I mean, the other memory that I have is that we used to go on a holiday to Sussex, to Selsey, every summer, where my aunt and uncle lived, and we would hire or rent the house next to them for a couple of weeks, and we'd either be playing cricket in their back garden or in the garden of the house that we were renting. And I suppose I sort of my cricketing personality came out there, because I was so desperate not to get out. I became, you don't hear this phrase anymore these days, but they all kept saying to me, all the other members of the family, that I was a stone waller. And it was just, I didn't want to get out, and I wanted to have the bat. And I think that sort of stayed with me for the rest of my cricketing career, really, because I was probably a bit of a boring bastard, if truth be told.
I find that hard to believe, So when did you actually get involved in any organised cricket?
I suppose at school would have been the first time, and then once I was at a particular school, and because the cricket wasn't that great, we only had an artificial pitch, which was in between two football pitches for the winter, so the outfields were quite poor. And I suppose my mum and dad, saw me sort of beginning to take it seriously, and found me a club which was nearby, which was Epsom, which I went to when I was probably about 11, something like that, 12, and stayed there mostly until I moved away to go to college and things like that.
So there wasn't any cricket at school.
Yes, there was. No, there definitely was cricket at school, but it wasn't particularly good. What used to really irritate me is there was outside the school, or as part of the school of the grounds, there's a fantastic croquet lawn, which would have made fantastic cricket nets. But we had these awful cricket nets that were sort of falling down with sort of terrible rubber surfaces. And while you were playing in that, and in fact, one day, one of the poles holding up the net fell on my nose and broke my nose dear enough. So if I was to turn sideways on, you could probably see I got a little bit of a kink in the nose, and that was done by a cricket net. But then all these masters they just swan around playing their games of croquet on this gorgeous expanse. Complete and utter waste. What a waste of facilities.
Were you any good?
Shocking. Yeah, I mean, well, I suppose I was. Yeah, I must have been. I studied it hard, and I read my Ladybird book of cricket to get to understand all the field placings. The more interested you are in something, the quicker it comes to you, and the more easy you adapt to it, doesn't it?
Yes.
Really. I mean, obviously as time went on, I wasn't great, but I was, a reasonably good level, I suppose. And I had a lot of training. I used to go to Alf Gover's school in the winter, Saturday mornings at 9 o'clock. Freezing it was, absolutely bloody freezing. We used to stand there with this enormous long stick trying to light the lamps. It was like something it was like cricket out of Diction of Dock Green. It was crazy.
Light the lamps with.
Yeah, a huge lamp to get some heat into this place because it was so cold.
It does. You must be a lot older than I thought, actually. And
well, possibly. I mean, it's not there anymore, which is very sad, actually. I mean, I do occasionally drive down Wandsworth Hill, and it isn't there, and it feels like there's a loss. But you know, I mean, every now and again I'd get Alf Gover as my coach on that particular day, and as he got older, I mean, he was still coaching when he was about 85. You know, and his arm would sort of come from sort of where Kedar Yadav's basically comes from. And if you were lucky, he probably actually managed to propel about 12 balls down to you in half an hour, because he was so old. And you couldn't complain. I mean, you were being coached by the great Alf Gover. But,
well, what was your forte?
Batting, but also I started off as quite a good leg spinner, actually.
Another one.
And when I got picked for, funnily enough, I then changed to off spin because everyone told me that no one could be a leg spinner these days, which is, you know, typical of the real insular thinking of English cricket at that time, which one might say there's a certain amount of insular thinking in English cricket these days. But it was like you can't be a leg spinner, and you can't be both because you'd have to change the fields, you know. Yep. But you see now we've got someone like Liam Livingstone quite happily does that. Even Joe Root on occasion will bowl leg breaks as well. Yep. You know,
you were ahead of your time, Henry.
Well, I was, but I think looking back on it, you just feel how stuck in a rut English cricket always seems to have been.
Yeah. But you know, you can say English cricket. I think a lot of sporting teams in all sorts of disciplines all over the world tend to go with what they know rather than what might be. But that's a discussion for another day. So you went to college and you played cricket there as well?
Yeah, I didn't play. I mean, I did play a couple of games for the college team, a few games. We got to the British Colleges final in 1980. What year was that? 88. Because I had this incredible weekend where I came down from college to watch Wimbledon beat Liverpool in the cup final. Drove back in the morning to play. We played British Colleges semi-final at Horsforth, which was just down the road from where the college was. In Leeds, and I scored 85 and won us the game. Wow. So seeing the team beat Liverpool in the FA Cup and then going up and scoring a quick 85, match-winning 85 was pretty much as good as it got. And that's probably when I peaked in life. Yeah. All downhill since then.
Oh well, it's good to have those memories. I think the prospects of Wimbledon beating Liverpool in another cup final are fairly remote at the moment.
Well, yes, but you would have said that. You'd have said that at the time. I mean, my dad, who took me to Wimbledon, and I mean, he always enjoyed the fact that Dave Bassett would get sent off the whole time for Wimbledon. He always enjoyed it when there was a bit of a Barney, you know, and players would get into fisticuffs. And I mean, he died in '85, and it was just before Wimbledon got to the top flight, and I just have this image of him laughing his head off that Wimbledon could get to the first division, or that Wimbledon would win the FA Cup, because he would have just found it unbelievably amusing. And he would have loved Vinnie Jones.
Oh dear. So Wimbledon is the other great love of your life, is it not?
Yeah, pretty much, I suppose. I think it's this whole thing of I have a tendency to want to side with the underdog, and so what people have done at Wimbledon, what a lot of people, not me at all, but the amazing things that individuals have achieved. I've just finished reading the book by the old chief executive of AFC Wimbledon, who did it for nothing basically, and the amount of work that people have put in. In a voluntary capacity is phenomenal, and I suppose in one sense that ties in with Guerrilla.
Yes, I was just thinking that.
We're the underdogs, and sometimes you think, I'd really like to be the mainstream. I'd really like to be the big team. But if you're brought up in that way and you feel that sort of desire to be on the side of the underdog, you can't really get rid of it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, speaking of underdogs, how did you first become connected with Test Match Surfer, as it was?
I think it was Jared Kimber. Kimber and I had sort of got in touch. We played, I think it was 2009. He came over and we played in some it was the sort of blogger's ashes. I mean, he had his blog going, which I forgot the name of now. Cricket with Balls, that's it.
That's right. Yeah.
And I had a little crappy blog called Reverse Sweep. That was it. So we got together. We played in this game, and I sort of said to him, I knew he was writing a book, so I sort of helped him find a publisher. And then, I suppose in 2010, he got in touch with me and said, you might be interested in speaking to Dan Norcroft, as I misheard his name. And so I rang him up, and I'd heard very, very briefly, or very peripherally, about Test Match Sofa. I didn't really know much about it. And the first time I listened to it, Gary Naylor was on, as he always is. Every time you turn on Guerrilla Cricket, Gary Naylor is on. And I thought, I have never heard a Scouser commentating cricket. And I'm not a lover of Scousers by any means, but to have a Scouser commentating on cricket, I thought, well, that's something I should be involved in.
Yeah. I mean, when one thinks back to the days of Test Match Special and everything from Christopher Martin Jenkins through to Brian Johnson's accents, a Northerner would just not have fitted at all, would he?
Well, I suppose you had Fred Truman, didn't you? You had Fred Truman later on, but I think it's so distinctive. The Scouse accent is so distinctive that it must almost be banned from mainstream sport. I think. I mean, apart from the fact, probably get Jamie Carragher and Steve McManaman doing punditry, but an actual commentator with a Scouse accent has always seemed to have been a bit of a step too far for most people.
Yeah, well, or a South London accent too, come to that.
Oh, South London, yeah, that's a good point actually. Yeah, the Bear. I suppose I would have expected there to be a South Londoner on it because I knew it was based in South London. But just switching on and hearing Gary. I mean, so we have our run-ins, Gary and me, but at the same time, he was the man who made me say yes, I'll get involved in this.
Oh, and you enjoyed it?
Well, yes, I suppose I did, and I spoke. Well, I think you may remember that Dan and Adam Collins brought out a series of podcasts a couple of years ago, or a year or so ago.
Yeah.
I can't remember what they were called, and I did a long interview for that. And I think I said on that
Calling the Shots, I think it was.
Calling the Shots, was it? I think the first year that I was involved, I don't think I'd laughed so much ever in a period of my life. Those were the glory days, and some of them probably wouldn't get made now. I mean, some of the accents that Dan did would not pass the censors these days, and that wasn't the only thing that was funny. But when he did go into that mode, it wasn't hilarious, and there was lots of boozing and boozy nights after cricket. Really, it was just a fabulous time.
Wonderful. When we won't go through all the history of the sofa shutting down and the cricketer and all that, but when Guerrilla Cricket the sofa was reborn in the form of Guerrilla Cricket, and it was you and Bear driving the show, really, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I was hoping that Dan would take me with him to the BBC, and to be fair, he put me in touch with Adam Mountford. I spoke to Adam Mountford and sent him some clips, and all thought everything was going fine. And then, strangely enough, an innocent comment of mine that I was going to 3 days of the Cheltenham Jazz Festival somehow became, in his mind, I don't want to do cricket commentary for the BBC. Which was absolute nonsense. But that is the falsehood that is now put around about why I didn't get into the BBC. It was because I decided to go to Cheltenham Jazz Festival, which is nonsense, absolute nonsense.
Have you ever had the chance to discuss that with Adam?
No, not at all. I mean, again, I was pushed to get in touch with him again in 2016, which I did, and he never got back to me. So by that point, I was so involved with Guerrilla that I thought that I mean, part of me would have loved the, I suppose, the notoriety of getting into Test Match Special or whatever. But at the same time, I'm always disappointed when people take an offer from something that's conceived as being or perceived as being bigger than something else. And I do think it's nice to try and build up something from the bottom, which is basically what we were doing, or what we had done with Test Match Sofa. And I feel that every time I see a manager who's doing well with a small football team, and then suddenly one of the big teams comes and offers him a contract, and he's off in a shot. I mean, Glenn Hoddle did a brilliant job at Swindon, turned them into a fantastic side, and then as soon, I think it was Chelsea came along, or was it England? I can't remember where he went first. As soon as he was off, and managers are like that, and they do that. I suppose it's because of the money.
People
but I
are
think
like
it's,
that. I mean,
people are like that. Yeah.
Truth is, all of us are in a situation where sometimes an offer is very hard to refuse.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. I didn't have any offers that were hard to refuse, and I thought, well, if my view with the Bear was, if they're not going to bother, I'll set something up and show them, and so that's why we then, and also we felt, we enjoyed doing it. We realised that Dan was a great draw, but not the only thing that was a draw. Yeah. And I think we can get, I mean, here we are doing all these individual guerrilla interviews, or you are doing all these, but it's not really about one person, because I haven't been on during the Ashes, but I don't think it's affected the listening figures. Hasn't stopped people listening. Dan moved on, Atif moved on, one or two of these other people moved on, but it didn't stop people coming and listening to us. So it's really just about the whole concept as opposed to individuals. And I just wish some people would see it that way. There are one or two people I think who don't see it that way, and that really disappoints me.
Well, I think, I was discussing with Fred earlier today the concept of team play, and the cricketers he doesn't like are the ones who see themselves as more important than the team. And guerrilla cricket's a fantastic example of that, because the truth is that the cricket is just an excuse for guerrilla people to come together and be engaged with one another.
Yeah, and you made a very good point, I think, or that between you and Tony, I think it was in one of these interviews, saying that it was you enjoyed this whole thing of everyone being together, and it was a community, and that was more important than your ego. Even if we've all got egos. I've got quite a big ego actually, but if you can actually build something up, surely that satisfies your ego. It's got to be more satisfying from an egotistical point of view to build something up and make something rather than just join something that's ready made. That's my outlook anyway.
Well, the other thing is, and the word that's come up in every interview I've done, is the word fun. At the end of the day, I see a whole lot of people having a lot of fun, and that translates to people listening as well, because they're engaged with that. And I suspect you had a bit of fun in your time with the Guerrilla.
Absolutely. There've been some brilliant times.
What's your most memorable moment on air?
Oh, on air? Well, there was actually, it doesn't go back to the Guerrilla time. It actually goes back to Test Match Sofa. Being on air with Test Match Sofa with Miles Jupp and Mark Steele, two really good comedians, actors, whatever, and it raining during the Test match, and talking about pencil museums, various things like that. It was really, and I think it was the first time that I actually sort of felt like I could do it, because I was almost like having to sort of work with two very experienced media people and run the show, and I thought, this is quite good fun, isn't it? Yeah. But in terms of memories, I think really has to be Ireland. I know Tony said the same thing. That was a coming together of everything. It showed that we had great expertise as well as just being able to swear well, and we put it all together in a week, and it was a superb week. We really had a great time. It was fantastic. So that has to be my best time, especially on the first day when it was rained off, and we just kept the whole thing going, and we spoke to as many people as we could. We had Roger doing that wonderful intro that he did, and that's another thing, how sort of things can come out of ideas that you have but can be improved upon. I had Roger down to read a sort of a potted history of Irish cricket to start, and I sent it to him and said, "Can you record this?" And then he came back and said, "Well, actually, I just did my own." And it was miles better. So although the idea was a good one, he made it better and made the whole show better.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing I haven't touched on with you, Henda, is your love, apart from of cricket, is of writing. I don't know that people realise that you write quite a lot of stuff that goes on the Guerrilla Cricket website. You had at least 3 books published, which I, at least, have thoroughly enjoyed reading. Do you plan to do any more of that?
Not really. I don't think so. Not unless something, out of left field came up and was offered to me. Because what I realised, although it was quite a lot of fun to do, there was a kind of ulterior motive in the sense that you wanted to get noticed by doing these things, but also because you can make almost no money out of books, absolutely none. And it's not a case that I don't think any of us who've written books related to cricket expect to make a lot of money, but you possibly end up losing money if you do your research properly. You end up going to places, or if it involves making a lot of phone calls to people, you get a huge phone bill or whatever. Maybe not so much now when you've got Zoom and WhatsApp and all these various possibilities, but it was just a case of wanting to write. I wanted to write stuff that was funny, because I although I treat sport and cricket much too seriously, I also know that there is masses of humour involved in it, and I also, it was also a sort of a little nod towards my career, in the sense that I thought that people who wrote funny stuff got noticed. But then, unfortunately, I realised then when I went to various book awards, not that I was ever up for them, when I went to various book awards, I actually realised you only get an award if you write something very serious. So I made a big mistake by trying to be funny. If I had written something very serious
and schmooze the judges as well.
Well, yes, absolutely. Yeah, you've got to have someone on the inside to help you out in those regards. So, yeah, I mean, I did a lot of writing during the summer. Actually, completely knackered me, to be honest. Doing commentary and writing match reports and various things like that. It's left me rather burnt out, which is why I'm not really doing the Ashes series. I wouldn't say that I wouldn't do it again, but there was a sort of purpose behind helping us to get investment into the website, showing that we didn't just have to be a commentary service, we could be a go-to for various things. But I suppose also I've become aware that I've been a bit too ambitious, and I always thought that how to hell we can, not only can we beat the BBC at their game, but we can beat Cricket Info and Cricket Buzz and Cricket Vision, and I've kind of realised that was sort of a step too far, because you have to admit you just haven't got those resources, and much as you'd like to, there are various people who'd like to get to write for you, you can't, because you haven't got the money. Guerrilla has got investment, but at the moment it's only in a specific area, and so there's only a certain amount that you can do with it, and I suppose I've had to sort of realise that my hopes of world domination will have to wait.
It's appalling.
It's a bummer, isn't it? I mean, Boris Johnson just turns up and he's elected, isn't he? Despite being a bumbling buffoon.
Oh, don't let's go there.
No, probably not.
You've been such a happy soul for this whole interview, and I know that you and I can descend to anger very quickly in those circumstances. So don't let's go there. I wanted to ask you what your favourite jingles were. Actually.
I think. It makes me laugh, but and Perko, I know, was very upset when we named Dave Brooke doing a jingle for Josh Hazelwood as Jingle of the Year, and he was saying, "I've done all this great work, and you've chosen that one." But there is something very amusing about that to me. Whether it's my favourite, I wouldn't know. Prikey's done a couple of great ones. Obviously, I mean, I think Samit Patel is superb. I always think the Joss Butler one is brilliant. I can never remember which ones are Moggs. Apart from, I think the Ben Stokes that gets censored, that's one of Moggs, isn't it?
It is indeed, yes.
And I think the thing with Moggs is you have to listen a bit more closely, because it sounds initially just like a noise, but then when you sort of delve into it, there's great subtlety underneath.
There is nuance, and there's a lot of variation too. I've got to tell you, I was talking to Perko today, and he says he's set himself a target of doing 50 jingles for 50. which is really quite extraordinary when you consider the amount of stuff that he churns out.
50 jingles for 50. What does he mean, 50 jingles for being 50? Is he about to be 50?
No. For turning 50, because we used to just have the one jingle for 50.
Oh, sorry, those, yes. 50 jingles for 50. Yeah. Oh, my God. That's almost impossible. I'd be amazed.
It's not with Perko. I told him in the course of our interview that we needed a new run-out jingle because we've only got the one with John Ireland. And within half an hour he'd come back with two brilliant ideas, so we'll have some more of those too. I just think our jingles are fantastic.
Well, I mean, it's not just Mog's brilliant, Perko's brilliant. Obviously, James Sherwood was superb. Prike in Munich was brilliant when he was doing his stuff. I'd love to get him out of retirement to see if we could do another one at some point as well. But you've also got to remember Men with Ven, who's done some fabulous, fabulous jingles. The Temba. Talking of favourites, I think Temba Bavuma. He's a nice little groover. That's one of my favourites as well. So, every one of the jinglers has a place in my heart.
I've got to say, I've been watching some of the South Africa and India Test match today, and every time a player comes on to bowl, it just seems wrong not having a jingle playing. It doesn't fit.
It doesn't fit. I mean, have you been listening? I mean, Gorilla Cricket South Africa are covering that, aren't they? They're on the ground.
Yeah, I think they are. I've only had time to sort of watch it peripherally rather than actually listen to them today. But yes, they're officially covering it, aren't they, for CSI?
Yeah, but I presume I'd be very surprised if they're using jingles. Are they using jingles? I would love to think they were, but I think they may have gone too mainstream for us. We might have to cut them off.
Yes, I'm sure that would really hurt them. So finally, Hendo, two last questions. Firstly, your favourite cricketers of all time?
Well, Bob Woolmer is one of them.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but I just always liked Bob Woolmer, a very fluent player, and of course went on. I think he should have had a better career in terms of numbers, and of course he went on to be a brilliant coach, which I kind of made up for it to a certain extent, and a tragic loss really at 57 in 2007. So he's one of my favourites. Brearley, because he was kind of the cerebral captain.
Yeah.
And I like to think of myself as, when I did captain, as being quite cerebral. And I suppose that's part of that is why not overexcited by stats. The kind of new stats that we're getting is because I like the idea that a captain would sense something as opposed to be told by an analyst that this is what happens every fifth ball. I do see the role now for stats, for all these stats. I totally understand it, but I liked that sense of being able to make something happen, from nowhere, really, I suppose. Other cricketers, I mean, Brian Lara, superb batsman to watch. Must be one of the greatest. Stuart Law, when I only saw him bat a few times, obviously not in Test cricket because he only played one Test. Was a beautiful batsman. I think they tend to be batsmen rather than bowlers because I think of myself more as a batsman than a bowler. And I guess other people, of course, I had spoken. Alan Butcher and Jeff Howarth together at the Oval in the 70s is my. I mean, I know Annie has various happy places in Devon, but Jeff Howarth and Alan Butcher batting together for Surrey at the Oval in the mid 70s is quite is right up there as well.
Oh, brilliant! And finally, I just wonder what the future holds for Hendo. Can we expect to hear you back on the airwaves soon?
I'm in one of those periods where I'm reviewing my life situation and thinking where do we go next, really. If Gorilla can get more investment, serious investment, not that the investment we've got isn't serious, but if we can get much more investment, I mean, the sky is not exactly, the sky's not the limit, but we could do a lot more still with what we're doing. I don't know. I think I will return at some point, and of course we've got that Test series in the West Indies, which is at a much better time slot for everybody.
Not everybody, I might say.
Not for not everybody. But you know, at the moment it's I needed a break, I think, from it, and you know, I need a little bit of impetus. I need something to give me a bit of a kick up the backside in some way to get me going again, really. But hopefully for the West Indies series, I shall return.
Well, let us all hope that. Can I say just thank you so much, not for just your time today, but for everything that you have brought in conjunction with the gang through Guerrilla Cricket, because I know that I have had my life changed through that connection, and I suspect there's quite a lot of other people whose lives are a lot better for it. And if you hadn't done
I think
what you did, they wouldn't have had it.
I think. I mean, the next thing, obviously, is that you all need to nominate me for an honour from Her Majesty. That's obviously
right.
You know, you just put me forward for that, and then what's even better is that when they offer it to me, I can turn it down.
Yes.
That's what as a gorilla would do.
Yes.
Loudly, absolutely, yeah. So if you can try and get me on the New Year's honours list next year.
So would have been Hendo.
Sorry, yes, it would have been. Yes, indeed. So yeah, I'd quite like that.
Oh, well, maybe we should start a campaign around that. Well, that's fantastic. Thank you so much, Hendo, for being with us today, anyhow. And we look forward to seeing you with us again soon.
Thank you, fellow Hendo. It's been great fun.
Really.
And that was lunch. And there should be some people joining me. And Mr. Brian Barish. Oh, look at him with a hoodie. Looking very like it's cold.
It's fucking cold. It's minus 12 Celsius right here now, and we're expecting 4 to 8 inches of snow tomorrow.
Ooh. Well, the snow's not so bad. I hate it when it's... I mean, in England, it's just cold and wet. We hardly ever get any snow, especially down in London. At least when it's cold and it snows, it kind of adds a little bit to it. Although, obviously, it gets really annoying when it turns to ice and you can't drive anywhere and it's just a fucking nightmare. But
the temperature's supposed to be right at freezing tomorrow, so there's the chance, and I think Mayak may have mentioned that in the socials at some point, is that if it turns to rain, we're just going to get a lot of rain and it's going to turn slushy and it's just going to be a giant pain in the ass to drive in.
Ugh. You get your soft tyres on, your winter tyres. Get a manual, stick or whatever. You can do some donuts, it'd be fun. All right, Tone, we're back after lunch.
We are indeed. Are we on air?
Yeah, we are on air.
Oh, I didn't realise. Well, I could see sort of Nanook of the North there in his hoodie.
Yeah, well, for once in my life, I actually timed it so that I was sitting here when the actual video ended. So I came on, did a little monologue, and then Brian turned up.
Well, the last two nights I've worn some sort of beanie or whatever, and I might actually do that so that I don't look like the Unabomber.
No, it's quite fun.
Well, officially then, we are back. Welcome back. What a first session, bloody hell.
Yeah.
Australia started the day 37 for 3. By dinner, they were 141 for 8. With more luck, England probably could be in the field by now.
Yeah.
It's a story of two players, I reckon. Mark Wood has a 5-fer. Kawaja Smith, Boland, head and start. Carey is on 40, not out, which is ominous for England. But he was out, wasn't he, to
Twice.
a front foot no review and to a front foot no ball, and survived an overturned LBW review. Both proved to be right, though.
Well, yeah, you say that, but the rule says if there's doubt, and there's clearly a lot of doubt, it should stay with the bowler in that instance on the DRS. I didn't know that, but I've just been listening to the lunchtime chat, and that's what was being said on the commentary as well.
Well, for Woody, it's his third Test 5-fer. His others, by the way, 541 against the West Indies. That was 2019 in St Lucia, and 5 for 46 at the Wanderers against South Africa. England won both of those games. Just saying.
Yeah, well, I've been saying earlier, can we do a South Africa, although we're not at home, and cruise that last innings, which they've done twice against India over the winter. Should we have some jingles?
I think we should.
Absolutely.
This man's going to face first ball.
Toss the ball to Pat Cummins, and he'll get 2 wickets. Plenty of wickets. Oh, obey Pat Cummins, for he is your captain. Now.
And this man.
Do you know Mark Wood?
Yes, he
It is indeed. The man with the fifer. He's coming around the wicket. And immediately pops up and drops.
Of course.
Fraction short of Ollie Pope at forward short.
Wow.
Another close one.
Another close one.
Woody's on absolute fire here. I think they put something in his hay, in his dinner time hay.
Well, he's put to bed all these kind of, he can't bowl more than 2 tests in a row in a series, hasn't he?
Well, he didn't. I mean, he bowled well enough, but he was expensive, wasn't he? He went for nearly 7 and over in the first innings. That's a massive improvement in this innings. And that one fired in at the body of Cummins, who flinches away, puts up an elbow, and wears it on the back of his arm. I think.
Well,
excellent ball again.
Tony, you seem to be a pretty well-educated man. I think even you know that wood tends to catch fire pretty easily, which is why not very many houses are made out of it.
I thought a lot in America were made out of wood, actually, aren't they?
Yeah,
I mean, back in the day.
Yeah.
Now it's just
I like reasonably well-educated. Don't go over the top. Let's not go as far as well-educated. Let's just stop at reasonably, shall we?
That was a painful wear for Cummins on the underside of the bicep.
It was as Wood comes around the wicket. That leaps again and past the outside edge of Cummins this time. Through it goes to Sam Billings. No run. A fiery, peppy first 3 balls from Wood. Exciting stuff.
Did you... Tony, were you watching the half-time entertainment on the TV with Cook just explaining techniques?
Sadly, Bear, I wasn't. I was preparing the intro that you mainly talked over for the start of the second session.
You don't need an intro for the second session. What the fuck are you on? It was very interesting. Really interesting.
Tell me more.
I will
after this ball. As Wood comes around the wicket again, that causes Cummins to to hop up, but he steers that one down towards short by leg, which is Rory Burns. And there was no run. Yes, what was he saying?
Well, they were doing a lot of comparisons about, why England batsmen are having problems, and comparing to basically how everyone thinks that Steve Smith bats on off stump, when actually he starts on leg stump and gets his head perfectly in line with off stump when he bowls. And a lot of batsmen around the world, and particularly he was talking about English cricketers, they kind of believe that he bats on off stump, so everyone's kind of taking this off stump line.
Wood comes in again around the wicket. This one is short again, but Cummins can duck under that through to Billings. No run.
And therefore they're getting themselves across into the channel when the ball is delivered, so that the sort of 8th to 9th stump line comes into effect, that they're actually finding themselves playing at balls that if they took a more traditional stance and did a more traditional trigger over to off stump, they wouldn't find themselves playing at. Plus they close themselves off and obviously open up the LBW. It was really quite interesting. He was very animated. It was like he was direct. He kept screaming at the people to wind the tape back and stuff, like he was Captain Mannering.
Maybe he's pitching for a role in the New England setup, as we suspect there may be one. As this one is out past, kept low, but past the outside edge of Cummins, taken down by his ankles by Billings. It's a fiery first over from Mark Wood. It's a maiden. Australia still on 141 for 6, and the Nuke of the North. Who would we have on social?
Well, Nestler's saying Theodore John Kaczynski on tweet, so we've already made a Unabomber joke. You're a little late on that one, Sean. He also said, I have a tip for Brian, maybe some indoor heating. It's set on a timer, and I'm trying not to... I've already raised it from 62 to 67. I don't want to do it considering that I'm the only one awake. I don't want to be... Ralph the Wonder Llama asking who's the Jedi. Yes. And Mog saying, damn, did I miss the rumored to be highly disappointing new Mark Wood jingle? I don't think you have.
Oh, no. Because
is it one of Mog's by any chance?
Oh, it is. I have got it in the car.
I had a feeling it might be.
Mark
I'm sure
Wood
it's very
3,
good
it's called.
Mark Wood 3?
No, Mark Wood 4 it is.
Yes.
It's like Led Zeppelin albums.
Yes.
You just name them after numbers.
And then we retires Coda.
Yes. Anyway, Stuart Broad.
He's going to bowl.
Ninja 2 for 42 for him. And he's going to be bowling from the river end.
Sweep the leg, Broady. Got the best headband around. Something has got to keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna beat you down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thin now.
He's bowling to the beautifully blue-eyed, fortunate but still there, Alex Carey. the left-hander who goes onto his back foot and guides that nicely past point. They've taken one, they should come back for two. Good sharp running they do. Billings has to be lively about his work and actually ends up at the other end, having attempted a catch, which then bounced off his glove. He goes sprinting after it. Will have to make his way back to his correct station.
I was going to say I do have something related to the match to say, and that is I am very surprised that Australia is still batting after lunch. They looked like they were going to skittle themselves out, and they've managed to at least keep their innings alive for a little bit longer. And the longer they do that, I think the more difficult it's going to be for England to catch them because, they can't put a big total.
What would that be? England's third highest score of the tour, and they've still got 2 wickets left as Carey punches this, but punches it straight to Milan.
Yeah, but you have to say, they've given themselves a chance. I mean, you'd have thought, the way the series had gone, Australia would have got, say, 250 in this innings. They still might do with these two, and then they'd have had a lead of, 370, and that certainly would have been curtains for England. They're kind of just about in it. We don't expect them to do it, but they are about in it.
Rapid wickets now is essential for England, I think, is what we're all agreeing on. That one, a bit outside edgy. Again, Milan does the fielding. There's no run, just 2 off this over. So started with a maiden, fiery 1-2 from Mark Wood.
Well, I'd be tempted if Cummins is still facing up the Woody to go back to that line around the wicket, and I'd have 2 short legs. I'd have one set a little bit further back and one in closer. Only about 5 yards in closer, so that you get both chances. The one that he gets a little bit harder, it's going to drop over the shorter guy. I mean, if that's your angle, that's your attack. Why not?
It's the Bear, aka Douglas Jardine.
Yeah, absolutely. Fuck it. Give it some.
But I think you're right. I mean, he Cummins, he clearly doesn't like those balls that.
Who does?
That round the wicket angle. Well, no, indeed, nobody doesn't. Forward very tidily indeed by Carey, who guides that towards mid-off on this occasion. There's no run. 3 dot balls for Broad. Just went for 2 off the first ball of the over. We're looking at Mark Wood. 4 matches in the series, 16 wickets at 28 for him.
Quite a badly timed horse noise, sorry.
Sorry, what was that, Brian?
That was a badly timed horse noise on my part, my apologies.
Oh, I see. Badly timed horse noise, as this one is steered towards point. And is an easy single. Australia move on to 144 for 8, 3 off this Broad over. Who's played more the supporting role as Stuart Broad. Mark Wood very much the star for England. The most gratifying thing I think for Wood, and let's hope for his sake it stays that way, is he's taken the wickets without also bleeding the runs.
He has at times, but I think you have to expect that at that pace, don't you, really? You get it slightly wrong, someone gets an edge and it races away for 4, or if you're striving for that really quick Yorker, you get it slightly wrong, a good batsman will clip it off the pads for 4 as well, but he's never given up, and he's gone on, and he's got a 4 for in 1 innings, didn't he, earlier in the series, and he's got a 5 for here. So
Broad, this should be the last ball of this over, and again it's very solidly met this time by Cummins, who is on strike after that single. It's the end of the over, it's 144 for 8, and we're going back to frozen Philadelphia.
And for a frozen Brian Daiquiri. Jay Grover says, "Blimey, I were about to bitch about wrapping up to go to the shop, but -12 puts me in my soft place." Anna Forsyth. Hello, Anna. Guess how tall Rory Burns has edited his Wikipedia to say he is? 5'10", as if he's teensy and elegant without the bat, like a frog prince. Foster del Sol, fantastic interview, chaps. It motivated me to sign up for Patreon. Sorry it took a while. Well, I will speak on behalf of everybody else when I say thank you.
That's great news.
And I'm sure at some point you'll hear the interview that Messi did with me, which was a lot of fun, and hopefully people find that it's worth the money. And Tom M saying nice quick single from Billings there. And we're back to play with Tony.
We are indeed. Wood around the wicket. It is short. And it's taken behind the stumps. He's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Carey, and Billings tidy in his work. No run. So you'd wait for Cummins to be on strike before you put that second short leg in there, would you?
Well, I mean, from this angle, it's very easy to, Carey gets inside it quite well, and he's obviously better batsman than Cummins is, and he's shorter as well. I think it's always shorter it's easier for shorter people to get out of the way of the bouncer, to be fair.
And round the wicket again comes Wood, short and taken comfortably enough as it went past Carey into the gloves of Sam Billings. Yes, he did end up, I shouldn't say, of course, he did end up on the deck again after the first ball of this over, did Mark Wood. I mean, you do wonder if you're worried about his injury situation and managing him and all those kind of things. You don't want to overcoach players sometimes. I do accept that, but surely that can't help his game if once an over he ends up face plant.
I don't know.
He really can't. He's over the wicket. It's wide of Carey's off stump. Change of angle for Wood. Not a change of result though. It's another dot ball. He's yet to concede a lunch after dinner. It's very. I can never say dinner. Well, I just did, but by and large, it just doesn't trip off the tongue, does it?
I feel like it's like saying soccer and football. It's interchangeable, and you're not technically wrong no matter what you say.
Well, only in America.
You lost yesterday, didn't you?
No, we did not.
Oh.
We got a late draw, thank you very much. Fantastic header from João Pedro as this one is cut uppishly, but effectively that's going all the way to the cover boundary. That's the first boundary after dinner, and it's gone to Alex Carey.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, it was a
Look up
pretty
to
good
see
shot.
how my team did.
How many times have we seen England lose wickets to that? The cut shot that you play when the ball's still rather close to your body, but Carey just seemed to angle the bat and get the loft on it.
I think, as we were saying, it's fine lines, isn't it? And those fine lines.
Over the wicket again comes Wood. Down the leg side this time. Left by Carey, taken by young Sam.
Those fine
He
lines.
isn't that young, actually, is he, Sam Billings? But he just young in terms of Test career, I suppose.
And he's got a picture on. Turn your picture off. And your audio.
He's 30, hardly young. Oh, did Annie just pop up?
Yeah, she did just pop up.
Oh, she's up. She's
again.
popped up again. What's she doing? Now she's gone again. She's in and out like a fiddler's elbow.
She'll be on. You're on in 7 minutes, don't you worry? No, not
She's
7
like
minutes.
she's
15.
like Anne Hesh, in and out.
Probably just got out of bed.
Wood in, short, wide, and left alone. I want to hear more about Annie's uncle's house. The house with no walls that Messi and I decided yesterday was basically a field next to a river.
That's just a gazebo, isn't it?
Well, the house with no walls, I don't know.
All right.
Anyway, Brian.
Yeah, hi. Mog saying friggin' Carey will have saved his place with this pissant innings, I suppose. Jake Rover, badly timed horse nose. Wasn't that a Captain Beefheart live album? Mayank, hope you got your heating way up like I have, Brian. Went outside the garage for 5 seconds and nearly got frostbite. Well, that's why I'm waiting until tomorrow to take out the trash. Tom M, I'd love to know how many runs Australia have added in this series for their 8th, 9th, and 10th wickets. We never wrap up the tail quickly.
No, we haven't.
That has been the story, isn't it?
It has been, and that was supposed to be our tail. 6, 7, and 8 was supposed to,
Broad, 2 slips in 2 Cummins, who plays that very well. Push towards mid wicket.
I mean, it's been a lot of
Pope, no run.
A lot of our problems has been the fact that obviously we can't fucking bat. I mean, apart from Root at the beginning of the series and Milan at the beginning of the series, hardly anyone's got any runs, have they? Johnny B got that ton, then he got a broken finger. Butler's done bugger all the entire series. Stokes has had a pretty poor series, but then he hadn't played a lot of cricket. Had a good test last test, we still lost. Wokes has been, second highest scorer, isn't he, or something, behind Root and Milan, possibly.
In comes Broad, wide of Cummins' off stump. Cummins, very much the batsman here. Very careful and watchful and studied as he lets that go past his off stump. 263, that lead. It's ominous. It's ominously large. Remember, England have yet to pass 300 in this series.
Wow, true.
I have breaking sports news when it's fit to insert it.
Oh, after this ball,
yep,
which Broad is about to bowl, there is a forward short leg. There are 2 slips. Broad is in, it's full, it squirts off the outside edge over Cummins' back, goes towards point. They grab a quick single and will bring Carey back onto strike. Brian, what's the breaking news?
An Australian federal court has dismissed Djokovic's application with costs against him, upholds minister's decision to deport him.
Wow, there you go.
So it's coming home, and by it I mean Novak Djokovic.
Novak's.
Novak's. Good old
Yes.
Novak's, dear oh dear.
Well,
what a saga that's been.
I don't have a lot of sympathy for him, but I think the way he was treated the first time around, and that the way he if his original story had stuck, then I think it would have been okay.
Around the wicket to Carey, who drives him sweetly, but straight to Chris Wokes, who's out now on the cover boundary, and
That's
just
quite
be
wise.
a single.
Yeah.
Putting that man deep at cover.
But then the stories that have come out that he goes and if he did test positive, I mean, no one knows whether that's a wangle by the government either. But I mean, if he was positive on the 16th of December, then was out in Belgrade the next day, and then did a fucking interview with a sports newspaper 2 days later and sodded off to Spain. Well, I'm sorry, mate. That's just myopic.
I don't think many would disagree with you on that, Bear. As Broad is in, Cummins has to duck as that goes over his head and taken by Billings. One of those ducks where you sort of crouch onto your haunches.
Or like a frog.
But effectively done. Yeah. Indeed, like a frog.
He just wants to keep... Oh, no, he doesn't want to keep... I thought he was bowling at Carey. Obviously, he's not. He's bowling at Cummins.
Broad who's bowling from that Derwent River end. David Boonstam behind him. And in he comes, and that one is guided past second slip, down towards third man, where it's fielded.
Ooh, you know what?
Chris Wokes. No, they take a single.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't. They didn't take a single. Now that is interesting. They wanted to leave Carey on strike.
No, they didn't. Cummins didn't want to face Woody.
Is that what you think it was?
Yes.
Different interpretations, but yes. Well, that still means they wanted Carey on strike. But yes, fair point. That I don't suppose he does fancy Mark Wood, who's following the Bears' Jardine-esque advice of
absolutely
pushing it up his nose, coming around the wicket.
All fair in love and cricket.
Let's switch to YouTube now. I'm going to kind of pick up somewhere in the middle here. So Rick Myfap saying there's long been a cold beer civil war in Tasmania, Cascade in the north, and James Bogues in the south. Luke Davies says agree 100% with the Bear about
Wood.
fraud.
Carey rocks back through to Billings. Carry on, Bran.
Sorry, Tony. Rick Mayfab saying, no, never mind. Stephen Kelk is with us saying, good morning, Gorillas, the S in brackets. Delighted for Mark Wood. The guy is seriously quick. The sight of batsmen visibly unnerved by his pace warms my bowling heart. And James predicting that England will bat today and be all out by tonight. And I've made my GPL prediction based on that. So don't let me down, boys.
Well, maybe we'll get a quick update on the GPL in a moment. Obviously, it's now closed after dinner, as this one is short. Carey again. Are we calling it the frog duck now? Are we, Brian?
Yes.
It's the crouching duck out the way. 48, so it's just 2 short of the landmark again. The lower order, or middle order, I'm sorry, Alex Carey, definitely not lower order. The middle order comes to the Australian rescue.
You've got England all out for about 80 at this rate.
Yeah.
You might be right.
Don't be surprised. They will have to bat. The longer this goes on, the more uncomfortable the batting period, of course.
I mean, they've been bowled out for less than that in this very series. Mind you, it was on a different track in different circumstances.
Well, this track's doing plenty.
Yeah.
Well,
we'll see what happens.
A gully and a forward short leg as this one goes down leg through to Billings, who takes that one quite low. Perhaps Mark Wood just slightly running out of a bit of steam.
No, that was
another dot ball.
145, I think.
Has he conceded a run since lunch of dinner?
Not sure. But I think the ball's getting a little bit softer, isn't it? I mean, it's 54 overs old now.
Yeah, that's that kookaburra, whatever colour it is. Once it gets past 50 overs, it's meat. It's whacking fodder for batsmen, isn't it?
Well, at least it's 50 overs this series. It's usually about 10.
Well, true. Round the wicket comes Wood, onto his toes goes Carey, punches it towards cover, but there is no run.
They don't want to face...
Another dot ball for Woody.
Cummins doesn't want to face Woody.
No, well, he's captain, so I suppose he can call those shots. Alex, just see this one out for me, and I'll have a smack at Broady.
And Alex is going, what? Get up here! I don't want to face it either.
Here's the 150 up, though. 150 is up for Australia. It has been for a while, because obviously this has been made over. It's not like that's new news, but the 150 is up.
You did see that he
150 for 8.
I'm sorry, Tony. You did see that he made his piece with the robot. Tied one of his headbands around it.
Yes.
Robot?
I've been
What
missing
robot?
I need to.
He
I've
was
not been following
yelling.
this conversation.
He was yelling yesterday. They were go ahead.
Wood around the wicket and played towards short leg. Ollie Pope smartly fields, no run.
There was an incident yesterday where he stopped his run up because whoever was controlling the
the camera,
the roving camera, it was still moving as he was going through, and he said, "Stop moving the robot." So they made their truce. He tied one of his headbands around it.
Built by robots. That was a car brand thing, wasn't it?
Toyota, wasn't it?
Was it Toyota? I remember not the 9 o'clock news version of it. As onto his back foot again goes Carey and steers this and will keep the strike. So it's a single off the over. It's 1. It takes Australia to 151 for 8. And Cummins doesn't seem to fancy facing Broad either.
Well, there was a big blow of breath from Carey there. Oh, thank God I survived that.
Yep. Anyway, Brian.
Farong says, agree with the not to overcoach the players, but how can this apply to England? Do they actually have a coach?
Well, I do. Yeah, this is one of the criticisms I think of Chris Silverwood is players technically have gone backwards rather than forwards in too many cases. So it's a fair question. Sorry,
yeah. Brian. No worries. Mikey Squared, replying to an article that Gorilla has up about Coley, saying shame that he had to show his true colors while taking a beating in South Africa. And I'll break off for Tony.
Well, for Stuart Broad, really, who is in and it's wide of off stump, and is it taken an edge?
Yep.
It has.
It has.
Carey has gone. Blocker Wilson's finger goes up. He's been caught behind. Broad has the wicket. Robot not involved at all. Carey has to go. He's gone for 49. He didn't make it to 50, and it's 9 down now for Australia. 151.
You messed about, I caught you out. How's that?
Is 50 short of a Betty. 50 short of a Betty White on that one.
Yeah, big edge. Hotspot shows it.
It was.
Yeah.
It was an inside edge though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was an inside edge. He was
inside edge
He was
in this
reaching miles outside your start. I think it might have been a slightly slower delivery.
It was a touch of the Hamids. The bat was a long way in advance of the rest of the body.
No need to play it, but I guess if you're trying to get runs.
Well, he's gone for 49. It will bring the man who tormented England in the first innings. Again, part of the lower order thrash group.
Yeah.
In fact, he led the charge, didn't he? Nathan Lyon. Did he make 30 odd? Off not too many balls. And
he scored 3 sixes apparently, didn't he? Or something stupid?
He did. Again, stretched that Australian total beyond 300 at a point when England was just thinking they would have had Australia in their sights for not too many. He just took it above a score that, as we know, England have not gone on this in this series.
Right. So let's play a jingle for him.
Let's do it.
He's lying. He's not too bad, and that's true. He's lying.
It's interesting as well, isn't it? In this entire series, the last 2 tests we played, okay, we still battered shit, but we at least been competitive. And there's your 3 games that you don't have the warm up because you come into it fucking cold. You know, it's a bit. In that sense, it's a bit irritating.
Well, no, I'm old-fashioned. I think tours should be tours, and there should be warm-up games against state sides. As this one is driven, or an attempted drive, but it's past the outside edge of Nathan Lyon, very nearly 2-2 for Broad.
I think you just got to keep bowling there. I mean, he's new at the crease. He's not going to shy from playing that drive.
Yeah.
I might have a sweeper out in the covers just so he doesn't get a 4. And one of them's going to have to face Woody, and neither of them are going to want to.
Well, that's true. Cummins. Surely Cummins is not going to go. Nathan, you have him. In comes Broad. Works nicely off his legs by Nathan Lyon. He will take a single.
He's coming back for 2 if I were him.
They are going to come back for 2. There were definitely 2 there. So he's off and running with 2 is Nathan Lyon. And it looks, as we said, very capable in the first innings and frustrated England. The lead has stretched to 268, 153 for 9.
Do you think Billings has... You've watched more than me. Do you think Billings has brought something to the side here?
Well, he's certainly brought energy, and he is a very lively character. He's constantly chirping away, isn't he, behind the stumps. This one's driven sweetly, but half-fielded by Broad, missed by Burns, and finally hunted down by Ollie Robinson, who wasn't exactly thundering along at pace, let's say, and it brings Australia 2 runs. Actually, it was a nice straight drive. Just 2 more. 2 consecutive balls gone for 2 each from Stuart Broad. 4 off his over so far, but he does have that crucial wicket of Carey. Yeah, Broad dive to his left. Burns dive to his right.
Bounced off his knee.
And then poor old Robinson had to jog off after it. Again, similar shot. This time, Broad does his goalkeeping duties and saves it quite tidily.
Well, this will be the lowest score we've bowled them out for in the entire series, I believe.
There's a whole load of chickens outside the studio there, which you're now counting. Walking up Sydenham Hill.
It's quite a long way to go, isn't it? I mean, the lowest score we've bowled them out, we haven't bowled them out for under 200 in the entire series, have we?
But I think we did once. I'd have to go back and have a look.
I think so.
In comes Broad over the wicket, edgily towards Gully. There's no run on this occasion. It's 155 for 9. It's the end of that Broad over. 4 off it, but crucially the wicket of Carey.
And now Woody gets the bowl at Cummins.
And Woody gets to bowl at Cummins, and Brian will be on messages. Minus is good.
Yeah, it's gotten a little too warm. Mayank saying, let's hope this test ends tonight because Aussie Open starts tomorrow and I don't want to have to watch 2 screens at the same time. Too difficult this late at night. Well, if I can do it with AFLW and the cricket, you can do it with tennis. Jay Grover, right, it's only 3 degrees outside, so I am soft and wearing a hat, but anyone need out from the shop? Let's see, Nestler's won some gruel in 36-inch LCD. There's also lots of talks about Djokovic, which I'm going to skip because we all have our opinions on that. I was just letting everybody know. And Mayank saying, that sounds fucking miserable. 12 degrees Fahrenheit in Wilmington, Delaware, seem toasty. 3 in Boston is what he's comparing to.
Wilmington, Delaware, home of DuPont. Been there many times.
Right down the road from me.
Indeed. Wood. Oh, what? Cummings.
What?
Steps back towards leg, leaves a yawning gap, and it's just wide of his off stump. And he backed off so far. There is literally no way he could have reached that with his bat. I think he was expecting the ball coming at him, and I think the Bear. Did you actually manage to see that, Bear? But did you get back in time? But there is evidence of a man who really does not particularly want to get in the way of anything Mark Wood's throwing at him.
Exactly.
Wow. Goodness me. he was practically in the Derwent River. He went that far.
He was in Victoria. Forget the Derwent.
In comes Wood. Oh, Cummins has an attempt to pull. Billings half an appeal because he doesn't get hold of it, and it's taken down leg side. Again, it's a dot ball. 155 for 9.
Well, Messi tells us on the chat that Messi's lowest all-out score this series is 267. So if they beat that from here, I'm going to be shooting myself in the head.
Well, don't do that. I won't. It is the end of the over, especially as you're on next. On ball by ball, I think.
Well, it'll take them a while to get to 267. I don't think they'll do that in 2 minutes.
Which will be at the end of this over, I believe. If I'm reading my time right. And he's bowled him. Absolutely through a wild swing by Cummings. Wood has his 6. What an effort from him. 6 for 37. Cummings has gone for 13. Middle and off stump, pegged back by Wood. Cummings, just to quote Dad's Army, didn't like it up him. and
Oh,
it
so-
unnerved him enough. And Woody has 6-4. Fine effort for him. And Australia have been bowled out for 155. The lead 270, I beg your pardon. Arguably, that would stretch England's resources. They're going to have to bat in the least favourable of the conditions here in Hobart. But right now, we can dare to hope.
Yeah,
Only
I don't
for it
think
to be
that'll
dashed.
last. I don't think that'll last long.
What, the hope?
The hope, yeah. I think I should go under for the first wicket, shouldn't I? I mean, I imagine we'll be 20 for 3.
Yeah. Well, exciting stuff. Goodness me, I wouldn't be surprised. That's the point. I didn't even bother to sound like I was going to go no, because literally no one would be surprised if that is the case.
Well, how many overs left in the day? Because we only lasted 47 overs in the first innings, didn't we?
Well, one thing's for sure, timing in the game's not an issue. We're only just past dinner on day 3. It's all about Australia getting the wickets and England getting the runs. There's only one. Oh, unless suddenly there's an unexpected deluge.
Let me. I'm sorry, Tony. Let me catch up, and then I'll.
We'll do that. Then we
bugger
should
off.
have a change, and
Yeah.
I will bugger off as well.
Yeah, and I'm letting everybody know there's a non-zero chance I'll be asleep in an hour when I'm due back on. So make ready, everybody, to possibly cover for me. Foster del Sol says, in answer to someone's tweet just now, Australia's tail partnership averages a series are 31 for the 7th wicket, 39 for the 8th, 35 for the 9th, and 14 for the 10th.
See, that's
Jay Grover saying, I'm not a patriotic man, but good lord, I hate Australian wicket keepers. 3 sixes off wood. Karmic given him twatted Cummins. He also said, one man's lively character is another's annoying prick. That's a story of my life. Mayank saying, if you know where DuPont is, Tony, you've passed my house, how small the world is. And I will step aside and try to make sure I'm up in an hour because it's 2:15.
See you in a bit. Who am I joined by? I'm joined by Messi, I believe. I'm supposed to be. And Annie. Are you both there? Hello.
Hello.
Have you just got up, Annie?
Yeah, right. Okay, let's just imagine, just for imagine
imagine's sake, yeah.
I have been asleep the whole night and have not a clue what's been going on. Please tell the listeners what's been happening.
Well, England have done rather well. They came out 3 for 36, I think, this morning. Australia 36 for 3. England got into them and they got wickets reasonably quickly. They got rid of Boland quite quick. Smith hooked one down to deep long leg. He could have been there all day. It was lovely to see. And then Travis Head got a little glove through to the keeper down the leg side. Wood has bowled exceptionally well. A lot of short stuff today.
Brilliant.
He's bowled aggressively at them, and it's paid dividends. None of them look comfortable against him, and that's just the truth, isn't it? Bloody hell! Carey was the luckiest man alive.
He got to 49. Well, he wasn't.
Yeah, but he was bowled. He was bowled off another no ball.
Was he?
And the thing is, the no ball was so fucking marginal. It took them about 4 minutes to decide it was a no ball. I mean, I guess if you're Australian, you go, it was a no ball. If you're English, you go, there's a millimetre behind the line, and that's the problem here. I guess the law is the law, but
You've got to have grey areas in a game.
Well, yeah, you do have to have
because you've got to have something
grey
to argue about.
You have to have something to argue about. I agree with that, and I guess the thing is, I was quite happy to accept that if that's the case, but I didn't realise that the regulations state if it's that marginal or whatever, then it should be in the bowler's favour. Even the Australian commentators on the main TV stuff were going, that it should have been in his favour. He should have been out, but it wasn't. And then he survived. Cameron Green was then out to a beauty from Broad, beat the outside edge. Plum LBW wasn't given. England got it on review. And then Carey was given out LBW, and again, I mean, literally, there was about a millimetre of seam that was to the left of it, pitching outside leg, but. As Cookie said, it was over 50.1%, and therefore it was outside leg stump. Cummins was given out LBW, but it was just missing off stump. He reviewed that. Stark got one into his ribs, and he knocked it out to short leg where he's caught by Ollie Pope. Then we came back after lunch, dinner, whatever you want to call it. Carey drove one, got an inside edge through the keeper, and then we just saw Cummins get skittled.
He didn't want to face Wood at all.
He didn't want to face Wood at all. It was quite clear about that. I mean, he did get hit twice. He got hit once in the chest, and then once it was like underneath the bicep on the under of the arm, just cowering. Yeah, clearly didn't want to face him. Woody has been very hostile. Only problem is the Australians are going to give it just as good as they get.
So they're 270 ahead? Is that
271 for England to win.
Yeah.
So here's an interesting fact. Do you know what the score is at the end of the 4th test in Sydney?
What?
270 for 9. Maybe
England.
they should just resume where they left off and see if they can make that extra run.
Imagine if we get to 270 for 9 now. It could be a tied test. Tied test or an England win.
But they've got time, haven't we? We've got time.
We've got time.
You've got time. You haven't got history.
And we haven't got the skill.
England's only scored more than 270 once in this whole series. This is only the 4th time that Australia have actually been all out. Whereas England's managed it 8 times so far.
Yeah, and you have to imagine this pitch is pretty helpful to the bowlers. I mean, as well as England have bowled, you can imagine that Australia are going to bowl just as well. Therefore, it's going to be mayhem.
Do you know what the real pain in the arse is? That we only need 270, so we're never going to get 300.
No, it's very true. However, if we do get a victory here, fuck it, I'll be happy with that.
Will you?
Yeah, I think.
Have you bet on it?
No, I haven't done. It'd be interesting to see what the bookies have got, though, considering.
Oh God, I've started him off. Sorry.
Might be worth a little punt.
$5, 4 to 1, England basically.
Yeah, I think that's a bit short.
I wonder what WinViz is.
Who cares?
WinViz will have us winning, no doubt. Which is foolish.
WinViz depends which pocket you happen to put your finger in last.
Yeah.
Can I get through a few?
Yes, get through some messages. We've got some time.
So Mog says, stop bitching about the cold. It's like 35 degrees here. Harden up. He also says, play the Wood jingle, then the fuck off jingle, then the Carl Abbott jingle, then the Stuart Law jingle. He's on a roll. Tom M says there's enough time for the openers to get out and route to get set before it gets too dark. Jay Grover says, I don't think we're going to get anywhere near this, but I'm pleased Wood might get some people to shut the fuck up. Oh, there's not much chance of it. And Mayank said, I'd take that any day of the week compared to this frigid shit. Talking about Mog's 35. Cold weather is only acceptable when it's snowing outside.
Kind of true.
Otherwise,
I don't really like snow.
I quite like snow.
I love snow. I love how snow makes everything so quiet all of a sudden.
Yeah, I like looking at it, but actually,
I like the first day in it. It's when it gets slushy. It's shit.
Yes.
Well, it gets a bit wet, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Then, yeah.
And it gets grim, difficult to drive.
I think it's pretty, but I like.
If I lived in the mountains and could ski every day, that'd be fine.
Oh, I've never gone skiing.
Yeah,
I've done it
Stephen
once.
Kilk on YouTube says, delighted for Mark Wood. The guy is seriously quick. The sight of batsmen visibly unnerved by his pace warms my bowling heart.
Indeed.
There's no doubt that people like Labuschagne have been completely different when they're faced with that real pace.
Yes.
James says, I predict that England will be all out by tonight. There's a good chance of that. Stuff about Djokovic. William Boeing says, I'm very happy. It's a whitewash for England, 4-0.
That's not a whitewash, thank God. We've got a draw. Right, we're going to have some jingles for some batsmen. Who's going to face first ball? This man. I wonder if it'll be an in-swing and hit his leg stump.
He's got the drive of a champion from Surrey. His mustache is ugly, got a shot finally, and his name is Rory Bird.
Mitch Stark is going to bowl the first over. Oh, it's down the leg side, and he didn't get out. Excellent. It goes. He didn't get any glove on it. He didn't get bowled, and it went through the keeper. Whee!
I think the secret is to cut his hair. Really.
It's fucking awful, isn't it?
I don't mind a bit of long hair. Leave him alone.
Yes, I can imagine. You probably had long hair.
Oh, I
didn't you,
did. It's
Bet?
halfway down my back for about 8 years.
I did too, but not like that.
I've got long hair.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's not like that.
I was a hippie back in the day.
We can believe that.
Yeah, of course. You
Yeah, I can definitely believe that.
Right.
Once a hippie, always a hippie.
Well, it's true. Oh, look, there's an edge. Hey, he's got away with it. Fuck you all. He's got to get 4 runs and off the mark. Burns isn't getting a pair in this game. As that skews off the outside. It's probably through where 4th slip should be, but it got 3 slips and a gully, and it's made its way down to the 3rd man boundary. It's 4 runs.
There's not one board for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
And this man is bowling it.
Can't win a test match without your best players on the parks. Bring Mitchell Johnson and leave out Mitchell Stark.
What I like about it, his long hair in this particular game, he's decided he's not going to tie it in a ponytail. It's all hanging out.
Yeah, no, this is the first time I've seen it hanging out like that. I didn't see, he wasn't in long enough here last time.
Warrior Star gets one in the knackers. So that one just carries along its line, doesn't do anything. And, yep.
Well, it's only
Where is
Stark,
it?
he's rubbish, isn't he, Messi?
Yeah. Well, yeah, rubbish. He's only got 18 wickets or something. But Burns, it'll be a miracle if Burns is still there at the end of this commentary stint in 19 minutes time.
A miracle?
Yeah. I've coined a new phrase for those ball botherers. When you know how when you get a ball, well, you get a Yorker. When it hits you on the ball, it's actually you're being rooted.
Stark in 4th ball, and Burns plays that quite sweetly out through the covers, and he'll get himself a single. Now Burns, if he gets to 10, he's usually all right, isn't he? He gets into double figures.
Oh God, 5 more! Come on, Burns. He's due a break, for God's sake, and I'm not talking about a leg or anything. He is due a break.
Yeah, well, apparently he's been working hard in the nets, taking out some of those trigger movements. I don't know.
Still got a stupid stance. So.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know if you watched. I was talking earlier about Alistair Cook was sort of talking about stances and how England was bat at lunchtime, and you know this whole idea that Smith takes an off stump guard and all this kind of stuff, and everyone's trying to sort of emulate him, and actually he doesn't take an off stump guard. He takes a leg stump guard. And his trigger movement,
he's weird.
He's just weird, and when he ends up, when the ball is delivered, his head is right over off stump. Stark down the leg side, and it's a bit of a waste of a ball. Crawley tries to whip it away, can't get anything on it, and there is no run. And consequently, England's batsmen are starting on off stump, going right across outside off stump, can't play anything
There's
straight.
a lot of it.
Yeah, and so they cut off the leg side in some ways because they're having to play around their pads with anything straight, so it brings an LBW. And they're also having to play out balls that are on 8 stump, 9 stump lines that you should just leave because there's no need to play at them.
You think it's
more
of a white ball stance in some ways?
Well, I don't even think it's that. I think it's
just fashion.
Yeah, it is a little bit. It sounds like that. That is going to inside edge onto pad. I think it might just be leg byes. We'll have a look, but it's certainly that some of these has been given as 4 leg byes.
My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Yeah, it was byes.
So, Josie Oakes says it's the yellow snow I object to. Well, you shouldn't piss on it, should you? Mayank says, of course, Rory Burns is caked in sunscreen when it's dark out there. Tom says, Burns was batting in the nets with his hair down. It looks much better than the bun.
Yeah, it does.
Absolutely.
And Brown Barish just says, Scory Burns. And Mog says, I've got reasonably long hair. Did I do a jingle about Burns cutting his hair at some point?
I don't know. Right. Who's going to bowl at the other end? It's going to be
Cummins.
That's a jingle that goes like this.
Toss the ball to Pat Cummins and he'll get 2 wickets. Plenty of wickets. Obey Pat Cummins, for he is your captain.
he bowls his first ball of cross Burns, who leaves that through to the keeper, and there ain't no run. I guess we've had this chat many a time, but I guess Burns was one of the leading scorers in Championship cricket for years, wasn't he? 2-3 years before he finally.
I think. Yeah, no, he's
so he's earned his place. The problem
he
is,
definitely has earned his place, but
if he's as best as we got, we're fucked. Burns, let's let go across the keeper, and there's no one.
I just think the new ball in Australia is just proving too much for any of our openers whatsoever. So.
Well, it is, but it's interesting. I think in the last test or the test before, they were showing us it was raining, so was it Sydney? It must have been Sydney. And they were showing a Sydney test in 10-11, and you looked at that top order, and Trott got a golden duck or something in that game, and we still got 600, and you just think, Christ, you look at those batsmen. That one again is a bit leg sidey, and Burns tries to work it into leg side and misses it, and it hits him in the thigh, and there's no run. And that's the difference.
Yeah, I mean the Australian bowlers have been pretty relentless, let's face it. We haven't really had a weak spell from them. But we have had weak spells from us. So it's not all to do with batting.
It's not all to do with batting, but it's mainly to do with batting.
No,
I mean,
it absolutely is.
Almost exclusively to do with batting. I mean, we've bowled pretty well.
But their bowling unit is stronger than ours.
Yes, I'd say that. That's defended. Back down the track and so on. I mean, they definitely hit the deck a little bit harder, and a little bit generally just more pacey. Which gives the batsman less time,
And they've been more metronomic. Let's face it, as well.
Well, I mean, there was a stat after the third test, wasn't there, where actually percentage of balls played and missed at by Australia was about 7 or 8% higher than England. Yet we seem to be getting edges all the time, and Australia won.
Luck has been much.
So as Burns plays that nicely down into the ground, out past cover, they should get back for 2.
How much do you think it's mindset?
As that's left through to the keeper, and there's no one. I mean, I guess. Quite a lot of it's mindset, but I think the mindset comes in later in the series. I mean, that's it. I think in the first two games, both Root and Milan, for example, got 80s in one innings. Cricket's a very psychological game.
It really is, and it's a game of bloody luck as well.
Well, there's a large slice of that. The further you get into a series where luck is going against you and you're getting pummeled, the harder it is to stick it out. As that's left alone by Burns outside his off stump through to the keeper, and there's no run.
The other thing about that stat there is that the difference between playing and missing and playing and edging is often the length that's being bowled. And in that test, the Australians were pitching it up that bit more, so that if it moved, it hadn't gone.
Well, again,
so far
wasn't there a
the
stat on that? That was absolute nonsense. That was proved. That was actually proved to be bollocks.
Well, stats are absolute nonsense.
After that test,
98% of them are. Yeah.
There was a lot of talk in that test about that particular stat, and again, there was the stat about the playing and missing, and there was the stat that said England were bowling too short, and actually Australia were bowling very similar lengths. So there is a bit of luck
just
in
better.
there. And another difference is, I guess, when you come to opening pairs, as Stark is in, that's full. There's a big inside edge on that, Starkey, and it will not be given out. Stark must have realised that, and there's no run. Is that coming into this series, we thought Warner would be a bit of a bunny, and after those first 2 innings, he's not really done much. But the first 2 games of the series, he got 90s in both first innings, and that set them up really nicely. At the other end, Harris did nothing.
I think it didn't help that in that first test we didn't play Broad and Anderson.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean I mean, I felt sorry for Leach, but Leach shouldn't have been playing.
That was totally wrong personnel.
I think Leach was a kind of pity pick in that first test. And I'll explain afterwards. Stark bowls outside, Crawley's off stump, there's no run. The reason Leach didn't play last summer was because we didn't have Stokes, so we didn't have that.
Yep.
England want balance, right? And they want 4 seamers. And if you have Stokes in the side, you've got your 4th seamer. And then you can play a spinner every game.
Yep.
But without Stokes in the side, you couldn't. So having Stokes back in that first game, they thought, we can give Leach his place back.
Yeah, because
which
we
is actually the wrong
pissed him
decision.
around last year.
Exactly, but it was completely the wrong decision to make. You know,
We'll piss him around even more this year.
Then they dropped him for the next game when he was really useful.
Yep.
And I thought he bowled really well in Melbourne when he got those 4 wickets in that second innings. I thought the decision on the fields for him was abysmal. Start in, left alone.
I thought of you
outside,
every
no.
time they set the field there.
Well, I had a big rant about it with Al one day. I mean, the thing is, if you're a spin bowler, what you want is to be able to build pressure, and the fields they were setting for him were just never allowing it. I mean, you want to entice the drive, but every time they had mid on and mid off back, which means every time it's a single. It's fair enough dropping your mid off. I mean, your cover fielder back. If you want cover, the one you might drop a little bit short. It's fair enough to have your man back on the leg on the offside, especially on your cover boundary. If you're going to bowl a tight line, then you really shouldn't need the guy on a mid-wicket boundary, but you'd be quite happy to have him at the start of your spell. But everyone else should be in a ring. You know, you got to create pressure.
There was just never a ring. He never looked threatening.
Until he finally got into a rhythm and Root finally had some confidence in him, and then they kind of tightened the field up. But even then, it wasn't enough. So that's worked off the hit by Crawley. He finally gets himself off the mark down to long legs, filled by.
But the whole point about Warner getting in early in the first 2 tests, he must have felt really pleased that Broad, for example, wasn't
bowling
playing
at
in the
him.
first test. And he was allowed to get away, and I think actually just having Broad playing would have...
exactly. I mean, Broad got him out twice in this game, didn't he? For a pair. You know, if that had been Brisbane, different game.
Exactly, and it could have set up everything slightly. The mindset could have been set differently to begin with.
Yeah, and the amount of bloody drops we did in those first 2 tests as well. Butler, useless.
Yeah.
Stark. Ooh. Now it's going down leg. There's a half a pill by Stark as it crashed into the pad. And Steve Smith seems to be guiding the field, even though he's not captain anymore. He's saying to Cummins, do this, do that.
Yeah.
Fine margins.
Stark hasn't got his line all that good. So
yeah, he's
far,
rubbish. That's why, Mercy.
We're 27th of the way there.
We can do this. 27.
Slightly over there. Just over 2%. Oh, that's got a little bit of swing, straighter, but Burns gets himself in line. Plays it out to me.
Have you gone under or over, Bear?
I didn't do anything. I haven't got my phone with me.
Okay. Paul Marshall says, 271 to win means England won't post a score of 300 or above in the entire series. But I'll be happy with 271.
Yeah,
Can't
so
see
would
it
I.
happening, though.
Bring with me there.
The light roller says, our rooters rooted.
Wow.
Suresh Ranga Zesh says, with all due respect to Australia, this underperforming England side have made the Aussies look the strongest side at the moment. Can they redeem themselves some pride and respect by posting a win in Hobart?
Let's hope so.
It's
Box says,
interesting.
I do love me some icy fucking cold.
I'm sure you do, living in Melbourne. That appeal that no one seems interested in, it looked like it was going miles down leg side, but actually hitting. And no one reviewed it.
Oh, really?
It was in line and hitting leg stump. Yeah, it was
It
hitting.
wasn't pitching outside.
No.
That's the third time they've missed then.
Langer looks rueful.
Yeah, Cummins in. Ooh, and no, Zach Crawley, don't do that. Don't get back into that I don't know whether I'm supposed to leave or not business that you did last summer, Crawley. As he draws his bat away and
Or I don't know whether to run or not.
yeah, one or the other. I mean, that's why he looked so awful last summer, was he just kept prodding at shit that he should be leaving alone, wasn't it?
Oh dear.
What is it?
Mog. It's Mog. He says, Jesus, we've reached the sliding doors section of today's commentary. Bodie Gary Sobers was born in Tooting in 1995, etc.
That's right, Mog, you're dead right. As that's left alone outside the off stump by Crawley through to the keeper and there's no run. Well, you know, you got to look at the rosy side.
So spot on. I mean, the 5th test of any series, it's almost always like that, isn't it? If this had happened.
And especially if we win this, it'll even be more bigger ifs, won't it? You know. Why have we done done this earlier? Yeah, right. Well, we weren't prepared. Cummins is coming in, third ball of the over. He's bowling at Crawley, who's on 1 off 8. Oh, it gets a big outside edge and skews it past, turn around completely, skews it past third slip, which is Kawad, who dies it with his right hand, and it just squeaks past him and down to the boundary for 4 runs.
Wow.
I mean, it still looks horrible at the end of that. It's
catchable height.
Yeah.
Excellent. England's luck is changing in the last fucking innings of the series.
Well, yeah, I mean, again, you know, up until the last test, I don't think Australia dropped a catch, and then they started dropping them in the last 2 tests. That one's well outside. Crawley's off stump. His left, it must have brushed the pad because they're all appealing, and he didn't play a shot, so wouldn't have mattered where it pitched or whatever. They're not going to review it.
Let's face it, if they don't review it, probably was out.
Well, might well be.
Well, I mean, the best they could hope for would be umpire's call.
I mean, he's miles across. I mean, he's starting outside his off stump. I mean, you've got to have a little bit of sympathy for what.
Jesus, actually.
Nah, it's not coming back enough.
It would have been too high, probably, too.
Yeah, he's a tall man. And he's batting outside his crease, isn't he? No offside shot. It's missing. Yeah, would have hit a
missing.
4th or 5th stump. Defends that one. There's Crawley back down the ground, and there's no run. I mean, if Crawley gets his 77, what's everyone's highest total in this series so far? If they do that, we'll win easily. But if Crawley can emulate the last test, second innings.
Yeah, I mean, let's face it, he's looking a bit edgy at the moment. But
as you say, the new ball in Australia is tricky. And this pitch is doing a lot.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Tasmanian cricket aren't getting their 5 days out of this one. That one again, jags back from one outside the off stump of Crawley. Good leave though.
Not unless we have a really long innings.
Well, fuck me, if we go along with that, it's about, I think 1 and over would just about get us there.
Joe Grover says, back with Pop, have I missed the collapse? Also, I was working last night, so I couldn't comment, but I heard Tony say no one's mean to Annie. What the fuck? I've been rude to Annie for fucking years.
Yeah, he has, to be fair.
Jay's rude to everybody. It's fine.
Jack's saying Jay has a job.
He's freelance.
Josie Oak says Novak's no play. I did tweet earlier that he'd won 2 reality competitions and once the Biggest Loser and I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here.
Well, hey, good going. Stark in full and nicely punched back down the ground by Burns. Can't beat the skipper Cummins. He's at mid on and gets across to stop it, and there's no run. Cummins looks a bit careworn. Mind you, he's been battered and bruised by Woody. And one of they'd have expected probably to get one of these guys out for sod all inside 10. And they'd probably thought we'd be none for 6. What's our highest opening partnership in this series? We got it in the last test, didn't we? It was about 35 or something.
Yeah, well, was it even in the 30s?
Well, I think it was, because it was the previous one was 27. We've only got to...
Oh, right, yeah, that's one I'm thinking.
I think we've only got into the 20s 3 times in 10 innings, so...
hey, look, 16.
16. This is giddy heights.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
The nervous 16s.
Yeah, exactly. That's just not down in leg side. And currently, I think this is the 4th highest opening partnership of the series.
Well, Sydney was good. It was 46 and 22. So there you go. It's not bad.
46. My God. 46 actually isn't a bad opening stand if you think you're only going to lose one of those wickets after. Well, you get to 46, you'd hope to have used up, 15, 20 overs?
Yeah, it wasn't enough to save Hamid.
No. Well, he was lucky in that 46 one. They both dropped in that 46 as well, I think. As Burns is... this is going to be our last over, by the way. Stark is in. Ooh, squares up. Burns again. Skews out. Maybe off the outside half the bat to line at point, and there's no run. It's starting to get light in London. 7:40.
Yeah, I can see the hills.
Run for them, Manny. Run for them.
They're a hell of a long way.
Was even that's the men? No, not you. Are you been in Mendips? Mendips?
No. No.
You're Exeter.
Heaven.
So what hills do you have in Exeter? That would be Exmoor.
That
They've got a
is
river.
Holden that I can see. Holden Hills. They're not very well known.
No, never heard of them. Stark in bowls full and clipped sweetly by Burns. England get to 20 without loss. My God, what's going on? And Burns moves into double figures. This is good news for England. He's in double figures. He might get to 30. He says optimistically. We'll give that a jingle.
Well, yeah.
It's me,
After
says she.
being run out.
It's me, says she.
I didn't see the run out. Did he run himself out or was he run out?
It was. I would say it was more Crawley's fault than Burns, but he didn't set off when he should have done, and he didn't dive.
Wow, that's his fault then. I'm sorry. If you set off slow and you don't dive, then you've got no one else but yourself to blame. Really, you've got to be alert. This is
Well, he reached, but he just could have thrown himself prostrate on the ground.
Should have done. Oh, flashed that though outside off stump. There's a big appeal from first slip. Carey doesn't go up. The bowler doesn't go up, and that's through to the keeper. And there's no run. That's Warner at first slip. Of course, he went up. Twat. Even his jingle says so. England 20 for none after 4.5. This is my last ball. I'll be back. I don't know when I'm back actually. England might be in when I get back.
You're back after tea.
I'm back after tea.
I bloody hope they're still in, Bear.
Well, they better do. That's only a session. They're bowled out in a session. That's it.
The three of us are on together for the penultimate session.
Hey.
Of the day. Well, it could be getting exciting then. England could be nearly all out, also looking to survive the day.
We'll be going, God, who'd have thought Burns and Crawley would still be in?
Well, exactly. If we're doing that, well, hey, things are looking good. That is it for us. Crawley will face the next ball. England face 10 overs or 9 overs because started.
See you later,
they're
guys.
20 for none. Yeah, I'm handing over to who am I handing over to? I think I saw Jack.
Me, I'm staying on.
So Paul Marshall's next then.
Yeah.
We have Steve Jones, Annie, and Jack Hope. Have fun, guys.
Thank you very much, Bear. Well done. Great commentary.
I'll read some tweets, shall I then, Steve?
Please do, Annie.
Paul Marshall says, nice fiver in catches behind the stumps for Billings. Did Butler get a fiver in this series? He was denied. Mark says, pay attention, Cricket Australia, and play more tests in Hobart.
Right. Well, there's a clue.
So they lose.
Anyway, Cummings has commenced the 6 over, bowling to Crawley. He just clips it to the very close in short leg there, and nothing very much happens after that. Dot ball. How are we this morning?
Well, I can't see Jack on my screen.
I can see him.
Well, I can't. Is he by his wallpaper or?
No, he's moved.
Oh, he's moved.
He's gone very plain, very
thought
plain
it
this morning, Annie. Cummins is in again, and this is firmly clipped through mid-on by Crawley. I suspect this is going to reach the boundary rope, and it does, 4-4.
There has disappeared, so there will be no jingle.
There will be no jingles, yes, it was a lovely shot.
So there is no jingle.
Yeah.
There you go.
Very deserving of a jingle.
It was
Yes,
actually.
it
It was a very,
was.
very classy shot. He is a classy looking player, Crawley, actually, when he gets going. That 77 in Sydney was a good knock, actually. So let's
I really enjoyed it.
hope we get something akin to that today.
We're rapidly going towards the highest scoring opening partnership.
Yes, I think we've gone past our third highest, haven't we now? So, that's a corker that splits Crawley always up outside his offside of his bat and goes through to the wicketkeeper. So jags away from him. It's a beauty, absolute beauty.
Yeah, still getting it to talk, isn't he, Cummins?
Yes.
He's beaten up a little bit by Wood.
Sounds like Woody had a good day today. Did he end up with 6 or was it just 5?
6, I think. 6 for 37.
6 was it? Good lad.
That's brilliant because he didn't have a great first innings, did he? So.
And he was going for 10 and over after 3, wasn't he? He's been Hoyt. Crawley's jabbed this out to mid-on, who's fallen over himself in the attempt to field it, but he does successfully. It's a dot ball. Crawley's moved on to 9. Burns into double figures. That's a rare occurrence for young Rory. He's sporting hair longer than yours, Annie.
Yeah, I know.
Is this a new fashion style of his? I've never seen him with his hair hanging quite like that.
Unstable. On my, I'm a bit unstable. My internet says it's a bit unstable, so I'm going in and out a little bit. So.
Well, we can hear and see. You don't worry. Again, he's clipped this into the onside, and it's fielded quite comfortably. Another dot ball.
Yes, no, I think he looks quite fetching with his hair down rather than this silly bun thing that they all.
You all go for, yeah.
Yeah.
Don't know why he just doesn't cut his hair, quite frankly. But anyway, I'm
Second
old.
best opening partnership now.
Second best, 24
Well, hey!
minutes.
We can do this. We'll just save it to the last innings of the series. That's all.
Again, this is down leg side, and it's just clipped away to the short square leg. Nothing happens. End of Cummings over. 3 overs, 0 for 10 England, 24 for 0 or 6.
We have a few YouTubers, so I'm going to just say hello to some of them. Zahid Shakil says, Burns, come on, Burns. And Asim Han says, England has a very achievable target. Favourites now. Well,
Don't put the mockers on it just yet.
and Rick Myfrap says, if Burns have been out and proud with a mullet from the get-go, he'd have been an Australian favourite. He should have just let it hang loose, man. And on Twitter, Frong says, drop Sydney or Perth off the list permanently. They want to stay in Hobart, obviously.
Yes. Well, we've never lost a test in Hobart, have we? This is outside off stump, first ball from Stark, and Burns has stroked this beautifully through the covers. I think they're going to pull it up. They were going to work in tandem, but in the end the fielder decides, no, I'll just pick it and throw it back. And they've come through for 3 more runs. England galloping to 27 for 0.
This is heady stuff, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? It's proper batting as well. Burns had one flash, didn't he, outside off stump, an over or so ago. But
So have you two been up already through the night, or is this your first stint?
No, alarm set for 7 o'clock.
Yeah,
in the shower. I have a list of chores to do this morning after this, so I better get ready now. I have to go to the dump. Council dump, I reiterate. Stark is in again, left arm over, again outside Crawley's off stump. He just nudges it into the covers, and it's a single. Yeah, we've had a lot of work done on the house, so things are being cleared up and rubbish all over the place. So it's been my 10th trip, I think, in about 3 weeks.
Oh God!
They know me now.
My son moved out yesterday, so.
Oh really?
Yeah. So we've
permanently, or just to go to uni?
No, permanently.
Oh.
Him and his girlfriend have moved into a house in Exeter.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Lovely part of the world, Exeter and Exmoor, must admit. A friend of mine lives down that way.
It is, it's lovely. The Holden Hill up there.
You were mentioning earlier on, I heard that bit. I was awake for that one, Annie. The Holden, not the men dips, as Bear was trying to suggest. Stark is in again, outside off stump. There's an appeal from first slip and wicketkeeper, and Stark is just sort of shrugging his shoulders. They might go for, given the first innings performances. Yeah.
I think it flicked the back pad. Or the back thigh pad on the
they've got 4 seconds, and I don't think they're they're not. They're declining it.
We'll probably find out he edged it now, won't
probably
we?
It's a feather, probably another feather. Yeah.
And we'll probably see Langer going.
Yes.
Bear's shaking his head and doesn't think there was any way edged.
Oh, we've got Bear back, so we've got Jingles back, folks. When we get the next 4, yeah, it doesn't look. No, there's nothing on hotspot. No,
a little bit on the trouser, I think. Just so it goes past there.
Well, they got that one right. Well done, Australia.
Bear, who was up at 2:30 this morning.
Yeah.
Poor Bear.
The last one, I think.
Mind you weren't on yesterday.
He wasn't, was
West
he?
Indies
We
days
were.
as well.
Knuckle was.
The Golden Series. Wake up at 12, Bear.
Stark in again. I think that. Did that touch his stumps? He paid
I think it leapfrogged them.
Yeah, it was not a very good committed forward defensive by Burns.
What is going on with our luck at the moment?
Backwards. So long as it hangs in, I don't mind.
Yeah.
Let's watch this again. So it bounces down. It's very. It is. Jack was right. It's just. Then bounces immediately behind the stumps. It was that adjacent to being a bold. Oh well, lucky boy.
It's a perfect parabola to get it over the top of the middle bail, isn't it? It's
you could be kind of say it was judged.
Yeah, you could be.
But it was luck, really. Stark is in again. He is pumped up now, I would have thought. And this one on Burns' legs, and he's clipped it away to the square leg boundary for a 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
England into the heady heights of the 30s with their opening stand in their a bid to achieve 271 to win the 5th and final Ashes Test. Getting quite exciting now.
For once in the series, I think something feels vaguely achievable.
What were we all out for in the first innings? 188? And he's in again. This one was down the leg side, and Burns has got a bit of a bat on that, nibbled it to a very fine leg. Up goes the umpire's leg to indicate another boundary.
2 + 2 is a remember.
12 from that over.
That's just proper stuff. I better get through some.
Please do.
Nestler says Sonic Youth's Kim Gordon summarising. That was me just recently. Apparently, Nestler thinks I am Kim Gordon, so that's fine by me. Josie Oak says the problem with Burns, he keeps edging the ball, so he needs a bat with no edges. That's a good shout. Jay Grover says I do work sometimes, mostly reading books. All my fortune was forged in the red heat of the Sheffield stock market. I recycle aluminium cans. How do Australians say aluminium? Do they say aluminium or do they say aluminum?
Aluminum, don't they?
Like
certainly the Yanks
Americans, yeah.
It's wrong, whatever they do.
It's just wrong, isn't it? Jay Grove says Annie will read some tweets. When Pangaea reformed. Look, don't be mean to me, Jay. Everyone's nice to me, all right?
Saint Annie, remember?
Yeah, Saint Annie. Ferron says biggest opening partnership for England this Ashes series, 1 for 46 from 19.2 overs, 116 ball. Thank you.
Well, we're going at a galloping 5 and over at the moment, off 7. There's a bowling change. Boland has come into attack. We'll jingle him up.
Boland, Boland, Boland. Here comes Scotty Boland. Boland, 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 Boland.
Messi Chase has confirmed it is aluminium in Australia. Well done, Australia.
That's what I like to hear.
Yeah, we're just watching the parabolic arc. It is a look at that. It's absolutely perfect.
I'd like to study that in maths.
Yes. An extraordinary moment that was. Good stuff. This one is on his legs from Boland to Crawley, and he's just clipped it away into the leg side. They've trotted through for a single. Yes, they have. They've taken one, moved the score on to 37.
Oh, they're getting close.
Yes.
What's best here? Scott Boland to destroy us now or later? Do you want the hope or not?
Is there a third option?
Can we have the
third option, which is never?
Not at
they're
all.
the options.
Oh, right.
Do you think he's going to?
Yeah, probably. But I think it's a question of whether he does it now or when we're seemingly cruising to victory in about 3 hours' time.
I don't know what's crueler.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing Bear Messers and Annie back on commentary, so I'll go for the latter. This is in homing in on
Crawley still in.
Yes. This one's homing in on Burns' stumps, but he's got the bat to this properly and punched it down the pitch, nowhere near his stumps. Survives another ball. 3 balls of Boland's first over so far. 1 run from it.
it's just nice to see both of them in still.
What's the record? 42.
46 for 46.
And again, it's slightly back of a length, and Burns has just parried it in front of him in effect, and short leg has just had to amble in to pick the ball up to field it.
It's interesting seeing his stance from the back.
Very. Well, it's definitely Rory Burns because it says so on the back of his shirt. That's
And he's got a very sticky out bottom.
and that long hair dangling all around outside his helmet. Yeah, that hit very high on the bat, actually. It was obviously something intrigued the Australian commentary team there. They wanted to watch that several times over. And Boland going round the wicket to the left-handed Burns. This one, he just shoulders arms through, ball goes through to Carey behind the stumps. Another dot ball. He's working up a sweat as Boland already, and he's only 5 balls in.
I've yet to see him smile.
Mm.
He's a very serious looking man.
Tells great jokes, apparently.
Does he?
I don't know. With a face like that, I hope he does, because he needs something.
He's just very serious looking, isn't he?
He is very. Well, he's at the dawn of his Test career, so I suppose he wants to
concentrate,
deal with it properly. He's in again, round the wicket, and Burns has come forward, raps him on the pads, and I don't think they're going to review this. They're coming together for a bit of a chat, but I think he was well outside off stump, wasn't he? And playing a shot, so coming round the wicket, it's going to be difficult for him to get that to be out, and they've agreed with us. So that's the end of Boland's first over. 1 run from it. England have progressed to 37 for 0 off 8. Anything on tweets and stuff?
Yeah, I was just saying, it looks to me like Cummings is relying on Smith a little bit on the decision making there, but there you go. Jay Grover says, I maintain Rory Burns is a dashing young man.
Well, he's young.
I think he's quite dashing.
Yeah, he's a good looking boy, actually.
Yeah. Farong is showing the moment that changed the test. Even Payne would have got that review correct for once.
Actually, the impact was in line, though. I was a bit surprised by, but it was going over the top, so it was a good decision not to review it.
Mog says, I did indeed do a Rory Burns cut your hair jingle, and the fucker didn't pay attention to it. I think he's talking to you, Bear.
Yeah, we need the
Rory Burns.
No, Rory Burns.
I think we should just jingle up, but because they've been in for so long, I think we need to jingle them again, because if they get to the record for this Ashes series, it's Cummings to continue. He normally goes for double changes, isn't he? But he's keeping himself on here, greedy boy.
I think I think we should hear the Burns haircut one at some point.
He's busy.
He's looking for
it. He's looking for it, good lad. The technology is there. He gets well forward out of his crease, Burns, there, just sort of showing the overhead shots of how he's playing his defensive shots.
I actually think he was very prematurely dropped on this tour. Bearing in mind who they kept.
Yes. This one's jagged away from Crawley and gone past his bat through to the keeper.
Yeah, but this is the problem with society today. One of the many problems with society today. We're so reactive. As soon as somebody's out for a duck, they're the most useless batsman in the world. Let's get back the one we thought was the most useless batsman last week. This is what happened.
Yeah.
It's fairly standard selection policy, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, he's no cricketing god, but I think he's proven to be the most adaptable England opener we've had since Cook.
And this one on his leg stump, and Crawley's just clipped this through mid-wicket for a beautiful boundary.
I think Crawley is Crawley plays some beautiful shots, and he's much nicer to watch.
Good player.
That looks really excellent, doesn't it? Just KP or Viv Richards striding down the wicket, flicking it through mid-wicket, all along the floor as well.
But the trouble is, they both have their failings.
The Achilles heels.
Achilles heels.
This one he's
Very good.
clipped away behind square on the leg side, and they've come through for 2, galloping along, 6 off the over so far. England into the heady stratospheres of the 40s.
We're
of the opening
nearly
partnership.
there. We are nearly there. Just imagine if we got to 50.
Celebrations in the changing room. God,
Yeah.
we'll go on for days.
Yeah.
Google win predictor has England at 38.5%.
Yeah, I think that's based on
What's the half?
What's the half?
That's the 50-50 bit. This one is beaten Crawley. He's waved his bat quite high in front of him, and it's just gone through to the keeper. And fortunately, didn't touch anything on the way through. So a dot ball. But yes, it jagged away from him. Actually, did beat him. Good ball from Pat Cummings, and Carey taking it to his left-hand side, very high. That was still going, that ball. A good crowd in today for it's still only the 3rd day of this test, the last innings. It's again on his pads and clipped firmly through.
Got the highest score.
Yep, 47 for naught. Well done, boys.
Kids can't listen and you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing the boundary, crossing the boundary.
We found the opening partnership for the series.
Yes. Come on, boys, let's get 50. That would be great. He plays that clip through the leg side very nicely, does Zach Crawley.
Yeah, they're showing the opening partnerships.
23,
4,
7, 4, 4, 7, 22, 46, 2, 47.
Not out.
With a star against it. Boland is continuing to his second over. Burns has pushed it back down the track, and Boland plays a bit of football, flicks it to the man at mid-off.
Jay Grover's saying that Hobart and Bramall Lane for all tests here in. Bramall Lane, that was my dad's favourite.
Sheffield, isn't it?
Yeah. My dad loved it.
It's not on the rotor at the moment, is it? Do you think?
No.
No. Long time. Neither's Headingley at the moment. But anyway, this one's more down the leg side, and Burns has just clipped it away to the man at sort of a deepish fine leg. Have they taken 2 or just the single there?
Just the single, yeah. Mog's saying he's confused if England openers are able to make double figures here. Why didn't they do it all the other games?
That's a fine question. The students will study that for years to come, I'm sure.
I would say, just to be devil's advocate slightly, that both of them could have been out 3 times by now.
Yes.
Played some nice shots, but it's not. It hasn't been completely plain sailing.
Cricket is a game of luck as well, isn't it?
There was that diving chance, which I think it was
Kawhi could have missed Crawley, but it wasn't a drop, no.
Yeah, but he did get a hand on it.
This one's pushed square on the offside by Crawley. There's no chance of a run, even though he made to go off. But
there are a few innings that people haven't given a chance for.
You need a bit of luck, though, don't you?
Yeah, definitely.
And in these conditions,
you need a lot of luck in this.
They have cashed in. To be fair, when the poor ball has come along.
As a member of the Openers Union, I fully support their doggedness here. So,
how much does it cost to join that?
I lapsed my membership about 40 years ago now, so I have no idea. It's Boland to continue, and Crawley is just let that go outside off stump through to the keeper.
I think it's 8 hours of your time and £10 a week at the moment, Annie.
Sorry?
I think it's about 8 hours of your time and £10 a week to join that.
7 of those hours are in the nets practicing, aren't they?
Oh dear. Jay Grover's saying he's sorry to hear about my empty nest. Do you keep the 28,000 Doctor Who books? No, he took them. He's taken all of his Doctor Who books.
Holland in outside off stump, punched away behind, square on the offside by Crawley, but the fielder is lurking. It's a dot ball. So he's a mad keen Doctor Who fan, your boy.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Who's his favourite Doctor Who then?
God, Paul McGann, yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
Paul McGann. Yeah, that's his
Not Mr. Pertwee, he was the one I remember. So
it is a bit before his time.
Right.
Pertwee,
Fair enough.
he likes them all though. Yeah, no, he's well.
Good lad. So Boland to complete his second over. This is sort of down leg stump, and Crawley sort of flashed his bat at it, got something on it, I think, to jag it away, enable them to take one run, leg buys in fact, and one short of that magical 50 opening partnership. England 49 for naught.
Nestle says boring golf fact about Holden Hill. On top of Little Holden is Teignmouth Golf Club. The course was designed by Alistair Mackenzie, who designed Augusta National Home to the Masters.
Oh, right.
Bloody hell, I didn't know that, Nestle. I think you're inventing that. I'm going to have to look that up. Does it have the azaleas there? That's what I want to know. Or is that a different ground?
No, it's azaleas. Yeah, it's famous for its azaleas.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
At the Masters.
Mog, to be fair to the idiot prick Americans, they do spell it the way they say it. Still wrong, but you British are to blame for letting them go.
Cummings is continuing his fifth over, 0 for 20 off the first 4 overs. Nothing happened with the first ball, very exciting. Dot ball.
They've got a rate here as well, England, aren't they? 49 off.
They've been going at 5 and 6 and over so far. That's they don't have to keep that up because, as Bear said earlier, I think they can get it at 1 and over, but the amount of time left in this game. This is in on his stumps, and Crawley's just deflected this into mid-wicket area. They come through for a single, and that is the first 50 opening partnership of the Ashes series.
And we were here for it.
Yes.
We delivered it, boys. Well done, and girls.
That was that was
Every man must be wondering what the hell to do, you know.
Yes, he's going,
I'm normally batting by now, come on.
He had a baby yesterday.
I hope his wife did.
Yeah.
How many? Is that his first, or is he got
I don't know, it was 6 weeks early though.
Oh really?
Oh, right, so he wasn't being an old school man and continuing to play cricket. It was his baby.
It was early, yeah.
He was getting his priorities right, Jack. The old misogynistic ways continue, you know. Pat Cummings charging in to belter Rory Burns, moves across his stumps, ball's quite high outside off stump, he just jags it away to the gully area, no run.
It's interesting from Australia, we were just talking about the scoring rate there, they've not really changed the field to try and slow that down. They've still got 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, and sort of a tight ring. I think the only boundary fielder is a fine leg.
It's a field that says they don't think England can make 271, isn't it? Right?
Basically that, yeah.
Very much, but also, you know, do they really care how fast or slow we get it? And if we're going for the shots, then we're more likely to get out, aren't we?
As we've demonstrated in most of this series.
Yeah.
A firm forward defensive from Burns, pushed into the cover, and it's fielded quite comfortably, no run.
We only need 221 more runs.
That's still more than we got in the first innings, though.
Or in most of our innings.
Most of our innings, yes. So actually, we will go through the whole of this series with outscoring 300.
300, yeah, I know. It's interesting, that, isn't it?
Yes, you're not going to win series if you bat like that, is it? Anyway, Cummings is in again. This one's beaten Burns outside his offside. That ripped and roared away from him as a beauty. Taken comfortably by Carey behind the stumps. This is a much tidier over from Cummings. He went for 10, I think, off the last over, and he's had Burns being very, very careful in this over.
Well, he needs to be.
Rocking look.
Yes.
He's looking a bit agitated. He's looking agitated.
It's last test, probably.
Okay. They heard you, Jack. They've posted square leg deep to the boundary.
Oh, here comes the bouncer.
It's not. It's a firmly played ball outside off stump, and he's ended up playing that to mid-on, where diving Mitchell Stark has fielded it with a little twinge in his back from the look of it.
Yeah, just at the end of the bloody series, of course.
So successful run chases highest in Test versus Australia. We did 362 for 9 once, apparently, in 2019.
Are these all ours?
These are all those. 1903, 194 for 5 in Sydney and 95.5 overs. See, they almost did a run of ball in that.
Are we due a change?
Yes, I think we are.
Yes, after now or after this?
Don't mind, I'm staying on either way.
I'm staying on, and
I'm
Ryan,
not
I think, is
staying
coming
on.
in. Yeah.
Should I be going then? Shall I go?
Yeah, I think Brian's in, isn't he? Yeah.
Oh, Brian's
says yes.
in the house. Yes.
Sorry, Brian.
It might be because it's an hour and a half into the session. They sometimes have like little micro
Bye,
drinks
everyone,
breaks.
and hello, Brian.
See you later, Annie. Yeah.
See you later, mate.
Normally, I wouldn't want to kick anybody out of this, but it's 3:10 in the morning here, and I figure if I'm going to get on, I may as well get on it. Let's go.
Good morning, Brian. We haven't met before, but good to see you.
We haven't, but good morning, Steve.
Yes.
How are you?
Where are you, Brian?
I'm in Philadelphia, where it is 13 degrees Fahrenheit right now.
1-3.
Yes.
Scott Boland in. He strikes Crawley on the pad, who was going down the wicket looking to flick into the leg side. It looked in line, and Boland really likes it. I think maybe doing.
And Cummings does his running here. Look.
Maybe a bit high. I don't know. They're certainly thinking about it. He's got his arms poised, and he goes
just in time.
Yeah, ballpark Brian. That's what we call him.
So what do we think? It's a question of height here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Height might be a bit of a problem. It strikes him below the knee roll, doesn't it? But I did think he was on the move, and we've seen from the side-on angle that he is a fair way out of his crease.
Did he get outside? I don't think so. No.
I think this must be high. Yeah, I said knee roll.
Umpire's call, I think.
Yeah, and
And
we
maybe
can also
going over
see
down leg.
I was going to say that as well. You can see off stump actually in the front on camera angle, which is usually a good indicator that the ball
I think
might
at
be
best it's going to be
down.
umpire's call here.
Yeah, probably worth asking the question though, considering ones they haven't. Let's have a look at this. It is wickets umpire's call, just shaving the leg bail. One of those ones as a batter you'd say good decision ump. You can't be sure that's hitting the stumps, I don't think.
But hey, I was right. It was umpire's call.
Yeah,
it was. Yeah,
yep. We called it.
It's pretty good for a Seppo.
The first ball of your session as well, Brian. Right on the button. Well done.
I know, right? I know. Listen, I was sitting here, so I think I should get some credit for the 50 partnership.
Well done.
Absolutely, yeah.
We're all grabbing the credits here, Brian. Don't we?
Brian, are you up early or are you up late?
Yeah, 3:10.
I'm up late. I mean, I did one earlier at 1:40. I was like, I'm just going to stay awake.
Fair enough. Boland in, Crawley defends into the offside. Dot ball.
I'm going to be a bear tomorrow, though. I'll tell you what.
Will you be in the office?
Well, it's Sunday, so I shouldn't be. But we don't anticipate nothing happening anyway because we're supposed to get 8 inches of snow tomorrow. So. Yeah.
I was working on the basis that I'm on Sunday, so tomorrow's Monday. But
it's the other way around.
Yeah. The sun's up here, Brian. So.
It is.
Yeah, it is.
Bright. The foggy haze has dissipated as well.
It was very foggy.
Tickles it into the leg side. I think it might have been pad. It might have been bat. It's going to be a quick single. Barely gets off the strip, but there's nobody in.
It was
tight on the leg
pad,
side. Leg by. Yeah.
I mean, the good news is I've managed to watch portions of all 3 AFL women's matches today, in addition to watching this. So hey, if you're going to stay up late, watch a shitload of sport.
It's a great Saturday of sport. Yeah, there were 2 NFL playoff matches, weren't there?
I watched parts of those too. So yeah, a lot of sport today.
Who won what today in the NFL? Because it's the wild cards, isn't it?
Yeah, the Bengals won their first playoff game in 31 years, and the Bills obliterated the Patriots.
The New England boys. Well,
good.
Boland in and Burns defence. Stout defence from Burns. No run.
Eagles play at 1 o'clock tomorrow, so that'll be fun.
Yeah, I might watch this evening's games, I think, or game.
The big North London rivalry has been called off today, so Knackle and I won't be at loggerheads over that. So.
I think that's brilliantly played by Arsenal. That wasn't it? I don't know that anyone's got COVID, but they managed to somehow call the game off. Boland in, Burns defends, no run. Or maybe they've got one player with COVID and a few injuries and a few people at the African Cup of Nations.
They've got quite a few there, haven't they, actually?
Yeah.
A whole team's worth, I think, is over there.
Yeah.
All lads.
Here, let's get caught up a little bit. Jay Grover saying, I'm still confused, went to the shop for 5 minutes, and England were still batting on return. It's twisting my melon, man. Let's see. Jay Grover, if we get past 50, never mind. Go ahead.
Boland in, and Burns has a little drive at that, but finds the man at mid-off. There will be no run. End of the over, 51 for no loss. 220 to win. Carry on, Brian.
My apologies, Jack. I thought that was the end of the over, but I obviously can't count the 6. Jay Grover says, I'd love to see cricket in Sheffield, but it turns out we're all racist tossers. Vaughn Pate and Abbeydale, though. Oh, wait, never mind. He also said if we get past 50, I'd neck 3 double vodkas and something while doing a crossword. Let's see. Aluminum is correctly pronounced the American way, says Mayank, because there is no I before the second U. He's correct. And we're back to play with Jack Oak.
Here is Pat Cummins to Crawley. Drops into the offside and they set off for a quick single. Very easily made on that occasion as Lyon. Doesn't quite swoop in, let's say, to get to that one.
And Jay just... a 50. Okay, I'm going to have to put the blinds up and turn the nose against the wall now. Give us a mo. Just to finish the thought.
We haven't heard too much from Jay on my stints during this Ashes series.
He's the only one. I think he's the only one awake at this point. Well, that and Mayank, who's right down the road from me in Delaware, he's awake too.
I always wonder with Jay whether he lives the lifestyle that he purports to live, or is actually, a gentle, let's say, middle-aged man. Likes his Yorkshire tea and scones. Bear's shaking his head. He thinks it's the rock and roll lifestyle, but
that's a very firm yes from Bear.
There's a little field change here. We've got short leg in, 3 slips, gully, point mid off as Cummins is in, and it's knocked to that short leg, who's just backward a square there. There will be no run. I think that means there's probably a couple of boundary riders now, maybe taking the pressure off the England batters a little bit.
The run rate's certainly slowed down a little bit here, isn't it, for the last 2 or 3 overs? Bit of a squeeze.
That's the thing Boland's managed so well in his matches as well. It just doesn't go for runs.
No, his economy rate's been excellent, hasn't he?
Yeah, in the first innings, pretty much everybody, all the Australian bowlers were sort of 3.5, 4.5, 5 and over, as Cummins is in and he goes past Burns' outside edge, but there is no edge, so he lives to fight another day. And then Scott Boland 2.3 with 6 maidens from his 14 overs, which was decent going. Useful if you're a captain, isn't it, to be able to.
Yeah, first innings he went for 2.3 and over, and snappled a wicket as well. It's a good combination, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
That sort of thing a captain likes in a bowler. So. Economy and wickets. It's a dangerous combination.
Burns faces up, little head twitch, and he knocks this one into the leg side. It goes very wide of mid-wicket, or very straight of mid-wicket. They'll come back for, I think, 3 runs here, as the fielder, Mitchell Stark, runs round to collect. I don't think that's where he wanted it to go, Steve, but it's...
I don't think so, no. It all counts. That's all we were worried about. Pacing each other quite nicely. Burns 22, Crawley 23, equal split of the strike, so a shared partnership, you might say.
Yeah. No,
England looking confident in the changing room, look at that.
There's most of them aren't even in whites.
I think it's the backup boys, isn't it?
Yeah, it probably is. It's looking good though, as Cummins is in. Oh, and he hits Crawley in the stomach. Crawley looking for the pull shot, and the ball did not quite get up as high as I think he thought it would. cannons into his
midriff.
Lower,
Yes.
midriff.
Right in the guts.
Doesn't look too hurt. Maybe he's wearing a chest protector of some description. Let's have another look.
Yeah.
Oof, not there, I don't think.
The belly button.
A little bit of variable bounce there.
It didn't really come on, that one.
No. He sets up though. No delay in the game, and Cummins is in. Crawley defends. It goes into the leg side for a single. 56 at the end of that over, and we'll go over to Brian, Ballpark Brian, with the tweets.
Ravi Nair, we got to explain that to Steve in a minute. Ravi Nair says that we're not allowed to swap commentators until we win. Sorry, Annie. Pranjal Messi fan saying, "Hi, Jack. Nice to see you with Gorilla Cricket." He also wants to know why Burns plays the ball so late. Mayank says England should ask Cricket Australia if they can play another 5 Test Ashes right away. Maybe they'll actually play competitively. Mog wants me to say aluminum. There you go. Hombre Nuevo saying good morning, wonderful Gorilla Cricket. On the not getting 300 in any of the matches in this test, have we ever done that in our breakoff?
Boland in, defended by Crawley. Do you want to finish that one, Brian?
Yeah, not getting 300 in any of the matches in this test. Have we ever done that in the Ashes before? And also, have we ever won a 5-match test against any country with never scoring over 300 in an innings?
Well, there's some questions. We have only really played 5-match series against Australia until sort of the war, and then the West Indies got a few, didn't they? Probably done South Africa once or twice.
Somebody wake up Knackle.
And India.
Yeah, we need Knackle, don't we?
Boland's in, and that goes into the leg side from Crawley, no run. And I can't imagine that we've won a test series, a 5-match test series since the war, when batting was better than back in yesteryear, without scoring 300. Maybe one of the first Ashes series. Some of them were quite low scoring affairs, I think. David Milan is on camera, not batting yet. Which is pretty impressive. Brian, after this ball, you'll have to explain to Steve and people at home why ballpark Brian.
Yes.
As Boland is in, flicks down the leg side. It's going to go fine. This will be a challenge for fine leg, and he won't get there. That's 4 runs to Crawley.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I suppose we should be dreaming about a century opening partnership here, boys.
Yes, definitely. That's what we should do. Escalate this, and why not double 100?
Let's get our Australian friends worried, shall we?
Sure. Give them a bit of a spot of bond, yes. I mean, the way things have been going in this series, it would definitely be against the grain. But, I mean, it's I don't know. This has been a weird test with just the way that the different conditions and the lead up to it and all this other stuff. So I feel like that would be apropos at this point.
I'm rather sort of hoping that England have taken a leaf out of South Africa's book in their series against India, where second and third test they've, despite fairly poor scores, I'll break off.
Boland in, defended by Crawley. We've lost a slip, by the way, down to 2 now, which is a win for England.
You go to the store, get a doer.
So follow South Africa's example against India, where it was fairly low scoring first 3 innings, and then score somewhere in the 200s, which looked quite difficult when they set out, and they breezed them both times. So maybe England are going to win by 7 or 8 wickets here, boys.
Well, look, it could happen, couldn't it? All results are possible at this point in time. Boland in, he goes past Crawley's outside edge, completely squared him up there. Good bowling. Crawley lucky to live.
So Boland's gone for his first boundary in his 4th over.
God, that's a
it's a cork of that ball, isn't
it? Brute of a delivery.
You do well to miss those, don't you?
Yeah. We did. I reckon once this gets down to 170-ish, if England have got 8 wickets left, I'll start to think this might be possible. Crawley defends, no run. And that's the end of the over. 60 for no loss, 211 to win. Brian.
All right, I'll read these and then I'll tell the story. So Mayank also saying that just like we have Monday off because it's Martin Luther King's birthday. So that's a federal holiday here, a bank holiday, if you will. Jay Grover saying sun's up and Sheffield is still grey and mist sodden. Thankfully, no chance of getting snowed in. Middle finger to you, but in the nicest possible way. Spellfiery says there is something special in the air, isn't it? Years change, and so do the forces. England win this today? ? And Mayank is staying up with me out of sympathy. I decided I will share in your struggles and stay up as well. Got to represent the Delaware Valley. And there's more to read, but we'll break off. So the story goes is back in October I did. I think it was one of the playoff matches for the IPL, and Sunil Narain hit his first 3 balls for 6. I'll break off.
It's Green in. We'll have his jingle at some point as well. Defended by Burns, no run.
I was waiting for the jingle.
Burns was waiting for you.
Oh, okay, he was waiting for me.
Green in, and that's beautifully driven by Burns. Driven on the up, and it will just make it into the rope, I think. I think he saved it. A sliding, I think that's Travis Head.
They're going to check that, aren't they?
Says he hooks it back, or Labuschagne rather.
Here's calling it a 4.
Yeah, I think Labuschagne's puppyish enthusiasm has maybe sold this. Let's have a look. He gets his hand to it. Wow, just as it hits the rope, I think.
His fingers on the rope, so that's a thought.
Great effort, and it's inches away. He does a great job of flicking it back immediately as well. That will be 4 runs.
Great guns, I hit the ball. 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
It's an excellent effort, wasn't it, by Labuschagne, I have to say.
Yeah.
That's a standing ovation worthy. Just laying your body out and doing that. It amazes me how much cricket players slide. It's almost like they hydroplane. But I imagine the length of the grass is kind of conducive to that, I guess, as well as the material of the pants they wear.
And the watering.
Yeah, actually, if you ever walk around a cricket outfield, they are often quite wet, or the soil is quite soft. If you go along to a county championship match at the Oval or whatever, sometimes they let you on at lunch and tea. You have a walk around, and it's surprising.
Be the real ones, not what they have here.
He
was awarded a 4 in the end, anyway. So.
Yeah,
no run.
Rightly so.
So Sunil Narain hit 3 6s off his first 3 balls for KKR, and in the post-mortem of that, I said, he took his first 3 swings out of the ballpark, so to speak. And Tony liked that a lot, and Jack was on the call too, and they both. So that became Ballpark Brian, yeah.
Green in and pass Burns outside edge. David Warner's going ballistic at first slip. I don't think Carey liked this initially, and I'm not sure Green did. I don't know. I don't know whether they'll go up for this one. I mean, it looks like they're going to. Yeah, it looks like they have gone. We'll see. Burns is walking somewhere towards Crawley. Even if they've edged it, they never walk off, do they? They hang around.
I was definitely in. Were you definitely in? I don't know.
We'll see. David Warner loved it. Carey was interested. I don't think Cameron Green's appealed until he saw the cordon go up.
He looks a little bit bemused even now, doesn't he, Green? So.
He's a constant state of bemusement, I think, Green. It's a good delivery. Arrows in at Burns. It looks to me like there is daylight there as it goes past the bat. It's obviously we're looking at that from quite a long way away, so we'll need.
Green did appeal actually. He was
look
on it.
Let's have a look. There's nothing on the hotspot.
No.
It's
on
not
pad or bat or anything. So
it's not a total reprieve. Sometimes the edge is thin enough. There's nothing there at all on Snicko. It's very strange that they went up. They really thought it was out as well. But there's very little to. I mean, as Steve, as you were saying, it hasn't flicked the pad. It's not bat on pad.
I don't know what noise they heard, but
and there was no deviation. You could tell it just flew straight in, straight as a flatulent moth, so to speak. But,
really strange.
Yeah.
Maybe someone in the crowd, fell over into some bins or.
It is late in the day. They're allowed to.
My God, that was the sound of a pig fainting.
They're taking a long time to get this not out, considering it really. We've had 3 different ways of this being confirmed not out.
Well,
you can visually see it's not hit the bat. Yeah. We've had Snicko, we've had hotspot.
The umpire gave it not out in the first place, so it's not really a lot to.
Yeah. And they're still going back and forth.
That's not out.
Still going back and forth. Maybe they're not sure what the noise was, and they're trying to find out themselves.
I mean, there's definitely something. If you look at it on Snicko, there's some sort of wave there, and I think they're trying to figure out what that is. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, you do sometimes get a little bit of
flat when it goes past
interference or whatever it is on Snicko when it passes very close to the bat. Not out. Correct decision. I think that was probably
well done, umpire.
an inch or so from the bat. Yeah. Well done, umpire. And it's better to take a minute making sure the decision's right than 30 seconds and get it wrong. So we will be back underway once Green gets the top of his mark. A disappointed Green, no doubt. Sporting number 42 on his shirt. Tosses the ball from his right arm to his left, and he will begin his long, reasonably lumbering run-up, I would say. From round the wicket to the left-handed Rory Burns, who drives elegantly, but straight to Labuschagne at cover, who fields, so there'll be no run.
Yeah, it's not Michael Holding-esque, is it, that run-up?
No, there is a lot of him, though.
Yes, there was a lot of Michael Holding, as I remember as well.
Yeah, that's true.
More upwards than outwards, but
last delivery in the over. England on 64. Green in. Rory Burns drives to mid-off. There will be no run. 207 to win for England. I reckon there'll be 2, maybe 3 overs before the dinner break or the tea break or whatever the break is next. Brian.
Janet Hopper is with us. Imagine the utter shock at waking up on a lazy Sunday morning, putting Gorilla Cricket on just in case the tail is still wagging. Only to find England openers have made 50. It's a good job I was lying down. Jake Grover saying, I am a gentle middle-aged man who likes his Yorkshire tea. I could probably drink Alan Bennett under the table, but Pranjo Messi fan says 67% control 67% control percentage of Rory Burns. And Jay Grover says, I'm intrigued now. Do you think I could start a lifestyle magazine? Mayank with a good statistic. Only 2 times England has scored less than 300 in Ashes of 4 tests or more. The first ever one in 1882-83 and in 1958-59.
I was just born.
My dad was 12.
Boland in, left alone by Crawley outside off stump.
I don't remember it. That's the point I was making.
Well, my dad wasn't a cricket fan, so I don't think he would have remembered it either. Although I'm teaching him whenever he comes by, I happen to have a match on. I explain to him because he's a huge baseball fan, and I say, listen, they're 2 different sports, but if you understand one, you can understand the other.
Floodlights on in Hobart. Still some natural light around, but we can see 4 shadows around the players on the pitch at this point. As Crawley leaves, no run.
There are 4 lights. All you Star Trek fans out there.
I think I like it's aesthetically pleasing, the 4 directional shadow.
It seemed to me, I remember back in the days when video games become more realistic, and that was one of the ways you could tell was does it have the 4 shadows underneath of
Yeah. Boland in once more. Crawley into the leg side off his hip. It will run towards the rope, and there will be no one to intercept it. He must have timed that very sweetly.
Beautiful shot.
Barely flicked at it. 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I'd like to see Crawley's shot map actually, because I suspect 70-80% of his runs have come on the leg side.
Yeah, I wonder.
Very strong there.
I wonder whether he's looked at his game a little bit and put away some of the booming drives as Boland's in outside off stump left alone by Crawley, because he did get into trouble, didn't he, over the sort of last 12 months, fishing around, nudging at balls, 4th and 5th stump, or 5th and 6th stump really. And when he's been beaten here, he's been generally beaten by a good ball that he had to play at, I'd say, Steve.
Yeah, I agree with you entirely there, yeah. I can only think, time might be only one rash shot, and that was Burns having a slash at a short one outside off stump. But other than that, they've batted properly, I think is what we used to call it.
Crawley faces up. It's a full delivery from Boland, and he defends it to point with a slightly open bat face. No run.
My God, with me, he got to 70, boys.
Yeah. We're good. Well, we're well on course for the doubling of the.
I quite liked Messi's Australian defence. The degree of worry in a dead rubber is pretty minimal.
I tell you what, though, from England's point of view, 3-1 looks a hell of a lot better than 5-0, and I think that's what everyone thought we were on track for a few weeks ago. So if they can, it's still 203 runs away. Let's check ourselves a little bit. Boland in and Crawley defends towards cover. If they can register a slightly fluky, fortuitous, well fought win here, then you'd probably say it's a par away Ashes series from an England point of view. Brian, what's on social?
Jay's saying, in Not a Century Open partnership, I can't wank any more, and the gnomes are getting suspicious.
You don't have to read everything out.
Oh God, no! I didn't realize as I started to come across that word, I was like, shit, I shouldn't have said. Farang taking us in a different direction. Bangladesh take on England in 4.5 hours time in the U19 at ODI. UAE and Canada are the other teams in the group. Mog saying if England go on to win this test, they still got fucked in the series and shouldn't be embarrassed with their efforts. Everybody yanks aluminum, also yanks helium, lithium, beryllium. Yeah, no, go. You talk, Jack.
He's played on, I think. Green gets one jump out the pitch, and Burns, who was trying to leave, has managed to deflect it onto his leg stump. That is a very unfortunate way to go for Rory Burns, who looked like he'd settled down at the crease. Wicket for Australia. I think they'll be walking off here, won't they?
They look like it, yeah. Just the last over of the day.
Or the session. Session. Burns trying to leave. Hits the toe of the bat. Pings down onto middle stump. Green celebrates the wicket. Disappointment for England, and the dreams of the Century Partnership are over, Steve.
Yeah. Oh well, and bluntly as well.
Put it away, Jay.
Yeah. That is disappointing, but they've given it's a
good
start,
start.
Isn't
That's
it?
what we needed, and we haven't had anything like this in the series. So let's hope the middle order can respond accordingly.
I mean, there's hope, and it's definitely a lot better. Listen, 68 for 1 is a lot better than 7 for 3. You know, and so, but I mean, it's positive, and you need to take something positive out of this series, other than almost losing in the fourth one. In the fourth one, they were 1 wicket away from this being a complete whitewash heading into this last test. So,
I'll quickly summarise the day, and then Steve, if you've got any final thoughts, we'll head to you before the intermission. In Australia, they started today 3 wickets down, and looking to build a decent score, but it was the Mark Wood show. He dismissed Steve Smith, Scott Boland, Travis Head, Mitchell Starc, and Pat Cummins in the course of the afternoon and early evening session, to bowl Australia out for 155. Only Alex Carey offering any meaningful resistance with 49 from 88. He'll be a little bit disappointed to miss out on a 50. Then it's been England, and contrary to what we have seen in the series so far, England have looked reasonably competent.
Yeah, I think we should say well done to Crawley and Burns. It's been positive.
Yeah.
They've scored at quite a good lick, and they batted properly, as we've been saying all the way through. It's the batting on a pitch that's doing a little bit. Hopefully the shine's coming off the ball a little bit now, and it'll be a bit easier, and the middle order can capitalise and move forward.
Yeah, it's obviously disappointing, but 68 for 1 is an okay start to things. England require 203 from 2 days and a session's worth of cricket, with 9 wickets in hand. Yeah, so Brian, Steve, any final thoughts before?
No, let's keep our fingers crossed.
You want me to catch really quickly up on social media before I depart? Just have a few tweets here. Peter Ward saying Milan and Root will be absolutely crapping themselves at the prospect of seeing an old ball. Can they bat in those conditions? We can leave that for later. Leah, good morning, Leah. People that use Fahrenheit to describe the temperature should be smacked with an aluminum rod. To each their own. Farong, England to win by 10 wickets. Well, you can blame Farong for that wicket. Mog saying what a shite review, missed the bat by a mile. I agree. Jay Grover saying I once went out with a primary school teacher, took her for a weekend in Nottingham. We had half a day at the county cricket, her request, and she got obsessed with the outfield's capacity for growing cress. The relationship did not last, and I was very confused. Hey guys, Kevin Williams saying, hey guys, would Snicker... No, I'm not going to finish that one.
Thinking.
Let's see. Jay Grover, is the Brian interview up on Patreon yet? Because Lord, I love that man. You'll have to ask Messi. I'm not sure what the order is. He also says, I believe we must check ourselves before we wreck ourselves. That's me. Leia, Chain of Command, who played several roles in the movies, including a drunk with a fondness for three-breasted cat hookers. I love Leia, but I don't understand her sometimes. And Jay Grover saying, sweet.
Germany.
No, I'm not going to say that either. Whatever it was, he can put it away now. And hello to everybody on YouTube. I'll let whoever is taking over for me in the next session gabber on about them. But we love you on YouTube as well. And I'm going to bed.
Good idea.
Have a good sleep, Brian. Bear, what have we got?
Well, we're going to go back to the beginning. We're going to give you the Jingle Ashes because, well, I can't think of anything else. We've played everything else millions of times, so we might as well play this again too. Plus, it's timeless. So here you go.
Okay, boys. See you soon.
See you later.
Go with the tip.
Yeah. Bye for now.
Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Guerrilla Cricket.
Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket, the Jingle Ashes. It's a simple idea. We are going to decide who will win the Ashes based on the proven scientific and statistical method of voting for each player's jingle.
The Jingle Ashes, Jingle Ashes, Jingle Ashes, Jingle Ashes. Which nation has the better theme tunes? We all want to know which treble has the best song. Jingle Ashes, the Jingle Ashes. This'll be more fun than watching cricket matches.
2 teams of 11 cricketers have been selected for England and Australia, and matched head-to-head will play each pairing. Then our guests will vote as to which is the best jingle. In the event of a tiebreaker, either the chairperson will decide, or there will be a tiebreaker question along the way. Of course, we will chat about the series coming up. I'm Tony Bishop, your umpire for this evening, and more importantly, let's meet our teams. First, batting and bowling for Australia, the voice behind Can't Bowl, Can't Throw podcast, it's Cricket Back, Kat. Hello, Kat.
Hello there. I'm not batting at all. I only bowl, so I'm afraid I'm limited there.
Oh, well, we are delighted you are with us. And let me see, who else do I have down here? A prodigal gorilla, one of the heroes of Malahide. He then went on walkabout for a few years. Whether he was naked like Jenny Agutter, we may never know. It's Sock!
Hello guys, hi Tony, how are you?
I'm really good. Welcome back, Sock.
Thank you.
And finally, it's Gorilla's own tribe elder, our patriarch of Perth, Messy Jez.
G'day, Tony. I'm just so relieved to hear that Sock's Australian accent hasn't been dulled by his time in the UK.
No, Jez.
It's great to hear him back.
Well, there you go. So that is your Australian team for the evening. Opening for England, the patron saint of county cricket and best friend to the stars, it's St Annie.
Good morning. You're bloody lucky I'm up at this time. You know, I say
that every morning.
This heady lifestyle I'm leading at the moment.
Right. Well, there we are. Now, next for England, a man whose musical expertise quite simply cannot be described. Co-founder of the Cricket Podcast. It is, of course, Jack Hope.
That's quite the billing you've given me there, Tony.
Well,
unplumbable depths of musical knowledge. Nice.
To which you will undoubtedly live up. And of course, who else? He was due to be in winter hibernation, but he will awake throughout the long winter nights to keep our show on the road during the Ashes. It is, of course, the Bear.
Good morning, folks.
Well, there you go. That is your team. That is your lineups. 11 players, 11 pairings for England and Australia. We're going to play the jingles very quickly. You just got to bet. I've got to go around the room and we'll chat as we go. Now, who are we going to have opening up? Our first pairing, pretty conventional, no surprises. We're going to match the mustachioed stairwell Australian, David Warner, against the man of Epsom in Surrey, Rory Burns. Bear, which order did you want to play him in?
Well, I thought we would have a toss, but we're not going to. So we're going to start with Australia.
Yeah, they're at home.
Australia are at home, so they go first. So we have Davey Warner.
He's quite good with a bat. He's got a student star. He's short and he's fat. He's got a student star. He's a bit of a twat. He's got a student star. David Warner's got a student star.
And he's up against Mr. Rory Burns.
On county roads, he scores tons, but in tests, struggles for runs. Rory Burns, palmy batsman, send him home to county roads. Send him home.
Well, I think we should probably start with our Australian guests in here. Kat, I'm going to start with you. Who gets your vote on that one?
Well, I think Rory Burns gets my vote because that is a glorious parody there of that song. But also because the Warner moustache thing, I mean, all of the Australians have shit-house moustaches these days. You can't just pinpoint Dave Warner. So I feel like that song's lost its relevance. So I'm definitely with Rory Burns.
Oh, a song that lost its relevance. We need the punk of jingles to sort of wake up the jingling
He's still a twat, though.
Well, fair enough.
Oh, there you go, you see. That's why he gets my vote.
It's accurate, yeah. And the
So
rest
let me
of them
come
aren't
to
so
you forward,
twattish, so you're right there, Annie.
Well, there you have it in a nutshell. Messers, I'm going to come to you next.
I'm going to go with Rory Burns too. Actually, I agree with Kat, and it's just a great jingle. I'm not really familiar with, and I love it. So, Burns for me.
All right, and bringing up the Australian
I'm
rear.
going with Davey Warner. Sorry, guys, but and Kat's comment, it is a shithouse moustache, and somebody like I have been home for like the last 6 summers, and having to watch him in the Big Bash when it first appeared, it was just like, what the fuck is that? That is terrible. I like the jingle. It's to the point. I'm going with Davey Warner.
Fair enough. Okay, let's move on to the England team. Let's start with St Annie. What have you got? What's your answer, St Annie?
I'm a country girl. So I'm John Denver all the way. I'm going to go for Rory Burns.
There was a song, Country Girl, by Manchester band. Who am I thinking of there?
You're thinking of Charlatans.
No, I wasn't, but okay.
But there is a song by Charlatans called
It'll come to me.
Country Girl.
It'll come to me when I'm not thinking about it. Jack, where's your money?
I'm going with Rory Burns. I prefer the Toots and the Maytals version of Country Roads, to be honest. But yeah, it's a better tune. The David Warner. I mean, I've taken a different route here. I'm picking the jingle that is most orally pleasing to me, rather than bringing the crickets into it. And I think it's just a better tune, isn't it?
Oral pleasure then is obviously going to be your way forward. Bear, what have you got?
Well, yeah, I mean, we did find that Country Roads one, and we hadn't played it before, as we were searching for jingles with Messi the other day. And I do like it, but Warner's jingle is one of my favourites, because it just sums up Warner perfectly.
So you're actually going to open a show voting for an Australian?
Yeah, I know. It's the problem with jingles. The problem with jingles is it's not necessarily on who you like. It's what the jingle says, and I think it's a classic. So yeah.
Well, it was, I'm afraid, by that stage, the jingling equivalent of a dead rubber, because your vote
my
is
vote
not,
didn't count. That's all right.
going to stop. Rory Burns winning that by 4-2. So that's one. We're doing it. It's match play though, so it's just one win for England on that one. I'm going to ask you the tiebreaker question anyway before we move on. The tiebreaker question was, anyone can shout out the answer. How many times has Stuart Broad dismissed David Warner in Test cricket?
About 17.
17. One more guess.
Ooh, 11.
18. Jack, what did you have there?
14.
It's actually 12. It's actually 12. There you go. All right.
Nearest the pin. Hopefully it'll be 22 by the end of this series. That's I doubt I'll get to 22, because if he gets them out in the first 3, he'll probably be dropped, won't he?
Bloody lucky it wasn't a tie break then, isn't it?
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
It was going to be nearest.
No, nearest. Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
All right. Anyway, so let's move on to the second pairing. We have none other than Stephen Smith, vice captain again. Suddenly he's back with a bit of power in his hands, and he is going to be up against Dawid Milan. There, I don't mind which order you play. I'm just getting them rolling.
Just stand still. Stop playing with yourself. Oh, it's very unsightly. Stop fiddling about. Stop playing with yourself. Oh dear. You look a bit mental. Stop playing with yourself. Keep your hands to yourself. Stop being stupid. Oh. Stop playing with yourself. You will go blind.
Oh, there we go. Right, so let's start with England this time. I'm going to.
Hold on, we haven't had the old one.
We haven't had the second one.
Introducing the next generation David.
That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name.
Dawid Milan, congratulations.
Right, Bear, why don't you kick us off on that one?
Australia are winning, aren't they, really? I mean, that's another classic jingle about Steve Smith. It says everything you need to know about him. He fidgets a lot, and he's really irritating. And it's done in a very good, stylish way. So I'm going to have to go with Piggy Smith.
All right, so that's one for Mr. Smith. Annie.
I'm with you, Bear. Right, that makes me laugh a lot. That one.
Yes.
It is a little bit on the long side, I have to say, but so are his innings. So what the hell? We'll go for Steve Smith.
There we go. And Jack.
I think it's going to be 3-0. I will say, I don't know if I love the jingle. It's like Park Life went wrong.
Yeah, a little bit.
And yeah. But Steve Smith, it was the better jingle.
Life went wrong. You're now trying on purpose, aren't you, to throw in as many musical references to prove me wrong that actually there is an encyclopedic music knowledge lurking in there. I did have a question for you, actually. The cricket podcast. You did tell me the first time we met you. Where did you come up with the name for that?
We did extensive market research, and it came down on that one. It's worked quite well for us because it's lent us an air of undeserved credibility.
We've had some good people on. Yeah. David Gower, Jack Russell. Who else have you had gracing your halls?
Tremlett. We had Melinda Farrell on last week.
We did. I heard.
Daniel Norcross, formerly of this parish, I think.
That's not something to be proud of.
Well, we're delighted you're a gorilla now, let me tell you that. Let's move on and ask for the votes of our Australian team. Who do we go with first? The The Patriarch of Perth, I think. Messrs, where's your vote?
I'm with everybody else on this one. I think that's a great jingle for Smith. It's a Men with Ven jingle, isn't it?
Yes.
I think it's important, given that this is all based on jingles, we should pay credit to the jingle writers each time we go through.
We will.
So yeah,
when I know
I'm
them.
definitely on that one.
All right, so that's 4. Let me think. Haven't we done yet, Mrs. Cat? You're,
we can't hear you.
Can't hear you now. Can you mime? You're going to have to mime who you think is the. Well, while you fix that, we'll come back to you in a second, and we'll quickly go to Sock.
Well, risking making unanimous, I'm also going with Piggy Smith, so I think it sort of sums up the man pretty well. It's catchy, and you kind of know exactly who it is when you're playing it, because there's only one bloke really that it describes.
Fair enough. And Kat, have you managed to
Can you
solve
hear me
those
now?
issues? Yes. Can you
Okay,
hear
that's
me
good.
now?
I've unplugged the microphone. It seems to be.
Well, it's done the job.
Where's your vote? The song for David Milan was used as an advertising campaign all throughout the T20 World Cup, and it was absolutely awful. It was for the Masked Singer, and they played it in every ad break. And if I ever hear it again, so I don't even want David Milan to bat. I don't want him to play. I never want.
We are back. It's post tea, and I should be joined by Max, I believe.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Just in time.
You and Jason. Jason isn't here. Who wants to jump on for Jason? If he wakes up, he can jump on. Anyone listening out in the back? Messi, you're always willing to come on, aren't you?
I'm here.
Yeah, there you go. You can nip on. Plug in your headset. And
good idea.
And we shall crack on. You can do the old social job, can't you? So we have one bowler at last over, bowled by this guy. He's going to come in after tea.
We are the Cameron Green Appreciation Society. God save Mitchell Marsh's brand of all-round variety. We are the Cameron Green Preservation Society. His injuries cause all of us excessive anxiety.
Welcome to a new man at the crease, this guy.
Introducing the next generation David.
That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name.
David Milan, congratulations.
Take it away, Max.
And the first ball is blocked into the offside by David Milan. There's a steward walking in front of the sight screen there, clearly very respectful of the jingling that was required to get us underway. A bit of a false start as Milan noticed some movement behind the arm, but
fat man in high vis.
Clearly knew that there were important things to be done before we could get the final session of the day underway. Cameron Green round the wicket again. It's full and Milan drives but doesn't get anywhere near any of it really, and just dribbles out to extra cover, and again no run.
So Max, did you wake up in a state of shock?
A little bit. I did catch some of the first session, so I sort of I had an inkling of something interesting happening, but I was pretty shocked to see England put together a 50 partnership for the first wicket, albeit with a few scrapes.
A few scrapes and a few slices of luck, but that's what it takes.
Yes. Green again. This is back of a length, and Milan is tucked up, but drops down at his feet. And again, no run. Where are you putting potential outcomes for England then? Where are we?
Well, I mean, you've got to say, if you only
win here.
Well, I mean, having only lost one wicket and knocked off 68 runs out of 270, nearly a fourth of the way through. You've got to give them a chance. No, it's not.
This is shortish from Green, and Milan sways backwards to get everything out of the way, and it's through to Carey.
And the thing is, Australia's heads will. I mean, if you get a partnership here and then another one after this, so you get three partnerships. Even if one is, say, 35 and the next one's, I don't know, high 40s or early 50s, that's another 80 runs, say. Then you're 100 runs away with 7 wickets in hand, he'd probably say England should
Final
win.
ball of the over. It's full, and Milan drives. It's outside edge of the bat, I think, but it's low and it's through the area between gully and backward point, and it races away for 4 runs.
Well, Messi, Jason has turned up.
Oh,
You can
there
take
you
a
go,
little break.
Jason. Leonie Hicks next, 6 minutes ago.
Thank you.
Morning, Jace.
And
How
good
are
morning,
you?
everyone.
Wait, did you just wake up? You look like it.
I woke up
Caught
in the
out by a
last
slightly early tea, perhaps, with the wicket.
in the last half hour. It's a late night. That was what did it.
A late night. Yeah, I didn't sleep very well. It's very
And
difficult.
a lot of hassle with public transport yesterday going to a sports match.
Where were you at?
Reading.
Rugby.
Yep.
Good result? Have no idea.
Good game, not the result I wanted.
Okay. Fair enough. We have another bowler from the other end. It's this guy.
Boland, 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 here comes Scotty Boland. Boland, 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 Boland.
Boland starts with a full straight delivery that Crawley pods down the wicket and defends into the offside. Crawley's 32 or 52. He was probably the man with the fewest issues in that first spell. Rory Burns having been out multiple times, and
Well,
Zach
he
Crawley
wasn't.
just well,
Could have
just the
been,
was.
but wasn't. Oh, man.
Full, yeah, full and straight, and it's a lovely drive down the ground by Crawley. But the 3 stumps that the bowler's then doing a sterling job of fielding for the Australians denies any runs, and Milan just glad that Boland didn't manage to get a finger on it.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Because he would have been out.
Yeah, he'd have been out by quite a way. No, actually, maybe not. It would have been tight. Oh, no. I don't know.
Bat wasn't grounded. It would have been.
Oh,
it would
yeah.
have been a horrible way to go. But fortunately,
Good shot, though.
Too far down for a tall man. And again, this is on off stump, and Crawley defends, and ball dribbles into the leg side for no run. Been a tight start from Scott Boland so far today.
Yep. Yeah, he's bowled well, hasn't he? Have you just got up, Jason, discovered what's going on?
I woke up about 5 a.m. and I saw Woody was running through them like a dose of a hot curry.
Boland into Crawley, and this is again on that top of off area that he's been able to hit so consistently since coming into the side, and Crawley equal to it, defending into the offside.
But having been 60 odd for 6 for them to get 155 is letting them off the hook again somewhat.
Tis a bit, isn't it?
No, well, it was a bit, but I mean, they were bloody unlucky. I mean, the no ball was looked at for about 4 minutes.
Yeah.
And then,
I don't think a no ball's ever unlucky, though, is it?
well, maybe not. But the fact that they had to look at it for so long, you kind of got the feeling.
Into VAR territory.
Yeah, kind of.
You can't decide quickly enough.
Well, exactly. And even the Australian commentators were saying that it should be given to the bowler. You can't make up your mind, which was interesting. And then there was an LBW for Broad that was smidgen
Marginally
outside leg stump,
Boland into Crawley again, off stump line, and Crawley is forward and defending. Yeah, it could have been. I think. Chasing 270. I mean, England still don't have to score 300 to win the game.
Well,
so
exactly.
That's a check in the column.
That's the important thing, because they've not done that all series. So
yeah, it is still a reasonably considerable 4th innings target for them to reach. But as we said, the first innings partnership's taken a bit of a dent out of it, so there is hope. As Boland's in to conclude his over. This is slightly wider outside off stump, and Crawley duly lets it go through to Alex Carey. England 72 for 1 off 18, and Jason.
Leonie Hicks says, Test cricket is a roller coaster. I live a pretty boring life on the whole, and cricket provides all the attention I need. Mog replies to Rebecca saying, clearly the only correct way to say it is the way I do. Mog says, thanks for playing the Jiggle Ashes again. It's helping fuel the eternal enmity I feel for those who voted against me.
Yeah, well, Mog,
and Jake Grover says, hey Bear, can you sub-edit my new lifestyle magazine? There's obviously a market for it.
Me sub-edit? Okay.
Yep.
That'll be interesting, Jay.
And our own Dave Barrett, who has checked in, says, woke up hungover. Smack the ball and beat those CUNTS.
Oh, wow.
And David Milan, Julie obliges with a lovely square drive to a widest delivery from Cameron Green, but it wasn't particularly full. But either way, dispatched for 4 runs.
I'll drive on the up.
And if you can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Looks a bit more proactive, doesn't he? The last couple of innings, Well, I didn't see the first innings in this game, but after starting the series well, he seemed to go massively into his shell in the next 2 games. Seems to have decided he's going to free himself up a bit.
Oh, this is a nasty short ball from Cameron Green that's jagged back towards Milan. I think it's caught him square in the helmet, so we will no doubt have a few minutes here while we do go through the concussion protocols, change the helmet and what have you. Milan removing something from the inside there. That was a nasty rising delivery. Milan's tried to get out of the way, but he's well done. He's performed the schoolboy error of not looking at the ball as he tries to evade it, turning away, and it hit him in the side of the head. A nasty looking blow, that.
Yeah, I think he was kind of riding it a bit, wasn't it? He looks okay.
It's one of those short balls that's followed him. It's sort of angled in, and it was a.
You've got to say the protectors have done their job there. The ones they introduced after the sad death of Phil Hughes.
Phil Hughes, yeah. Milan looks happy enough, laughing and joking with the England physio, but like a homing pigeon, that short ball, vicious from Cameron Green.
I mean, they're designed to distract and take all the energy out of the ball.
Yeah, exactly.
So clearly, that's what he was fishing out of the pieces out of his. The
inside of his helmet. Plus, he was pulling his head away as the ball was hitting him as well, which was taking more energy out of it. Riding it. I see Hamid has brought him out some spare helmets
and some prophylactic painkillers, I imagine, as well, because it's still some blunt force trauma.
Yeah, shakes the head. Oh look, that's a brand new one.
It's still got brand new helmet. Still got the label on.
I had to go down the shop this morning, boys.
Try not to poke yourself in the eye. We'll have a second take of trying to put that helmet on then.
Yeah, well, that's the first fit. Now he's got some poor back minion has to go and readjust it for his size of his bonds.
Yeah, he's just been told that that's actually the top range helmet that's going to set him back a few £100, and he actually would like something from the range below.
I didn't realise that company Matsuri or whatever was started up by Robin Smith.
No, I didn't know that.
No, I saw him being interviewed on something.
Imagine they've got the top of the range titanium ones, which are significantly lighter than the steel helmets.
Yeah, you'd have thought so.
So I've got a titanium one. It definitely makes a difference. It feels less like a rock on top of your head. Although it is a matter of some sort of personal choice and familiarity. Once you've had it on for half a season, you tend not to notice it at all anyway.
Well, exactly. And you know, I mean, especially at the level, especially I played later. I mean, hardly anyone ever got it around here tight. You wonder why you're wearing a helmet half the time anyway. There's only one guy I think I faced in probably 15 years who I thought, oh, he's a bit quick. I'm glad I'm wearing a helmet.
I have again the team I play for currently, back when we had some slightly faster bowlers, and I was keeping wicket, the opposition opening batsman neglected to wear a helmet and was duly bounced in the face, knocked out. And when he came to, I had the excellent job of saying, "I'm very sorry, mate, but you've fallen on your stumps."
But he wasn't happy about that.
I don't think he knew what day it was, to be honest. It was a pretty nasty thud. He was okay in the end, of course, but yeah, rubbing salt into the wound rather, falling on your stumps after one of those.
The only person I know who got hit in the mouth hooked it into his jaw, and he was our captain, and he was a really annoying shit, and he had to have his jaw wired shut and couldn't play for 6 weeks. Now it was quite pleasant because he wasn't allowed to talk.
Well, I think they finally managed to work out how to put a helmet on David Malan's head, so that's good. After a couple of attempts with labels on, and then a bit of Rubik's Cube action as they stick the foam guards on under the back area, we're finally back, ready to go. And I wonder where this follow-up delivery will be. We'll be seeing the old 1-2 of the full ball.
Well, yeah, may well do. There's been a lot of time in between deliveries, isn't there, as well?
But it's such a, it's like one of those things now. Just becomes so traditional. You would imagine he'd be expecting something full, but it's back of a length outside off stump, and Malan lets it go.
Yeah, and England are below 200 runs to win, 195 more runs to win.
Yeah. Dave Barrett says, "We may have lost the 2021 Ashes, but the 2022 Ashes is live. Let's do this."
It's true. In fact, since the new year, we've drawn one, and we could win this one. And then
that manager's half-time team talk. Win the second half, lads. That's what it's all about. Green is in. This is short and wide, and Malan lets that go comfortably through to the keeper.
It's too
short. Not following up well there on the blow that he landed.
Pat Cummins looks as though his brain is sort of on a go slow at the moment as he's fields the ball back to the bowler. He's sort of cogitating. He's got that thinking brain on.
Well, it's a new position for Australia.
Wow,
isn't
yeah,
it?
it is. Ooh.
Well, this is outside off stump. Malan swipes at it, and it's taken the inside edge and goes down to fine leg for a single. And that was a streaky shot, to say the least, but one more to the total.
Positive, it was there to hit.
Were you talking about New Year's honours earlier? Because Nestor says, Gavin Williamson is getting knighted. For fuck's sake, where's mine?
Gavin Williamson?
He's
Gavin
not,
Williamson? You can't.
Apparently.
What? For fuck's sake, you've got to be joking, haven't you? Guy's an ignorami. Ignorami?
Knighted for services to all imbeciles for making them feel better about themselves.
Fuck me.
Final ball of the over is full
wow.
outside off stump and driven handsomely by Zach Crawley. We all know why. He's in the England side. It's for that cover drive, and that was a lovely example of it.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
As we said, he has rediscovered some form, hasn't he? After what was a terrible summer for him.
Yeah, well, that 77 sort of we questioned why Zach Crawley was
left out,
still around after an average of 11 for the year, and why he was picked in the first place, averaging under 35 in the Division 2 of the county championship.
Well, true.
The 77 gave me a glimpse into the thinking.
Well, yeah, but last summer he just kept fishing at everything outside his off stump, didn't he? I mean, it was noticeable when he came back into this side here. There was a conscious effort to leave stuff that he didn't actually have to play. He's just done him well.
Quick turnaround, and we're back to Scotty Boland, who is, as ever, bowling at the top of off stump. It's David Malan, who is on the back foot, defending down the wicket.
It is noticeable how Australia get through their overs quicker than England, isn't it? I mean, the start of the next over with England often seems to be interminably slow, whereas
even from ball to ball, like Stuart, the gap between deliveries and Stuart Broad's overs are noticeably longer than those of Australia's, and also
That's impressive also after this ball.
This is full outside of stump. Milan sort of prods forward at it, but not convincingly, and it dribbles out to the cover area.
I still presume that Nathan Lyon hasn't bowled a ball yet in the whole test.
Well, it's kind of a bit unsurprising, isn't it? I mean, it's a bit
Not
of a
been needed, has it? The game's gone so quickly.
Bit of a seamer's paradise as well.
Yeah, but in comparison, England needed Joe Root to whistle through 10 to keep up with the over 8 as Boland is in, and it's just outside off stump. Milan defends into the covers where Labuschagne mock throws at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, that was kind of odd, wasn't it? Because Ollie Robinson has bowled reasonably good amount of overs in the second innings. I mean, there must be some sort of if it was a back spasm.
Yeah, well,
get it out
they are
quickly.
weird, aren't they? Back spasms. They just come on and are agony for a while, and then sort of alleviate themselves fairly quickly. But obviously,
It
the
also
time he was
takes
off
a
the
while
field.
for any drugs that you take to take effect as well.
And obviously, he was off the field for a long time, so wouldn't have been able to bowl as a result because it wasn't an external injury. I think that's the rules, isn't it? You have to.
Yeah.
There has to be blood or something.
You have to serve time.
Very harsh. Independent physios, that's the way forward. Bit of a delay between deliveries here as someone fiddles around with a pile of something again behind the bowler's arm.
It's a groundsman.
That was a big stack of base bins, it looked like.
It's for the rave off the game.
Yeah, exactly. Give it some.
Outside off stump and left alone by Milan. Yeah, taking cues from the 100 perhaps. The still fiddling around down there. Huge speakers, all pointing in seemingly random directions.
That must be the PA. They have music. They have music at test matches, do they?
Perish the thought. Wake the.
I think they're probably for the after match interview with the adoring faithful.
Bones is in. This is driven by Milan out to the point boundary. It'll be Nathan Lyon who'll come round and get some much needed hand on ball to return the ball to Alex Carey, and one more to David Milan and one more to England.
Quite a nice shot.
Yeah, just sort of open the face and
Yep.
guide it out behind point.
He looks good when he's going forward and transferring his weight like that.
Yeah.
He always managed to keep the ball down as a result.
We haven't seen Australia target that just outside leg stump line that they've been employing to David Milan for the last 2 innings, getting him tickled out down the leg side, which is, it's obviously been a clear plan. And they seem to have gone away from that so far and bowled exclusively into his off stump area. Final ball of the over from Scott Bowen. This is ball straight. Crawley defends down the wicket, so that will end the 20th over. England 82 for 1, and Jason.
And Jacob says, Bear, I just reckon your sub-MC might just suddenly reproduce the Duchess of Malfi like monkeys on a typewriter.
Thanks, Jay.
And Kevin Williamson says, OK, here goes. As you can't say wank nor fart, can the sticker test pick up breaking wind or broken wind?
What? Stump can? I mean, stump mic.
Possibly.
Probably does.
Leah says, metal cricket helmets? What? No, we're just talking about the grill rather than the rest of it. It's not a World War One type sort of.
Well, can you imagine the clunk when you get hit in the side with one of those?
Yeah.
Mog sends a picture saying, I
Jesus, for
prefer
days.
this kind of helmet myself, which is.
Yeah. Milan plays an airy, wafty cut at that from a ball wide outside of stump from Cameron Green, but fortunately for him, misses it.
When you see that
through to Carey.
when you see that movement after it goes past the bat, sometimes you just automatically assume he's nicked it. I just thought he'd nicked that.
Yeah, Mog's picture is actually of a sort of medieval type full battle helmet.
Round the wicket, Cameron Green. This is a bit closer to David Milan, and he plays that shot that has got him into trouble quite a few times, sort of a non-cut at something far too close to him. But once again, fortunately, makes no contact with the ball. That's,
went inside the bat, didn't I? I mean, way
Yes.
too close to cut. I don't know even why he's playing that shot.
It's that angle from Cameron Green with a bit of added movement, tucking him up. But we've seen it a few times from David Milan, haven't we?
Yeah.
Again, this is Fuller and Milan's forward in defence, and again, no run.
Definitely one of his weaknesses, isn't it? The attempted cut from the ball too close to his body.
Which, of course, is why they're bowling round the wicket to him.
Yeah.
So that the ball's always coming in, always getting closer than you think.
Yeah, you feel like that's it's not a technical thing so much as a
choice thing,
a
isn't
shot
it?
selection thing.
Yeah,
isn't it?
basically.
I feel like you should be able to train that out of him. But
yeah.
Bit late now, probably. Cameron Green in again. This is wider outside off stump and goes through to Carey. Takes it above his head. Good bit of bounce and carry from the tall Cameron Green.
People trying to get selfies with Nathan Lyon. Look at them, they're all queuing up after him, all the kids.
Not interested.
No. He's got a really rat-like face, hasn't he? Nathan Lyon.
He does. Cameron Green, this is bowled him. It's it's jagged back. It's what he's been trying for, I think, for the last couple of overs, probing outside that off-stump area, using the angle, a bit of movement off the pitch as well into David Milan, and he is beaten all ends up.
Yeah, that's pretty poor, really. He needs to get in line behind it and play with a full
No
face of the
foot
bat.
movement whatsoever. Just
That's a chop on.
prod
Yes,
at
it
it, and he's chopped onto his own stumps.
Yeah. His bat doesn't come down straight, does it? And he doesn't get in line. And exactly as you say, they're trying to follow him. Get him to play that shot. Oh well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good bit of bowling from Cameron Green. That's his second wicket, and Australia's second wicket, and he's so often been that man, hasn't he?
Yeah.
The golden arm.
And clearly a failure on Darren Lansplant's. Send him off.
On your bike, mate.
Get through some tweets whilst we're waiting. Jogo says, "Stop this nonsense. Use super glue and then drown for those in which it does not take." And of course, super glue was originally developed for battlefield injuries. Fun fact there. Mayank says, 16, 17 years ago when I was a wee lad, there was a British guy who was a keeper at my dad's club here in Delaware. The ball went out in the deep and he was thrown to him. He didn't see it, it hit him on the forehead and he was taken to hospital. Never played again, I think. Ow.
Root's average has dropped below 50 again in this series. Let's give
Wouldn't now be a nice time for a century to knock that bag up?
Wouldn't it just?
He's Joe Root, and his home is ever on the ground. Joe Root, wherever there are runs, he will be found. It's Joe Root. It's Joe Root.
There's one ball left of Cameron Green's over to Joe Root, who he has got a couple of times in this series, and it's full just outside off stump to start, and Root forward and defends to conclude the over. England 82 for 2. And Jason, pick up where you left off. Is there anything more on the socials?
Oh yeah, loads. There's
Plenty.
a series of tweets about Williamson. Williamson's knighthood says Nesto is a deal for him to keep his mouth shut. Echoed by Peter Lloyd. Chris Silvery Beam says Williamson's our local MP. Anything that keeps him away from constituents is a good thing in my book. And Jago says, Gavin Williamson, oh my god, right, I'm going to light a joss stick and listen to my Alan Bennett audiobooks and sort of sit there in a fetal pose, I imagine, as well.
I can only assume they meant Kane and got it wrong.
Yeah, well, that's when he said Williamson, I was thinking, yeah, Kane Williamson deserves a night. It's certainly not Gavin. That's not the first Williamson that comes to mind. I'd like to have seen his front foot there. I mean, clearly they checked it upstairs. It looked quite close to the line.
You're not for a minute suggesting that the TV station are manipulating the images, are you, Bear?
Well, maybe. Who knows? Apparently, who was it? Was it Messi or was it? Who was on at the beginning? Al was saying Cody was complaining about DRS on a stump mic or something. He got caught saying that the whole country was cheating or something.
Yeah, well, Ash, because it was. Did you see the DRS review? So it was Ashwin had got Dean Elgar out of LBW, and Elgar reviewed it, and I mean it looked to the naked eye that it was plumb, and DRS had it bouncing over leg stump, and they weren't happy about it. As Boland is into Crawley, this is in at the stumps. Crawley forward and solid in defence. So yeah, it was overturned, and they were pretty incredulous. You know, Coley did his wide-eyed stare, and then shortly after, Coley just started shouting at the stumps. Ashwin said, "You have to find better ways than winning of that super sport," saying that the whole TV station was just doctoring DRS. I think KL Rahul said it's a whole country against 11 men. It was all a bit childish.
It does sound a little bit.
Bones in back of a length, and Crawley defends this one into the offside.
I mean, from what I saw of that Test series, there was a lot of bounce in those pitches. That last one.
They showed shortly afterwards. They showed another delivery from the previous over that had pitched in almost exactly the same place, and showed it going over the stumps. But and Ashwin's a tall man; he gets a bit of bounce. But it did look a weird one, and DRS has been known for being a bit funny on LBW sometimes. So. And
of course, DRS is also calibrated to the ground. That's one of the things which.
It's left alone by Crawley outside off stump.
Yeah, do you think it learns as they go through the Test match as well?
Well, they take some. They set it up and they then bowl some balls before the Test match starts to calibrate it.
Okay, that's interesting, isn't it? Makes sense as well.
Because of course every pitch will have a slightly different characteristics of bounce
in
general, but also sort of in the days or so leading up to the match.
Boland is in and again targeting that top of off stump area. Crawley is forward and once again defends. Very miserly spell from Scott Boland so far.
He's been pretty miserly all series, hasn't he? He's bowled pretty well. Actually did quite well in England.
Yes, we were talking about him last night, and we said we compared him to someone like Chris Rushworth, who doesn't have express pace, but just does enough with the ball every now and again to bowls a consistent line to keep people interested and batsmen in trouble.
Even Ollie Robinson, similar sort of tactic. And Crawley is forward here, tries to put Boland off his length a bit and looking to work it off his legs, and it's squirted away into the offside, but they scramble through for a single after a bit of confusion about where the ball actually went by the looks of it.
Yeah, I think Root was following it all the time, to be fair. And
Crawley trusting his captain. This is important for England here, isn't it? To
at least he wasn't. At least Crawley wasn't calling, otherwise Root might have been in trouble.
Yeah, we need a partnership here of some description, don't we?
Think of how South Africa built their chases against India in that series. It was, last ball of the over, and Joe Root stepping outside off stump and letting the ball go under his eyes to conclude the 22nd. England 83 for 2. Scott Bones bowled 8 overs for just the 11 runs. And Jason, socials.
Andy Ward announces that he's going to be on Guerrilla Cricket in 10. Things might happening. England might win.
Let's see what he says when he gets on air.
Jersey Oak says, is anyone else waiting for the collapse and the shit show to start? And then follows that up with, and there we go, the shit show starts.
Well, you've got to believe, I mean...
Mog says the collapse is on.
I mean, Stokes is more than capable of gritting it out.
No, the collapse is always on.
Yeah, collapse is always on. Ollie Pope, well, he's had a pretty poor series, but Billings fresh to the game. You know, hopefully has a different attitude, you know.
Camera Green is in. It's back of a length off stump. Crawley defending into the offside for no run.
And of course, Wokes is what, the third highest scorer in the side? Coming in at 8.
I mean, that's, you can take that as a sign of England, you know, having a chance to still win the game with 6 wickets down, or you can take it as England's batting being frail. So.
Oh, there you
That's
go.
gone.
Well, Crawley is gone. He's induced into the drive, and he's tried to play that sort of to mid-on, and as a result, it's taken the outside edge, and Carey, diving in front of first slip, takes the catch pretty well, and that is the end of Zach Crawley. And
And Cameron Green has turned this game on his head, hasn't he?
he has.
He's got all three
wickets.
Crawley won't be happy with that.
No.
No, he
doesn't need to be playing that to mid-on. Playing the wrong line for that one. That's it. Just back to the bowler, that one. I think it was. It was full. It was there to drive, but not.
Probably
not
wanted to
in
be
that
hitting
direction.
it back from where it came from, didn't
Yes,
he?
I
Rather
think
than
so.
trying to work it into the leg side. Probably would have got a more of a fuller face of the bat on it. Suddenly we're talking about England winning to. How's the collapse coming along, boys?
Well, if England are going to win, they are going to need Chris Wokes to step up and score some runs.
Well, yeah.
Leah says, Lion doesn't have a rodent-like face. He does have the face of a person whose parents were siblings, though. That's a bit harsh.
Yeah.
And Jago says, I fear Mog is casting some ritual blood magic curse over Root. As we speak, he is doomed.
Oh dear. Shall we give him a jingle for the new man? I'm going to go and have a little lie down at the end of this spell, so there'll be no jingles. I'm sorry, Andy, but I've got to go and lie down. I've had about an hour and a half sleep.
Ben?
Ben Stokes.
And we will, of course, have a change at the end of this over. Max, you're staying on.
I am. I'll be
Jordan
going to
Boyd,
summarise.
Andy and Annie will be joining you.
We did just see that wicket delivery, a bit of seam movement away from Zach Crawley, which is probably why he played the shot he did. So some credit to the bowler. Green is into Stokes. It's short, and Stokes defends this, opens the face of the bat out to the man at backward point / wide third man, and will come through for a single.
And of course, this is the time of the evening, isn't it? The lights are on.
Yeah.
When a lot of things have happened in the last few
And
days.
only 10 minutes ago, Pat Cummings was trying to change the ball.
Yeah.
But it went through the hoop as it was supposed to. I would stick with it. It looks like it's doing just enough.
Yeah.
Green into Stokes, back of a length up in the body, and Joe Root defends out into the offside.
And it's interesting, isn't it? This game was people thought might go 5 days and be a flat track.
Yeah.
Certainly hasn't turned out that way.
Pink ball under lights always seems to move a bit quicker. Although it was the one game that England actually managed to did take to a 5-day this series. But
apparently,
So to be fair, they weren't planning on using the test here at all, so it's obviously had some issues potentially with the pitch preparation.
This is zeroing in at Root's midriff, and he gets bat on it to protect said area, and again no run.
Well, they left a lot of grass on it, didn't they? And live grass too.
Oh, he's actually inside edged that one onto. I think he's just below the
painful
bollocks this
area.
time, so he's it's not quite full on. Maybe a glancing blow. He's out to get himself now. Last ball of the over, and this is again in at Root's body, and they come through for a quick single, well run into the leg side to conclude the over. So England 85 for 3 off 23 overs, and we will have the aforementioned change.
You can have the aforementioned change. I'm going to go and have the aforementioned lie down.
In a darkened room, I would.
No, not in a darkened room. I'll have you.
See you soon, Bear.
I'll have you whispering in my ears as I maybe just lay my head down for a little while.
Just before the Milan wicket, the Winvis had Australia at 52 and England at 48.
That was actually a rare case where I was more in line with WinViz than the markets. But obviously,
Andy, I blame you for these wickets anyway.
it's me or it's Nestler's. Nestler said on the chat it was his. I said 10 minutes ago England might win, and 2 wickets have fallen since then.
Yeah, I think we can blame you for that one then.
Yep, definitely.
Max, but I don't think we've been on together. Hello.
No, I don't think we have.
Yeah. Oh well, this is my second time with Max,
Yes,
so he's boring now.
Yeah.
We're all boring. We're all boring. Anyway, we're going to have a change of bowling. The bear is going to lie down in a darkened room with a flannel over his eyes. So we're not.
Who's going to be singing the jingles?
Who's going to be singing the jingle? Indeed. Do we still got that Bruce Springsteen one, Dancing in the Dark? Mitchell Stark.
We do,
we just have to imagine that one. Stark is going to come in. Left arm over to the right-handed root, and it's a straight ball, and Root covers it up into the offside.
Must be a bit weird for Root being in quite so late in the innings.
I guess it is. I think I saw a tweet about the stages at which he had come in the last year, and there's all sorts of 10 for 2 and 8 for 2 and all this all the time.
Absolutely.
Whereas Rory Burns had completed a full over of ducks in the last year. He'd got 0 off 1, 0 off 2, 0 off 3, 0 off 4, 0 off 5 and 0 off 6, all in a calendar year.
Can't all be bad luck then.
No, that's a wonderful stat.
It's a good one, yeah. Stark is in again to Root. Good lines from Stark. Root plays it into the offside for no run.
Makes you wonder what his target will be for this year.
Well, exactly. England 3 for 85 using the local vernacular, and they need. Oh, thank you for that. 186 more to win.
Yes, it's looking a bit harder.
It's still
now.
just about within the realms of possibilities, but it's going to require.
I think it is. I mean,
when are they going to introduce the lion?
Who's that? Sorry. Oh, Nathan Lyon, right? Yeah. Well, they might do. They might have done. 10 minutes ago, they might have been thinking about that. Now, not so much. That's clipped down towards fine leg by Root. Fielder is around, and it'll just be a single.
Yeah, just not sure there's really any need to at the moment. The ball's still doing a reasonable amount off the pitch, as we saw with those last couple of wickets. So
yeah, certainly Cameron Green was moving it into Milan and away from Crawley on those 2 wickets. Same direction each time, with them being different hand batsmen. It's a good ball he got Crawley, but wasn't a great shot. It wasn't really coming down in the right direction. Turns out someone who averages 35 in Division 2 isn't that good at Test cricket. Who'd have thought?
It did seem a weird one, but as I was saying just before you joined, that 77 gave me a glimpse into sort of the mindset of the selectors into why they picked Zach Crawley. I can see why they became enamoured.
He's a great timer of the ball. He really is.
We've seen a few of them come and go, but you got to not get out as well as time the ball well. That one beats Stokes. That one beats Stokes. I mean, I see this a lot in club cricket. Oh, this lad's a lovely timer of the ball. Yeah, but he gets out. He gets out every 10 runs. It's not a lot of help. A bit of movement there.
It's a honey trap, isn't it?
Yeah.
You take the stumps away, and you might be all right.
Yeah, Australia are just getting enough movement to challenge that edge. It's not extravagant, and that's what makes it difficult at the moment. See if Stokes and Root can get through it. I don't think England could have 2 better men at the crease at the moment, although they'd rather not be 3 down. Starks in again. Stokes, little shimmy down the wicket, but lets it go.
Yeah, perhaps trying to just upset the lengths or minimise the deviation.
It's not a bad idea.
Pitch.
Yeah, certainly something Stokes has often done early in his innings.
Although certainly bold to do it to Mitchell Stark.
Well, Stokes is nothing if not bold. Let's face it.
True. Yeah.
It was a tactic they employed quite a lot to sort of the bowlers like Tim Murtagh in the high 70s to not much effect actually in the end.
Adelaide Barmy's flag in the crowd there as sometime contributors to the show. That's full from Stark. Stokes walks across a little bit, clips it to mid-on. There'll be no run, it's the end of the over. England 3 for 86. What's on social media, Annie?
Paul Marshall says, I guess this is all down to Root now. Can he finally break his century hoodoo in Australia? Peter Ward says, Calypso Collapso. Kevin Williams says, if a batter breaks wind just before a shout for LBW, would the snicker test pick up said wind from Uranus?
It might have a different wave.
It's a good
pattern,
twist.
I'm
Yeah,
not
I'd like to
sure.
see the waveform on that. I suppose again, that's well, it's dependent as well. It could take any number of waveforms, couldn't
Exactly.
it? Depending on what was served.
That's
at
going
dinner.
to start the Twitters off, yeah. Cameron Green's back in again. He's going to bowl to Root. And yeah, quicker ball. We saw him hit Milan on the head a little while ago, and he's got a little bit of extra pace with the short ball. Root avoids it though.
Yeah, he's bowled some very accurate short balls in this spell.
That was a
Cameron
good one.
Green.
Yeah, Root was a little bit.
He's
hurried
done
by
well
that.
to get under that.
Yeah,
It was quite a clunk that Milan got on the
it was.
head, wasn't it?
They had to bring a new helmet out. A bit. It seemed a bit amateurish taking the price tag off at the wicket. But
Yes.
Green's in again, and Root. If you've seen Root bat, you'll know he plays his defensive shot with his bat almost horizontal. He just sort of drops his bat on the ball, and he did it there.
All very compact, everything under his eyes.
Yes, in the box, as ADB de Villiers would say.
A classic player.
Jason mentions Burns' run-out stats. I can't recall them exactly. I did see something that's saying he's been run out quite a lot.
I think the stat was that England's last 3 or 4 run-outs have all been Rory Burns.
Something like that. Root has a flick at that one. It's down to Gully's right hand, and after a little bit of hesitation, they come through and take a run.
Is he slow to set off then, do you think?
Well, Ponting made a point yesterday, and I'm loath to agree with Ricky Ponting, but
Yeah.
it seemed fair. There's a picture of Burns just running his bat in, not diving.
Yeah,
if he
he didn't
dived,
dive.
he'd surely have been in. And Ponting, I think, was right to say that's not the level of commitment he'd expect from Australian batsmen.
That's all right. You don't have to agree with Ponting. Lots of people were saying that, so you can just ignore Ponting.
Disagree
Well,
with
this is-
everyone else.
I think there's a meme on Twitter when an awful person says something you agree with. I'm not sure Ponting's awful, but
No, there's worse.
there are worse. Yes, covered up by Stokes into the offside, and there's no run.
Moggs is saying that us lot might be showing up very early tomorrow morning just to watch the last wicket or two go.
Well, I don't think I'm down to come in about the same time tomorrow. I don't think.
I don't
I'll
think
be
you'll
needed.
be doing it. I'm not. I'm working tomorrow, so no.
Yeah, I think I'm on for 20 to 8. I think English time, UK time. So I don't think we'll be getting there somehow.
No, if we do, then England will have been scoring quite slowly, and yeah.
Well,
That's
yeah,
one
I mean,
thing
if,
that's actually
if we
been
do,
big.
it's probably a good thing for England.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that's been good about this chase so far. England have gone at 4 and over. Stokes tries to pull, but Green hurries him again, and I think it hits him. And Khawaja runs around from slip, and there's no run. Green 3 for 20. He's come to the party in this game. Scored some runs in the first innings, didn't he?
Yeah, he's cementing his status as a genuine all-rounder after he was in the side as a batting all-rounder to start with.
Yeah, he's growing into his role very much.
Kept in the side for the wickets he was taking, and now
Chipped in with some runs, and Carey scored some important runs in the second innings as well. I saw. Green's in again, poked into the offside by Stokes. He's put it in the gap, and they go through for a comfortable single. Is that the over? It is.
It is.
England 3 for 88, need 183 more to win.
Messi Jez is sending us a picture of a fantastic catch in the Big Bash, but it's so quick I can't quite see who it is that's catching it, so you'll have to tell me, Messi. Jay Grover says, Cameron Green's size does not scare me. His talent and competence, however, give me the fucking fear. Mog says, is Ben Duckett ever a chance to get near the national side again?
I think he's down
I think
the list.
I think he's got a chance.
I think
Probably
everyone's in with a chance at
Everyone's
the moment,
got a
aren't
chance.
No,
Maybe
it's
not.
Max.
Maybe
It's
not till
Maxwell.
Jimmy Anderson's gone. Didn't Duckett pour a pint of beer over Anderson? Wasn't that the whole issue?
Oh, did he?
I think so. Good for him, I say. The amount of bullying that goes on in the England setup. That one's clipped out towards square leg. They're going to pick up 2, I think. Yes, they are. And England move on to 3 for 90.
Yeah, good so far from Root and Stokes in that they've even playing defensive shots. They've managed to work the ball into the gaps and come through for a couple of singles. And that period just where we saw Milan and Crawley fall just starting to get on top of sort of the scoring. Australia were.
We're back to yesterday where we were saying what a fantastic partnership we've had, and this one's not a very big partnership so far, but let's praise it.
Stark is in, nice shot from Stokes. It beats covers left hand, but mid-off is around. Yeah, it's all different ways of saying score runs without losing wickets.
Yeah,
definitely. Farong's telling us the collapse is on.
Always on.
I don't think it's ever off.
Exactly.
Even at their peak of their powers, there's at least a mini collapse in the office.
There's a collapse in every side. That's how cricket works. Yeah. Stark's going to come in again. Eventually, here he comes. Left arm over. Stokes steps across. He can drive that one, but it is going to go straight to mid-off, who's a bit wide.
There's been some extravagant foot movement from Ben Stokes at the crease so far today.
Yeah.
Shuffling wide, wide outside leg stump across the crease, a couple of shimmies down the wicket.
I think the important thing is he's still when he plays the shot.
Yes, certainly, but interesting to see him trying to
the
try to do different things.
The fascination of batting. There's so many different ways you can do it in all different, even in the same situation.
You only need to look at these two sides
Yeah.
for an example.
Quite a few, haven't we? They're a bit weird.
Shane's dismissal the other day was
that was hilarious, wasn't it?
I was pleased to see he could kind of see the funny side of
Yeah,
himself.
he did. Yeah, I think he can laugh at himself.
Played up to mid-off for no run. I think that's a healthy thing, and I think that's perhaps quite often England and Australia get into these funks where you feel like you're in one of these club teams where no one's allowed to smile if you're losing.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, Labuschagne can laugh at himself, but he does give himself a lot of material to laugh at himself.
He does, but he's backing it up, he's scoring the runs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not complaining, yes, absolutely. He's a fabulous player. For county cricket as well.
2 slips a gully, cover and a mid-off for Stark. To Stokes, has a little step across again, arrowing in towards off stump. Stokes plays it back to the bowler.
Yeah, good tight over from Stark so far. After that first ball, a little bit leg side, allowing Stokes to clip off his legs, but since then, tight in off stump, and Winviz returns since its last outing to inform us that Australia are 72% likely to win this game.
That bloody Winviz.
Maybe someone's been at it with a spanner because it seems a bit more accurate than usual. I don't know, the Bear was saying something about DRS learning through the test match, and I was a bit worried we're going to have a Skynet situation on our hands. Stark is in. Oh, that's a bit of a loose ball. It's down the leg side, but Stokes had stepped so far across, he couldn't get a bat on it. He rather missed out there. End of the over, 3 for 90.
Messi Jez says, I did warn you all that Hope was under contractual obligation to make a brief appearance, but would leave after a little while. Mog says they were planning on playing Afghanistan in Hobart for a while, but that was just for show and never really got to happen. Leah is berating you a bit, Max. Come on, Max. Statistics actually say that the third session of a DN test is the best for batting. There is no evidence of the ball doing a bit under the lights. There you are.
Oh, it was the second was the best for batting, and the first and third were actually both quite tricky.
Peter Ward says England's alternative batting man of the series, that plucky newcomer, extras scoring some good runs, or Joe Root's
third highest score in 2021, wasn't it?
And David Barrett says, just score runs and do not get out. Yeah.
Played in a game once we were trying to defend 180 and conceded 50 extras. A wicketkeeper was 50. Our wicketkeeper was not having a good day. Needless to say, we didn't defend 180. After this ball, Cummins is into the attack and pushed into the offside by Root. There's no run. No, there was some kind of commotion from the batting team around the scorebook with about 10 runs needed to go. We couldn't figure out what they meant. They were trying to say that extras should raise their bat. 3 for 90.
Roger
Sorry, go
Melly's
ahead.
saying, where would we be if Wokes had kept his foot behind the fucking line? I honestly don't know why it's tolerated.
No,
If
I
I was
don't.
a selector, I'd be saying, get back to us when you've mastered the basic skill of keeping your foot behind a line.
Well, England seem to be able to manage that in white ball cricket. Can't see why they can't in red. Cummins.
Is it monitored as in the same way?
Well, it is now. Now in Test matches, they check it.
Yes, but in white ball, is it monitored? In the
Not only is it monitored, they've got a big button to press that makes a horrible klaxon sound when you overstep.
Yes, exactly.
Lovely.
I mean,
nice.
every ball is checked, but England went, I think, 20 games without bowling one. I think without bowling any kind of no ball.
It was an unbelievable record.
Yeah.
And, the fact that doesn't translate to Test cricket is odd.
It seems, well.
Wolfie's saying he thinks Wokes' foot was behind the line.
Well, surely that's not under debate, is it? Cummins beats Root on that one. I mean, I haven't seen it, but either it is or it isn't.
Yeah, there was a long check.
It was very grey area, and apparently it should go to the bowler. The thing of doubt should go to the bowler. So.
Is that in the rules? In the
Well,
laws?
apparently. Laws, come on.
Just don't really think there should be any doubt. There's a line. I mean, we're not implementing Mark Taylor's suggestion where a bit over the line is okay.
I don't know if it's in the laws, but that's what they were saying.
Okay, Cummins is in again, and again arrows in on off stump. Root plays it back to him for no runs. Good stuff from Cummins, leading by example.
It's nice as the captain when you need to get a wicket to be able to bring on the best bowler in the world.
Yourself, yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll just bring myself on.
Jason says the line belongs to the fielding side. Yes, that's true, but you're supposed to be judging on the front of the line, which is, in theory is zero width. Cummins is in again. 2 slips in a gully. Down the track comes Root, a bit like Stokes, but he just clips it to mid-on. There's no run.
Jay Grover says he's slightly disappointed you're not rocking the lumberjack shirt.
Well, I don't know. I can't win with you, Jay, can I? Lumberjack shirt every week. You have a chirp. Something else, you have a chirp. So chirp away.
Yep. That's what he does. He chirps.
Yep.
Don't let him get into your head.
Oh, he's not. He's not in my. If
It's
sledging. He's in Tony's head. Tony just can't get away from Jay.
Rent free.
Yep. Cummins is in, and Root. Did he play at that or not? He thought about it.
He definitely did. Yes, that was one of those belatedly drawing your bat away from the ball when you know you shouldn't have poked, but
he poked and missed. So that's the end of the
Exactly.
over. Maiden from Cummins. It's 3 for 90.
Yeah, not a lot of scoring going on, is there? Josie Oak says if the batter breaks wind during a catch behind chance and follows through, would it show up on hotspot?
I think it would count as obstructing the field. Yeah.
Jason Hiscox. Oh, hello, Jason. Are they ever going to play another top end series like they did when Australia last played the Bangra Banglas?
Well, I don't know. I'm a bit cynical, maybe. When Australia were due to play Afghanistan, they said, well, we're not unless Afghanistan have a women's team, which I think was just exploiting the situation.
Yeah.
Clipped into the leg side by Stokes. They'll be picking up runs here, probably just the one. Lyon doing a bit of specialist fielding down at deep square.
yeah, it was a pretty serious geopolitical aspect to that one, wasn't there? But the ICC rules are such, aren't they, that you need a women's side to be able to be a test
but that
nation.
wasn't really helping anyone when that was being caused by the government, not the Afghanistan Cricket Board. I said at the time, I understand why the rule is there, but sometimes these rules where you're trying to force good behaviour just backfire.
Yeah, I don't think trying to encourage the Taliban to improve the record of women's rights will work through the medium of
bear
Test
much
cricket.
fruit. No. Stark is in, and Root covers it up. And there's no run.
I'd love to know what would work.
Probably best not to get into that.
Probably best, yeah.
Mrs.
Spending
Magpie.
trillions occupying the country didn't work anyway, so.
Mrs. Luigi Magpie says, we'll sing the jingles to ourselves. Bear,
Yes,
get some
please
sleep.
do. Yep. It's a good job Green's not bowling. I don't know what his jingle is. What is it?
Is it about Camberwick Green?
Probably that sounds exactly well in the wheelhouse of our Fantastic jinglers. Stark is in, driven by Root, but it's one bounce up to cover and there's no run.
Mog's asking me when I suddenly developed this interest in county cricket. Thanks, Mog. Haven't you listened to my Patreon interview? I've listened to yours, Mog.
There you go.
I know what he looks like now.
Any further comment on that?
He looks very much like I expected him to look.
Okay, good. Stark is going to come in to Root, who chops that one down to third man, pick up another single.
He's quite hairy.
Yep, that's what you would have expected, I think. I like a lot of similar music, and I'm not hairy at all.
Well, you're not bald.
I'm not bald, no.
No?
I'm very fortunate in that respect. I mean, lots of different people can like the same music. I was reading a thing the other day which was actually meant to be a critique of Johnson, but it dropped the nugget that David Cameron was a big prog rock fan. And I was suddenly concerned that David Cameron might like Rush, but can't be helped. Stark pulled by Roots. Where's that gone? I think he's out. I think it's been caught by Nathan Lyon. Yes, it is.
Gone into the
trap
hands of
was
Dick
in.
Fairleg.
The trap was in. That's Stokes, excuse me. I should be able to tell a lefty from a righty.
I was going to say, I think that was Stokes.
But there were two men in the deep on the leg side, and Stokes just helped it, not straight into Nathan Lyon's hands. He did have to dive forward, but close enough, and that's another wicket. And choose your own jingle in your own head. I think some of the more pejorative ones might be in play.
Something Muppet might be one that Bear would choose, I'd say.
And Nathan Lyon has an impact on the
Fuck off! That's the one.
Where'd that come from?
I'm not quite sure where that came from.
That was Messers, I think.
Just
popping
flying
in.
through the ether.
Comedy is in the timing. That got a bit. Well, he got rushed by that hit connection pretty high on the bat from Ben Stokes. I think just got a bit big on him, cramped for room, and couldn't get anywhere near enough on it.
He's not really tried to keep that down. His bat's I'm not sure if he's trying to hit a six or just help it on its way, and he got the direction wrong.
What we can agree on is that it's not a great shot, and
it's straight down the line of Nathan Lyon. He did have to come in a little bit.
Yeah, it's a good catch.
Fierce concentration on his face.
Bloody Lyon again, isn't it?
Why not?
It's an excellent wicket. Camera angle we're seeing there of straight in the front on view of Nathan Lyon as the ball goes up, and you watch it all the way, come forward and take it very cleanly.
I feel it might be a pivotal moment.
I think so.
But let's try and remember. We got Pope in now.
You could even make your own jingles up. I could make a jingle up from Prince's song, The Pope, which is a good one.
Go on then.
You can be the president, rather be the Pope.
There you are. Who needs a bloody jingle machine?
A cappella jingles, it's the future.
Pope is on strike. Did they not cross? And he pushes that one past cover for a run.
So he's underway. Stokes was too devastated by what he'd done.
I guess, yeah. And that's the end of the over England.
Good, I've got jingles.
You've got we've got jingles on the brain. Go for it.
Jade Grover says, doesn't Labuschagne believe in the rapture? If that's the case, can't he just fuck off for now? Mog says, you'd like to think they would, but Australia doesn't play the sides that would be suitable for it. This is Afghanistan. Annie, I told you not to leave. Now look what you've done. Sorry, Ravina. Jay Grover says, let's just plant triffids in the pitch and be done with this foolishness. Messi just says, interesting to note that Australia has 5 players whose batting average in this series exceeds their bowling average. You've been genning up, haven't you, Messi? Stark, Green, Bolland, Lyon and Smith. England has none.
Even the number 11 has a higher batter average.
Well, he averages about 9 with the ball, doesn't he? So.
The bouncer for Pope to duck under from Cummins. Have to take Jay to task there, because you can't really plant the triffid because they move around. That's their whole thing.
Well, they have to start somewhere, though.
I suppose they do. I never. Do they? Do they move around like from the start, or do you have to plant them for a bit?
I don't know. We don't get to see that bit of the pretext, do we? When
no, but I remember that show though quite a while ago. They had big lashy stings would go whack across people's face. Cummins is in, and that one's let go by Pope.
Bit of excitement from the Aussies there.
Yeah,
probably
I think
quite close to off stump, but left.
Anyone who is blaming Annie for this collapse, I think we're going to have a change at the end of the over, and that might stabilise the batting a bit.
No, he was blaming me for leaving at all. So
I see.
He was saying I should stay on for the whole thing because we were doing well until I left.
No, not now.
Yeah. There's quite an exchange on YouTube between a few people, so I'll
as there often is. Cummins is in, and he beats Pope, who really just played significantly inside that for some reason.
We got Emily Elizabeth. Hello, Emily Elizabeth. She's apparently quite new to Guerrilla Cricket, and she's just saying that about the time on the Guerrilla Cricket website, it usually has coverage times for current or upcoming England matches. Thank you for sharing that with us.
If England are playing, we should be on.
Yeah, basically. And that's how she knew when to tune in.
Pope leaves that one with a little flourish. It's not a Marnus Labuschagne leave, but he had a little flourish there.
And she also says if you subscribe and click on the bell, you'll get notifications when they go live on YouTube. So, thank you, Emily, for that.
And indeed, yeah.
Yeah.
Warner chirping a lot for someone who's got a pair in this match.
He's left that, but it looks like he's a little close to getting a feather on the underside of the bat.
Oh, that one where you just pull your bat away too
late.
Yeah.
It's 42 non-ducks in a row now for Ollie Pope, by the way, after he got off strike first ball.
Well, he can have a go at Jimmy Anderson's record if he plays enough Test cricket, which I'm not sure he will. Ducks under that one.
I think he'll get plenty more chances in and out. I think
seems to be the way. I mean, I was astonished the other day to see that Bairstow played 80 tests.
Yeah.
Not really a comment on his ability particularly, but just I would have thought it was less than half of that. They play a lot of Test cricket these days.
Kate Holdsworth is asking for the score in a non-Australian way.
No, when in Rome, I'll respect it.
It's 93 for 4, Kate.
Played up to no run. Well, the disrespectful Annie is going to make way anyway at this point.
And Mog says he's not that hairy. Well, you're not that hairy, but you're hairier than I am.
Generally, or just on the head?
And on that note, Tony and Forthy are going to join me.
I am indeed delighted to be here. And Annie on that point is going to take her leave. Well, blimey, 68 for naught. We were all thinking, dare we hope, but normal service, I fear, chaps.
I think for me and a lot of people it was all, that was going well until I woke up and looked at the score.
2 drag-ons. Stokes a pull he shouldn't have played, probably. Crawley a legitimate edge, and Cameron Green
or at least should have played it better.
The destroyer in chief. Stark's going to be over the wicket. 2, Joe Root, who drives, pleasantly enough, but drives straight towards mid-off. And
blame myself for going on a bike. Blame myself for going on a bike ride again. 4 wickets fall every time I go on a bike ride. Same thing happens.
Where were you riding in Melbourne then, Forthy?
Oh, very modest by some of our, like someone like Nestler's standards. Just a little sort of 10-15k circuit from home.
Okay.
There are some cricketers who get ex-cricketers get legitimately angry if someone sort of moves around and causes a wicket.
Oh yeah.
Well, Barking again, 2 slips and a gully. Driven nicely by Root. And he beats mid-off this time. That is a pleasant drive. That should go all the way. Is it? The sponge and the ball coincide now, and it's 4 runs.
Shot.
Was a lovely shot.
Might have fielded it. I dived over that one. Oh, we still got no jingles. Okay.
Oh no, the bear. I had to make vocal communication with the bear by ringing him to make sure I even got him to do this slot.
It says something that we haven't had a cause for a batting jingle in the half hour I was on.
Well, yeah, it's been strange, and it's as is often the way. It's the I wouldn't say completely unexpected hero, but you have to say it's been. If you had to say Cummings, Stark, Boland, and Green, who would be most likely to do the real top order damage? You may not have said Green, as this one again is driven out towards extra cover Kawaja Fields.
Well, it's the sign.
No run.
The sign of a good team, the sign of a winning team, that a different person will pop up and do something when you need it. Yeah,
absolutely. Someone will step up as they are needed. 8 for Root, 1 for Pope, 97 for 4. Sorry, Andy, I'm not in Rome, or indeed Hobart. So I'm going that way. I might just flip it around from time to time, just to mix things up. I don't want to show any prejudices. But it's 97 for 4. We're in the 30th over, halfway through it, in fact, as Stark is in.
What was that?
Root. Well, that's a very good question, actually. I think he shaped as if to cut, then decided to leave and ended up somewhere in between. No damage done, though. The ball has gone.
We were just talking about the leave where the ball hits the bottom of your bat, and that was almost it. Really could have gone anywhere.
Well, actually, where did it hit? It hit him on the body in the end, didn't it?
I'm not sure. My pictures aren't 100%. I can follow it, but I can't often see what's happened in a split second.
Yeah, it's better than yesterday. I'm not sure what was happening yesterday on the feed, but it was like watching an old 1920s movie.
Excellent, with Keystone Cops running.
It wasn't in black and white, though, I have to say. This one is pulled, and not sure he laid any bat on that. Goes down to very fine leg. Looks like the ample arse of Boland that does the fielding. All we saw was the back view of him.
I think it was 2 runs.
Yeah, it will be 2 runs. So 6 off this Stark over.
Your conversation earlier reminded me of when Ian Healy gave Mike Atherton an absolute volley because he was convinced he'd edged it, and Atherton refused to walk.
He said,
at the end of the volley, he said, "Well, when in Rome."
Well, yeah, that is true. 1 ball left of this Stark over. 1 for 30 for him, but he got that wicket of Stokes. But really, should Stokes have played that shot? I suppose it's all retrospective, isn't it? If it had sailed over
I wonder if such a barb was wasted on the Australian slip call.
This one played well by Root. Guides it down towards gully. Cameron Green does the fielding. There is no run. It's the end of that over. 6 from it. It's 99 for 4. England 172 short of their target. 1 short of the 100. And which one of you two gentlemen is on social? I'm guessing it's 4.
Same one. Jay Grover, and this one's for you, Tony. Ironically, I didn't mean to insult Tony, and it's the only comment which landed. I'm not quite sure what it's referring to.
I don't.
Told you it was in your.
We'll look back in the records.
I've not been on. How can I have been insulted?
Oh yeah, that can still happen.
Jay moves in mysterious ways, as we know. Jay, I'm fairly sure Andy and Annie have a healthy disrespect for my bobbins. Kate Holdsworth, on the Franschhoek wine tram in the Cape Winelands, and on my way to the first vineyard, listening in to you. Please, can you say the score in the non-Australian way? So
that's what we've been doing. Oh, by the way, Kate Holdsworth is a long-time friend of the show, Dutch Bird Kate. As forward comes Pope, nudges this nicely. Not really an on-drive, it was more of an on-block. But he gets him a single.
Commentators Dan Norcross and Steve Harmison. Well done, Dan.
Dan is there on BT. Yes, he is. A sort of a constrained Bowdlerized version of him.
I'm sure he has to dial it down a bit for BT. Yeah.
He did relate the. I'll tell you in a moment, because I was listening to some of it in and out of sleep. As this one is guided by Root towards gully, grabs a quick single. Good sharp running by these two. Yeah, he used the John Cleese from Clockwork quote of. It's not the despair I mind, it's the hope.
Earlier.
Yeah. Which I suppose is how we all feel.
Is he the equivalent of a free-scoring striker in the championship who gets his promotion to the big club and then the goals dry up? Is that what you're saying?
Who are we talking about?
Dan Norcross.
No, not at all. No, absolutely.
I've no doubt he'd be excellent. Yeah, no doubt.
I'm just saying.
Well, I was thinking of the Bowdlerized version of him.
As Stark is in. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Cummins is in. And this is steered towards cover by Pope. Just 2 for him so far, of 9 faced, 11 for Root. Do you feel, Andy, that England have lost 1 or perhaps 2 wickets too many, given their lack of ability to get to 300?
I think so, and key wicket as well in terms of Stokes. They're very dependent on route from here. You could see Pope, Billings, Wokes chipping in with a 40, but it's hard to see much more than that, and it would need them all to do that to get close from here.
Well, yeah, I'll give you some thoughts. The moment as this one is dropped short, Pope ducks underneath it. I mean, I'm not sure there's ever such a thing as a harmless bouncer, but that was dropped short enough and was loopy enough, tennis bally enough, that Pope appeared to have plenty of time to duck underneath it, and there was no run.
Still, could someone have a Mark Butcher moment and play?
Well, I was thinking Billing
not out in the in a dead Robert Ashes match.
I thought Sam Billings batted very, very tidily in the first innings before being suckered into again like Stokes, a pull shot he should have left alone. Cummins in, left by Pope. Through it goes to Carey. There's no run. But that 500-mile drive kept extremely well.
Was he playing in Big Bash prior to that?
He was playing in the Big Bash, but he was up at Bash. He was up in Queensland. He was 90 minutes away from getting on a flight to come back to the UK, and then he drove himself from Queensland down to Sydney, where he joined up with the England team, and then thence on to Hobart. And I thought he batted very well. If he'd have just put away that shot that, what I would call his one-day shot,
just goes to show,
England may have got a considerably better first innings total, because he was looking in very good order indeed. So I wonder what odds you would get on him hitting the winning runs. I'd ask the Bear, but he's clearly gone to his cave, as this one is beating the outside edge of Pope.
Well, England are around 7-2 to win.
I think the thing I'd add probably is that there was a long and distinguished history of England winning these sort of dead rubbers.
Yes,
I can think of 75, 93, 98, 2001. The fact is, they were dead rubbers.
They were. Anyway, 40, over to you.
Yes,
you had the floor
sorry,
already.
Mog. Yes, indeed, Mog. You watched my interview. I'm so sorry you had to go through that horror, Annie. And I'm not that hairy. It was indeed. Jay, Annie's interest in county cricket exists only to confuse me about the crosswords. I'm sure of it. And he adds, David Cameron sent Paul Weller mental because he claimed Eton Rifles was his favourite song.
Well, that's also a point in his favour, yeah.
Indeed, yes. Leah, why would Prince want to be the Pope? He was a bloody Jehovah's Witness. Paul Marshall, Root and Billings to take us through for the win. Thanks, Paul. And Jay, Andy, I really didn't think of that. Now I'm double plus scared of Triffids.
Oh, well, sleep well, Jay.
Lord. Scott Boland is going to be into the attack. We would give him a jingle, but our jingle player has had a breakfast full of berries and nuts and whatever bears eat, and has now slunk to the back of the Sydenham cave.
The cave, indeed.
No jingles for the time being, I fear.
Well, you get a bit of hibernation before that. I guess we'll have some white ball cricket. Hendo's definitely been in hibernation. I haven't seen.
Well, hopefully we'll see that lovely interview with him that Messrs did, which he gave as a Patreon, but we've released to a few people. We've released that one in advance. Forward comes a route to this ball from Boland, steers it away towards cover. There's no run. The 100 is up for England. They are 101 for 4. If you're listening, Dutch Bird Kate, there it was.
do check our Patreon, patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket 1R2Ls. It's got interviews. It's an easy way to make a monthly donation. It's got podcasts. It's got the lot.
Well, it's got not only that. You get $2 a month buys you our return on gratitude. As we'll wait for Boland. 2 slips go down. Root hops onto the back foot, steers into the offside, no run. I think it's $4 or $5 now. You get complete access to our archive. Over 1,000 jingles are in there, not to mention matches we've covered and other things. And yes, some fantastic content which you get first and fastest, and in some cases exclusively. Plus, at various levels, increasingly sexier and funkier bits of our merchandise become available to you. It is a fantastic way to help us keep our show on the road. We're entirely voluntary, and your donations via Patreon means we can cover all the cricket that we do and bring it free, unfettered, ungeo-blocked in all of its glory to you now.
You've got a drinks break.
I believe it must be a drinks break. Yes, it is. 101.
It's just this bizarre trend to have halfway through and over, isn't it?
Yeah, which is completely confusing.
What?
But it means,
why are they doing that?
Who knows? I think they have a time, and if it hits that time, it doesn't matter. You know.
Goodness me! Should they at least wait for the ball to finish?
Well, I was about to say, if the batsman's halfway through a stroke, you know, what does he do? Just drop it? Yes. Anyway,
Right,
again.
I'll catch up on a few.
It's you again.
Kevin Williams, why Triffids when the English batters are obviously fucking blind already? That's a little sci-fi reference. For
Indeed.
those who are familiar with the John Wyndham original.
Unlike Triffids, they have their feet rooted to the ground.
This is getting clever. Farron, Stokes was selected this test for his batting. 5 and 4. Both openers made more runs. Poor team selection by the coach of England. Do they have one?
Take your point.
England could have played a well-rested. England could have played a well-rested batter this test. Will be handy now given the situation. Of course, it's very hard to know beforehand whether a batsman is going to get 4 and 5. It's always possible, but one takes the point. Lear, when in Rome, do as the Visigoths did.
Yep.
Hang on a second. Just Mog, I assume Norcroft has dropped those referring to those witty and accurate ethnic accents he used to do.
I hope so.
Well,
we won't be on BT Sport for long.
Or indeed BBC. Yeah. So,
Nestler's cycling in Melbourne is supposed to be quite pleasant. It is Nestler's. It's a flattish city, and there's a lovely the River Yarra that you can cycle on. It's pretty well appointed for cycle tracks as well. Anyone's very welcome to come and visit, and I can introduce them to said cycle track.
Well, I was about to say, next time I'm there, Forthy,
oh yes,
could you help me hire a bike? And you can show me, you can drag me out around the psychopaths of Melbourne. That would be fun. I've already met Mog, but other psychopaths would be brilliant.
We could go three in tandem and absolutely block the road and piss everybody else off. a phalange of gorillas coming towards you.
Fantastic, on a bike.
Yes.
Gorillas on a bike. There's a series.
Jay Grover. I've seen the improvement in Tony's punctuation. I'm very proud. Andy still wears hoodies and lumberjack shirts, but what's a man to do?
I don't. Hang on, hoodies. Yes, I don't recall a lumberjack shirt. As we are watching a replay, I hope.
Yes, we are. Mog, or maybe Brennus the Gaul. He had a fun time there too, referring to the when in Rome Visigoths. And UBF Ricardo, who often I say, well, I haven't heard from that person before, and someone like Tony will come in and say, he's been tweeting for years.
No, I've never heard of him.
Okay.
Or her.
Wood is going to make 35 not out.
Ooh, and there is a prediction indeed.
Yes. One thing I will say about Ollie Pope and his run of non-zero scores, he's currently second on the all-time list.
40, yes.
This is me, not a tweet.
Yes, okay.
J.W. Burke of Australia is ahead of him on 44, but this is over a career. So it's quite
that's
possible
why Anderson
for Ollie
doesn't
Pope.
count. Right.
Yes, this is why Ollie Pope at some point can disappear off the list altogether. He might get to his very last innings and disappear off the list. So that's worth.
But Anderson was on 80 or something at one point, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
We are now resuming, and onto the back foot goes Root. But really, that was a sort of a shot designed to not really make contact with the ball. It was wide enough to leave, and it went through to Carey, and there was no run. 101 for 470 is the England target. That started to look very achievable when they were 68 without loss. It started to look less achievable as 4 wickets tumbled. Burns before tea, Crawley, Milan, and Stokes after tea. 2 to Dragons to Cameron Green, and that one big shout on. I think he's gone through Root.
It's bowled him.
It's bowled him, absolutely. Root has gone.
Kept low.
The wheels are tumbling off the England
You couldn't do anything about that. It was a grubber.
Kept low, didn't it? It was a grubber.
Well, let's wait and see if the batsman has actually exaggerated how much it kept low after the ball's gone past him, because they do that sometimes.
It was a very un-Root-like shot, to be fair.
He seemed to be hurried. Well, let's have another look.
We are going to look
here. It's an absolute grubber.
In comes Boland.
Oh, no, you're right. No, that's literally gone under the bat. That's unfortunate.
Root was on his toes. The ball was on pretty much close to the ground. It just didn't get up. Root smiling because he knows probably on that occasion there literally was nothing he could do. Day 3, variable bounce. Not variable is the England collapse, which has been consistent if nothing else. They are 101 for 5, and they have lost their captain. Root's gone for 11. He's been bowled, unfortunately, I have to say, with every sympathy for Joe Root on this occasion. But Scott Boland has his first innings, first wicket of this innings, and he's got the England captain, and so he's driven 500 miles. He answered the call. Is he the hero England need? It is this. Oh well, no, I'm trying.
No,
to
well, you
there won't be one, will
can imagine the famous 500 miles then.
Well, yeah, I did. I think I sang that rather badly in the first innings. I'm not sure. I'm not going to do it again.
No, look, I don't normally make excuses for batsmen, but yeah, that's
it was a horrible,
chronic low bounce on that one, and yeah, you can't legislate for that.
I remember getting out to a ball like that once.
I got many times on council pitches.
Yeah, and it was a council pitch in Wandsworth, I think, and I was playing for my agency at the time. It was a long time ago. I was the club cricketer amongst a bunch of hopeless non-cricketers. and all hopes were pinned on me as I opened, and literally the first ball hit the bottom of my off stump. As this one is nicely played down towards gully, taken on the bounce and on the dive, but Billings survives his first ball, scratches his mark. Cameron Green's got a big smile on his face. He might as well have. He's got 3 very important wickets.
Oh, by the way, Jason says UBF Ricardo is one of the supporters from Sofa Days 40. So yes, he is a very old-time patron of the programme. Thank you very much.
I noticed the Ghost of Zoo popped up yesterday.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Only briefly.
Ghost of a ghost.
The Ghost of the Ghost of Zoo. 101 for 5. Billings is in with Pope, and he's facing Boland, and again plays that very tidily out towards cover. The ever animated Marnus Labuschagne fields. It's the end of that over. It's a very successful one for Boland. It was punctuated by both a drinks break and then, wouldn't you just know it, a wicket. And we'll go back to 40.
Yeah, just catching up on YouTube. Suchahu, that's bollocks. Suchahu again and Emily Elizabeth just being generally nice to each other, actually, which is nice.
Good. We like civility and politeness.
Yeah, occasionally. Good. Just 1 second, I'll see if anything's happening back on booking yourselves for a second.
Well, yeah. Considering this is the 5th test, it's drawing to a close. We might not be on for much longer in this game. If any more of the guys who are either on Guerrilla Cricket or tweeting at us in the old Sofa days want to say hello, just give us a tweet.
In comes Patrick Cummings. Pope plays that. Well, I think he was looking to drive, but I think he also took his hand off the bat as well. It went away towards cover, and there was no run. Jason, in answer to your question, I genuinely can't remember. I mean, we're talking mid to late 80s on this particular occasion, and my memory for what I did, the day before in those days was always a bit shaky, let alone thinking back 50 odd years.
Sometimes it's easier, especially with cricket, it's easier to remember the way I got out 30 years ago than what I had for breakfast.
What's genuinely interesting as we wait for Cummings, who's in, and that has beaten the outside edge. What a delivery that was. It was an absolute snorter, and it jagged away from Pope. And,
too much.
So no damage done, but it was a good ball. But as you were saying, I can physically, now we're talking about it, I picture receiving that ball, the look of shock and horror, and I remember plodding back to my teammates who all went, Jesus Christ, what was that? I think we might have been all out for about 15.
They had enough cricket knowledge to realise that
but a grubber's a grubber. Grubber's a grubber, no matter what you know about cricket. Even isn't it supposed to bounce, you'd say, if you knew nothing about cricket? Right arm over. Forward comes Pope. Way towards cover. 2 Australian, keen, hungry, animated Australian fielders.
Yeah, we just had a graphic. We just had a graphic of 4 balls from Scott Boland pitching in roughly the same place. One of them's that ball that's hit a third of the way up the stump, and the others are all almost chest high. So
it was similar to that ball that got Nasser Hussain all those years ago. I think it was Carl Hooper.
I was just looking at the way he followed through and stared down poor old Joe Root like he'd achieved something fantastic, which I think was a little bit unnecessary. I think he probably should have acknowledged he got dead lucky on that one. This one is solidly played by Ollie Pope off the bowling of Cummings, back towards the bowler. No run.
Were you playing for Ogilvy and Mather?
No, this was from recollection. This was even pre-Ogilvy. I did play quite a lot of cricket when we had cricket matches for Ogilvy, but this was pre Ogilvy.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, very early in my career, my work career.
Yeah, that from Boland was a bit like giving it a big fist pump when you just knocked someone's aces off with Queen 10.
If you say so, Andy.
I do.
Trying to follow that, yes.
And that one causes Pope to swing back. I think he was looking to duck anyway, but the ball followed him, and having begun his crouch, he then had to limbo the rest of the avoiding procedure, which you have to say to his credit, he seemed to do rather well. Yeah, pulled his head out of the way, kept the bat low, did everything right.
Shoulder. Oh, apart from being hit on the back shoulder.
Oh, did he catch his shoulder on the way through?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, there we are. You can see it on Hotspot. He did take a thump on the shoulder.
It was like on Hotspot, you can see the square leg umpire. It looks like he's in They Live.
Comes Cummings, nicely played, and again very well fielded by Cameron Green, who's extremely lively there in the gully. Dives to his right. It's the end of the over. It's 101 for 5. The Bears returned from the cave to the jingle-playing seat of duty. And,
before I go, I will just say, oh no, I've got 5 minutes. Well, I have known the old umpire, who might well have been a secret alien with nefarious intent.
I've got a few tweets here. Kevin Williams, I think we might have upset him. I've paid £20, $23, and only when my tweets are plagiarised they get read out. Wish my name was Mog. Well, we aim to read out all the tweets.
Oh, who said that? I think we normally do.
Kevin Williams, I think we do read out all the tweets. So
we do, Kevin.
It depends.
Thank you for being with us.
The odd one. Sometimes at the end of the day we might miss one. My anchor, I was in Melbourne a few times, 2017 for the entire Boxing Day Ashes test, and the whole Aussie Open fortnight. By far my favourite city in Australia. Well, thanks, Mike. We do enjoy living here.
Boland is in. Nicely forward comes Billings. That one did bounce. It meant that Billings could play it solidly and tidily. Apparently, I've driven past my ex-house a few times, but obviously hadn't. Well,
was it a difficult parting of ways?
No. Well, apparently
where does Mike live?
In Wilmington, in Delaware. And I had no idea that I would have driven past at the time, but apparently I have. I would have stopped for a drink and a coffee or beer, depending on the time of day, if I'd known.
Oh, I thought you said your ex-house.
No, my ex-house.
My ex-house.
I wondered where you
got.
Yes, not my ex's house.
Or your ex's house.
As this is pushed into the onside, Boland fields off his own bowling.
Jason in the chat asks if I've seen a video of a hand where both players have aces and one loses to a flush. The thing is, I once saw a quite young and excitable player come up to a very old, grizzled player and say, oh, you won't believe it, this hand. And the guy stopped him and said, do you think there's anything I haven't seen? Multiple times. And I'm a bit the same. Played so many hands of poker, I've seen it all.
101 for 5. Boland is in. Oh, that's worked off his legs. That may have been a leg by. Carey goes trotting after it. Head comes running in. They converge, and Head it is who does the fielding. It's a leg by.
If Pope and Billings both at the crease at the same time, it's rather like those occasions when you're scoring in junior cricket and it's impossible to tell one batsman apart from the other, isn't it? They are remarkably similar in characteristics.
And I've been mixing up Stokes and Root, so
that I'm less sure about.
Left hand and right hand, so I've got no chance here.
No, I was going to say.
I think England here can't forget about trying to score runs.
In comes Boland. No, they can't. Otherwise, they'll get stuck in that rut. This one's left alone to emphasise your point, Andy. Left by Pope through to Carey it goes.
I think that one's fair enough.
So far off this.
That one's fair enough, but Pope's 2 off 19, and one of the good things about the early part of the chase was that England was scoring quite freely. And if they don't try to score, this is just never going to happen. If they try to score, maybe they've got a Dumb and Dumber. So you mean there's a chance?
102 for 5. 2 balls left, or what I suspect there might be one over after this for this little trio. We'll see how we go. As this one is nicely met by Pope, fielded at gully, no run. But yeah, they can't go into a shell completely. You're right, Andy, because that tends to only end one way, doesn't it? Look at poor old David Warner in the first innings.
England 13-1 on the exchange, and if you like a punt, you can get 1,000 on the draw.
One more wicket would change that dramatically, I suspect.
Yeah, it really has changed dramatically.
Every wicket will lengthen those odds.
Yeah.
Last ball of this Boland over, his 10th. In past umpire Wilson, and nicely worked away into leg. They'll take one. Cummings goes off in pursuit, but actually in the end leaves it. Did they come back for 2? Yes, they did. Takes the score onto 104 for 5. And Bear, should we squeeze one more over in for this trio? Yep, we have the thumbs up.
Okay.
From the Emperor. Speaking of Rome,
not to bring the trumpet out, but I did back Australia this morning when England were about 50 for naught, and England were actually favourites, and I thought, not really.
I'd like to say that was brave of you, but to be honest, I'm not entirely
I
sure.
think it was just a value bet. It was just a value bet.
Just catch up on a tweet or two. Mog, Day of the Triffids was part of the great time for British sci-fi. Triffids, Survivors, Blake Seven, Doctor Who. You also mentioned Sapphire and Steel, which often gets overlooked. I seem to remember David McCullum and Joanna Lumley.
It was a spin-off from the old sort of a previous show, which I can't quite place.
Okay.
5 for 36, by the way, England have lost. That's pretty poor.
That's pretty poor going, isn't it? Josie Oak and Paul Marshall both agree we're doomed.
Yes, we rather fear. Cummings, Captain Cummings, is going to bowl. He's right arm over, up onto his toes goes Billings again, plays that nicely, but once more. Oh, it's not Cameron Green this time, is it? No, it's Travis Head, who's taken up that sort of backward point duty and fields very well. They have a great record here, of course, to Australia. 1-9.
Haven't played that many
tests. Draw. 13. This is the 14th.
14th.
They've won 9 of them. Lost 2, drawn 2. They did lose last time out. Got tomped by South Africa, but that was 2015 or 2016. So they certainly haven't played here for a while. As Cummings is in. That one steered wide of gully.
Is it steered, or is he looking to play that a bit straighter?
I'd give him the benefit of the doubt.
Give him a steer.
Cameron Green seems to be shaking his head. I'm just wondering if potentially that was half a chance. I don't think it was. Maybe it went down. 105 for 5 anyway. Edges England a little bit closer, but these two have just got to put in. These two have to be here tonight. That's then the game's back on.
But if you take that mindset, you don't want to go. You've got to be here tonight and scoring runs.
Well, that is very true. Again, this one is sort of flicked down into the ground by Pope towards third slip.
How much more do we think we'll get today? Another hour?
Well, we're certainly scheduled for that. Well, we're scheduled for one more and then overspill.
Oh, okay. I might be on for overspill, so I won't say my tearful farewells just yet.
No. I will probably be saying mine at the end of this over, because I can't imagine there's going to be a day 5, and I'm not on tomorrow for various reasons.
Back that draw at 1,000 to 1 if you think there is.
There may not be a day 4.
Well, it would only be that of course is true. Cummings in, pulled by Pope. There's a man down on the deep mid-wicket boundary. It's Nathan Lyon, who's already taken 1 catch today.
Do we get an extra half hour if England are 7 or 8 down?
8 down, yes. 7, I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm not sure you can. The lights have to go off at 11 o'clock in Hobart, so I'm not sure they can do any extra time.
Don't disturb the neighbours, and quite right too.
Yeah.
Don't they have a limit on how many drinks you can buy as well? Did I see that? Was there a limit on how many drinks you can purchase at the various bars? Maybe it's you could purchase in one go. Cummings in, steered down on the 45. Alex Carey trots across towards the square leg umpire, and not for the first time, having gone to the trouble of doing that, someone else actually comes in and does the fielding. It was a leg by as well, but it is 1 more to the score. It's 1 less to the required amount. That's now 164. It's 107 for 5 for England. 1 ball left of this Cummings over. He's yet to take a wicket in the second innings. It's his 11th over. 11 o'clock, though, would just give that extra 30 minutes. As this one is dabbed to backward point. I doubt that they took a run. They didn't. So at the end of that Cummings over, it's 107 for 5. Billings on 1, Pope on 5. I will take my leave.
Thing is,
and we'll see where we go.
I'm not sure that they could take the extra half hour if the lights actually have to go off at 11 because they have to clear the ground and stuff. So
What time is it there now?
well, I presume.
Let me check before I go.
It's currently 9:30 there, or 9:30.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Jess.
Yeah, so 11:30 when the overspill ends, we'll leave them half an hour to clear the ground. I don't think they could literally turn the lights off and then you can all get out in the dark.
Well, I tell you, if they are 8 down at half an hour before then, Knackle would certainly be praying that they do the extra half hour so he doesn't have to.
I think he stays here the night before, so I presume he'd come here at 10, wake up, do a cut of half an hour, whatever it would take to clean it up, and then just go back to bed and then go home in the morning. Boland is going to continue, and that's aerial and out. Oh dear.
Jesus.
Sam Billings has just clipped it.
Just as I come on.
To mid-on.
That's your wicket, Annie.
Yeah, for fuck's sake.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
They're doing their best to finish it tonight, aren't they?
What's he just
when we
get
were
this
last on,
Yeah.
we were dreaming of a Crawley Burns continuation when we came back. Oh, how wrong we were.
No, it was all just dreams.
It was just
There,
a dream.
it was never going to be real.
No, of course it wasn't. We kind of knew. I did fall. I must have been asleep when Stokes was out.
I think he was.
Yeah.
I got to say, if the ever, the expression "ball's got your name on it," Roots one,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
totally.
Oh my god.
There
That
was
was
absolutely
horrible.
nothing you could ever have done about that.
That was horrible.
Yeah, you got to have a wry smile on your face when that goes down, haven't you?
Yeah.
So out comes the hero of the first innings, this man.
Works his fit, got out of bed, went and had himself a net, found this way that his heel had healed, passed the test and he went to the tee.
Let's hope he has as many lives as he did in his first innings, eh?
He had quite a few, didn't he?
Yeah, certainly 2 for 5 at one point. Or 5
I
for
just
2.
realised Root's dismissal now means that Cameron Green has an average higher than him. Cameron Green would be top of the English bowling averages and second in the English batting averages.
Wow, there you go.
We're doing well for the Australian stats, aren't we?
Yeah.
Apart from Carey's.
I'm still shocked at how different this game has turned out to what I believed it would be.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
You really shocked?
No, not in terms of we lost or we're going to lose. No, that's kind of just how quickly it's gone. The whole thing was, beefed up at the start as it was going to go all a long way and the wicket would be easy to bat on, and it's not at all. Wokes gets forward, nicely drives up to mid-off, and there is no run.
We've got an appearance. The Ghost of Zoob says, "I don't pop up. I am omnipotent and probably omnipresent as well."
Well, yeah.
Jay Grover also says, "Burns before tea. Good Scottish social history."
Yes, have you ever done a Burns night?
No.
It's fun.
It
Lots
involves
of fun.
alcohol, of course it's fun.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
involves swords as well.
I think Wokes was trying to turn that into leg side. He struck it quite nicely, but again it went straight up to mid-off and there is no run. England 107 for 6, and they were 68 for none, 69 for 1, or
Yes.
67 for none and 68 for 1.
Certainly, late 60s anyway.
Another typically English collapse of about 40 for 6.
Yeah, I honestly think when Stokes was out, it was like, right. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and then exactly that, and then Root getting bowled that way, you kind of think, no, forget it. That's, again, blocked with good timing by Wokes up to mid-off, and that is no run.
To be fair, the pitch should be misbehaving a bit like that. at this point in the
Wow,
game.
shit it on day 3.
Well, exactly, except that it's only day 3.
It's only day 3.
This is the woman whose local ground is Taunton, of course.
Excuse me?
You know all about misbehaving.
Say, Messi.
It doesn't misbehave, it just turns. Slower ball into the pitch, I think. Wokes, was expecting that a little bit quicker. And it almost turned into the pull shot, and then realised it was just going to appear on him, so he defended it. No run.
Yeah, it's just that the West Country's view of what a pitch ought to do may be a bit different to some other people's.
It's we don't get a lot of bounce in the West Country. Certainly not down in Devon. We don't. It's quite soggy.
Yes, I can believe that.
Clay.
Mog says, I think Zoob's scopes manifested after I had invoked his name during the struggles to get on air yesterday.
Defended last ball of the over. It's a Waden for Boland, who has figures of 2 for 13 off 11. He's been miserly this series and taken a few wickets.
God, yeah. It's more miserly than Scrooge.
Indeed.
Mike's got the best idea. He says 170 to win off 25 overs less than day 3. These two should just say fuck this and go for it ODI style. No point dragging it into day 4 for a stupid 15 to 20 minute morning. Well, they're not going to get 25 overs in before the stumps are due. Anis Rao says, trust the Brits to get my hopes up for a classic victory before just falling over again. But hey, if this was the first of a 5-match series, I think they're off to a good start. Ravinez says, the old safer days. Started in drink and ended up in drink, with Norcross buying the rounds. Jay Grover says, well, I've been here since Sofa. Why don't you settle down and listen to my fascinating stories? Nah, it's all right. I'm not that cruel. That'd be a Vogan poetry job.
Pope clips that to mid-wicket, and there ain't no run. First over at Cummins, who has gone wicketless in his second innings. For 30 runs, this is his 12th over.
You know, you beat when they start showing how many wickets are needed rather than how many runs are needed.
Yes, yeah. It's the switcheroo. Cummins is in, and oh my word, Pope's been bowled around his legs. See, that's what happens when that's middle stump, and he's gone so far across his stumps that he's been bowled middle stump. That is a failure of technique, I would suggest.
Absolutely.
So we can send him off to.
Send him off to school.
Yeah, I think what are we going to send him off for that one?
On your bike, mate.
And having said Cummins has gone wicketless in this innings, of course, I've invoked the Cummins wicket. And I think someone in the batting coach department needs to fucking sort out these guys' techniques.
There are many things that need to be sorted out there, but let's face it, we never do that well in Australia. It's not. I mean, I know we're doing really shit, but we never do very well in Australia.
No, it's not never.
Not never. Okay, not recently.
Well, let's face it, Australia don't often do well in England. They had that purple patch between '87 and 2005, but.
There are so many factors, but of course the powers that be will be saying county cricket needs to go down to 12 teams. We need elite teams.
If you want less games and more time, you just have 3 divisions instead of 2.
Yeah, but they're using it as an excuse to cost cut, save money. It's what's going to happen.
Cummins in, and Woods is going to face up to his first ball and get a run off his first ball. He just knocks it out square on your side. We'll give him a jingle. He sounds like this.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course, except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse. Right. What?
England have now lost 7 for 40.
Oh, no. Well, that's very English-like, isn't it? I mean, this is the problem. No one, the head goes, and then it just carries on. It's,
and it has been England many times in the past as well.
This year alone, I can't. Must be 5 or 6 times. It's into the hip of Wood, maybe even more, and it goes down to long leg, and there should be a leg by. I don't think it was a leg by. It certainly didn't look like he got any bat. No, it was off the bat apparently. Wokes gets himself off the mark.
Yeah, and we've got lots of people calling for cricket to be played, county cricket to be played in the summer, which is great. This is, of course, that's when we should be playing county cricket, and this is what I've always wanted. But they're all cagey about the 100 still and T20.
Attempted hoik by Wood, and not a lot on it as it goes through to Carey, and there's no run. This is it. If you go down to 3 divisions, then you play 12 games instead of 18. If each day is a 4-day game, that gives you an extra 24 days at least, doesn't it? Well, that's the 100. Fuck that off. And then all is well with the world.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. Sky don't want that to happen. Thank you very much. They are in charge of the game.
Well, Cummins is in.
I
agree with that. As Wood goes to the offside and there's no. But they don't. Well, I suppose they do have 100, don't they? But the BBC.
Andy says I don't see why you can't play both, and I.
Well, that's the other thing. Play both at the same time.
But the other thing I would, and I've always said is that if you have to have the 16.4, then you need to play it at the beginning of the season. You play it in April so that it is an introduction to the game, to the season, gets kids interested. If that's really what ECB are after, then you start that off at the beginning of the season. It doesn't matter that it's the pitches don't matter so much. Sorry.
Well, you could. Well, if they can try and condense it into. How long was it last year?
6 weeks, nearly 6 weeks.
Really?
Right in the centre, yeah.
Oh, fuck, I thought it was like 4.
Yeah.
That's crazily long. The BBL is ridiculously long.
And
it's having a similar impact in Australia, to be honest.
Yeah, well, the IPL's the same, isn't it? The IPL's only 2 months. Boland is in, and driven quite nicely by Wood. Half stopped by Labuschagne at cover, and there's a single.
I see what. Pitches matter, but they really matter to Red Bull more because they're longer and they, it depends how they. Sorry, I'm arguing with Andy and Max is saying there's too much rain at the beginning of the season.
Do something about that. Yeah, fix that. Global warming might fix that for you.
Too much loss of revenue, but the 100 has lost massive amount of revenue.
Yeah, exactly. They've spent millions on it.
Massive.
That's defended it into the offside, and there's no one. That's not a particularly good argument because they've essentially spent a shitload of money starting up a new format when they had a perfectly reasonable format that they could have condensed. The blast should. This is it. All these T20 competitions should be a month at the most, but that is. When the TV comes into it, they want much of it.
They want kids to go in their summer holiday because that's good revenue then. But they finish watching it. Sorry.
Boland is in, clipped nicely by Wokes out towards deep mid wicket. There's no one out there, and he'll get himself 4 runs. England are on the charge for victory.
Come on, we can do this.
Crossing the boundary, crossing the boundary.
In fact, they should just play it like a T20 now.
Yeah.
Give it a long handle.
But, that's how Wood plays after all.
Yeah. Might as well.
And he might as well play his game.
Wokes is going to face up Boland.
Jesus.
He's gone for 5 in this over. That's a quarter of his runs. As that's guided by Wokes into the ground. Can't bounce it over Cameron Green. Not surprising, really. The man is so tall. And there is no run.
I just realised how slack I've been. I'm 20 minutes behind on tweets.
No, sorry, it's me going off on one when I should. You carry on. You carry on. Ignore me.
Mog says I pay good fucking money for my shit pissed tweets to get rid of.
Boland is in. An attempted pull by Wokes, nothing on it. Goes through the keeper and there's no run. You might as well get some tweets in between the overs, then we can rattle off some more.
Neil Harris says, "Good morning, Gorillas. Waking up to see England have a chance."
That was a while ago.
What are the odds you'd give England to win? There, that was 20 minutes ago. 7 for 115 is not a chance. Jay Grover says, "I just got all the Wyndham audio books. They're will satiate me when the Gorillas are no longer here." I love John Wyndham. I grew up.
I love John Wyndham, and I love audiobooks as well.
It's a lazy way, isn't it?
Boland in. Is that out?
Great!
That is a great catch. Wokes cleared his front leg. I think he's realised that he might as well get it over today, so I don't have an extra down. Get on the plane and go home. Tried to give it a big heave ho over the leg side. Got it. I think probably outside toe end. And it's flew high and wide of Carey, who's gone with one hand. I think he dropped it, didn't he, into his other hand? I'm not sure he caught it cleanly. We'll have a look here on the replay. There's a big swipe. No, he didn't. He caught it in the webbing.
God, we know how to lose in style, don't we?
Those gloves, the webbing's too big. Shouldn't count.
It's cheating, isn't it?
Cheating. They were cheating the whole way through. We're not shit.
Yeah.
I got a tweet here from Annie Chave. It says, "Love all these sci-fi titles. With the world of cricket becoming fucked, I am disappearing into my world of sci-fi."
Yeah, sorry, I am.
I love a good sci-fi. We have a new batsman.
All right.
We'll play his jingle.
Yeah, I apologise because I'm having an argument with someone on Facebook about the future of cricket,
right.
and it's doing my head in at the moment.
You're looking at dystopian.
Kevin Williams, who was one who was concerned about not getting read out, says, hello, thank you for your wonderful commentary and to Mog for his rapid quick-fire musing. I love you all. Thank you. You are without doubt the best way to listen and view everything in cricket.
Fabulous.
Lost 2 wickets while reading this.
Indeed. Cummins, oh my God, I thought he was going to clean bowl Woody, but he struck it cleanly. We're still on the way to victory as that goes out through the point boundary for 4 runs.
We're going to do this.
Matt Taylor says Australia will claim the extra hour tonight. Well, I don't think they're going to need to. I think it's all going to be over well and truly in time.
And we don't think
Andy
they can.
Says,
anyway, go on.
Yeah. Andy says we should play 2 jingles at the same time to make up time.
Woody struck that one. He's in T20 mode.
Yeah.
He's blasted that back over mid-off's head. It's 4 more runs. I like Suter-Who's comment at the last fall of that wicket was just on YouTube. It's like, oof, screamer. I hope that's about right.
I think Wood is actually in what the fuck mode.
Yeah.
If the batters can't make runs, why the fuck should I?
Exactly. I've just got 6 for 37 and put us back in the game. And what have you lot fucking done?
He hasn't changed his batting style. Let's go.
Shit! But he's pulled that onto his stumps from about 3 feet outside off stump. He actually got good contact on it and hit it down into the ground, which is probably what you should do. But when you're 3 feet outside off stump, you actually pull it into your middle stump. England collapsing lamely. I'm sure the papers will lay into them endlessly after this. But we all how much? I mean, I've watched pretty much every England game since 2009, and you see it a lot, and you see on tours when teams start to go down, it goes downhill very rapidly.
Yeah, and certainly England. Australia don't have that in the same way.
They do over here.
Yeah.
And India used to be fair. I mean, even that great side that had Dravid and Tendulkar on their last tour of England, you know, they came over here all optimistic they were going to win, and that series was a 5-match series. They were quite close the first 2 test matches, and by the end they lost it, you know. And that was a good batting side as well.
Well, what are you fighting for, really? Because
exactly.
You've been ripped to shreds already, haven't you, in the press?
Yeah.
What you get, a bit of consolation.
England have been taking my strategic advice. He says no point England trying to make it to tomorrow. They should just fold and finish tonight, which they seem to be doing. Matt says who will be out first, England or Novak Djokovic?
England. And there's no go because it's loaded on the plane already. Well, that's 9 down suddenly. I thought it was 8 down, but of course, Wokes was out in the last over. So
It's all right. We've got Broad.
well, we have, and he struck a 4 as well. No, we haven't. No, we haven't. There's a guy, Nathan Lyons, out in the deep. He hasn't bowled a single over in this game.
Yep.
Yes, so Australia can win with 10 men. Oh no, he did bat well.
Yeah, he batted for a bit. But that's the beauty of having an all-rounder, isn't it? Cameron Green certainly come to the party as a bowler.
Yeah.
And he's their fourth seamer. Which is, again, goes back to that point about why probably Leach shouldn't have played in the first game, but they did because they had Stokes in the side. Stokes was half cooked, you know.
Look, yeah, and Leach had hardly played any red ball cricket at all for the whole of last season.
Because most of the time he was sitting around in the fucking England dressing room.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Well, Robinson didn't want to stay out there. He's gone for a golden duck. That's it. Australia win by 146. England have gone from 67 for 1 to 123 all out. And the press will have a fucking field day here.
23.
But we could all see that coming.
251 for the... No, 241 for the day. Is there anybody in the GPL on 241?
243 was you.
Oh, fuck. Oh, well. Same old.
Same old, same
That
old.
was a really, really, really poor.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I must say, Annie, you took 4 wickets in amazingly quick time. I was really
I'll take 25 minutes, isn't it, for the end? Andy, I thought there was a good chance Andy would come on. They really have thrown that away at the end, haven't they? I mean,
you're still there, Andy. You wanted to say your goodbyes anyhow, so you could always pop in. Jay Grover and Mog have said the same thing in very different ways. Jay Grover just said, "Oh lordy, bitch, slat, tart, horse, cow, I am feeling vexed, bother." Whereas Mog says, "Well, this is swirling toward the event of horizon of the singularity of miserable fucking defeat, isn't it?"
It certainly is. I mean, that was. I went to have a kip when we were 3 down, and that was.
It was your fault then, Bear.
It's everyone's fault. Thank you for asking me to come back on. That was hilarious. That was great. That was Wood and Robinson thinking, "Fuck this."
Yeah, absolutely. And I
that badly.
Yeah,
fucking hell, what a load of old bollocks.
Hey, Nestor, you want to get your picture on? We haven't seen you for a while.
I think they just wanted to get home tomorrow instead of
looked like it.
the next
It
day,
did.
or the day after. I don't know, who can blame them?
What a load of old crap.
Dear.
I mean, for God's sake. What are they doing out there?
It's that Nestle's.
Yeah, it is. He came on to watch the
They shouldn't have let them in the country. They should have all been unvaxxed and deported like Novak.
Yeah.
There is a point to be made that if this had been a series in New Zealand or Sri Lanka, they might not have gone. If it hadn't been Ashes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to be fair, there was a lot of talk, wasn't there, before it even started, whether to go or not. So,
Well, judging on Australia's
thing means money.
Australia's recent thing, they wouldn't have gone at all.
No, exactly.
Yeah. The closest contest, actually, was the Jingle Ashes, which was really close.
That was fun,
really close,
I mean,
you could get elected to Parliament with that sort of dexterity.
How many sessions in this series have England won? Like, you know,
2?
2?
No.
More than that?
No, most tests they've had 1 or 2 sessions where they've done really well.
Today you'd have said they won the first 2 sessions because actually they went to tea.
Okay.
And they bowled them out in no time at all. Really, they got 7 wickets today and pretty
across
quick
the whole
time.
series. It's just piss.
Oh yeah,
isn't it?
exactly. Oh, it is.
The problem is, I mean, you know, there's a lot of England fans who are getting up at, God knows what time in the morning.
Fewer and fewer with each game.
Yeah, but it hasn't been a contest. And sport is nothing unless you've got two people or two teams or whatever.
Well, exactly, and this is what
competing.
people have been saying about, you know, other countries, that, you know, we need contest. You know, don't want to play Bangladesh because it's not a contest, or
I don't know,
whatever,
at the
you know.
moment.
Exactly. It's crazy.
It's, you know, when people decry you know, junior sport or female sport, let's say, and yet I watch a lot of you know, women's tennis, women's golf, women's cycling, and it's the contest is brilliant. It doesn't matter that they're not the best in the world, the fastest, the strongest, that can throw a ball, whatever.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter.
The competition is what
contest.
matters. Yeah.
Yeah, and this has been abysmal.
And
Well, it's like watching Man United play, I don't know, Forest Green Rovers or something.
Hey, that's probably Forest Green.
Yeah, I've got to say, the current Man United side, that's dissing them. You might as well Man City versus pretty much anybody.
Forest Green's a vegan team. I like them.
Yes, I like them too.
It's like watching the North London derby later on. Oh no!
COVID.
I do love pissing off Tottenham, even when we don't play them, we piss them off.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I just want to say a couple of things while we still got some listeners. There's 133 people on Facebook. I don't know how many others, but I just want to say a couple of thank yous, particularly to the Bear, to Knackle, and to Tony Bishop, because there's a hell of a lot of work involved in actually getting this on air, particularly coming in every day to be in Gorilla Towers so you can run it, but also Tony Bishop trying to wrangle all us fuckers who keep ringing in and say, "Oh no, I'm not feeling up."
Can't do that one.
Yeah, doing it.
There's a hell of a lot
with
of a lack of
amazingly
sleep.
good humour.
Tell me about
it. Yeah. So I just want to say thank you, Bear. Thank you, Knackle. Thank you, Tony. Because I've had a ball, but I really haven't had to do much except.
Plus, you've been up in the daytime, you fucking bastard.
Yeah.
Oh, getting up at 6 o'clock was a bit rough.
Oh, fuck off.
No, and you know, it's been an interesting series.
You know, it's always
it's had its highlights.
Well, I hate losing, but I like seeing, you know, reasonably good cricket, I suppose, and I like it when the game moves on. And with England, you can guarantee the game moves on reasonably quickly.
But we like to move it on quickly.
I don't. I mean, this is probably for another time, but I don't know what the answer to this kind of shit show is really.
Learning how to bat again. I mean, this is the thing, Nestlers. I mean, at one point, I've mentioned this a couple of times, but at one point in the Sydney Test, there was so much rain. They showed the highlights of the 10-11 game, and that was only 11 years ago now. And the top order consisted of Cook, Strauss, Trott, Peterson.
There you go. You don't have to
Bell at 5.
Yes, but 2 out of those 4 didn't grow up in England. I'm not saying it's wrong that they should have been playing. I'm saying that they learned their cricket in South Africa.
Well, no, actually, yeah. Well, some of them, they started there. That's maybe true, but also that was.
I'm talking about in their teens and so on.
Yeah, that's true. But
as opposed to Milan, you mean?
But at the height of that team,
Red
Bull cricket in this country was after they'd split the first division into 2 leagues, and we decided to concentrate on it.
I actually would say on that point, you get a lot of this that people point at 10-11 and they say it was because of this, that, the other structures or the way the game was run. It was because we had an exceptional team, including those top 5 batsmen. It was because that team was driven to the absolute limit by a ruthless coaching staff who broke half of them.
Yeah,
you know, that team was done by 2012. And look, 2010, Australia was shit. They were playing Xavier Doherty and Michael Beer. They weren't that good. So,
can I just say?
Can I just finish, Annie?
No.
Fair enough. Go on.
Carry on.
No. So people will sort of attribute that to square brackets, the thing I like, but actually I think it was just a bit of a one-off. And while I've got the mic, I think one thing that's changed a lot in the last 10 years in coaching is that coaches with young players are a lot more hands off, and they'll say, "Oh well, you do what you want and develop your own technique, and maybe you'll be Steve Smith." But for every Steve Smith, there's 1,000 people who just get found out at a particular level because they don't have the technique and they're not being told and this is, I'm all for giving people leeway in coaching, but up to a certain point, you've got to say, do it like this.
Yeah, that's
And I don't
fair
think
enough.
that's happening. Yeah, okay, I'm done.
I just wanted to say, I think a lot, and not enough has been said about not being able to come over and get used to the conditions as well. I think we really could have done with coming out, a month before and playing a bit of cricket.
Again,
I know
in
that's
10-11, Australia let us do that and gave us competitive games to help us warm up and get better, and then we thought, well, fuck me, we're not doing that again.
but if you want a
COVID
competition,
had a lot to do with
if
that.
you want a competition, COVID absolutely had
Australia
a lot to do
don't want a competition. Australia want to thrash England 5-0 and dance on our graves.
Yeah, but you're then running down the Ashes and you're making
Well, they are.
them
Well,
up with the
I agree.
Ashes.
I agree.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
You need to have that. You
but
really
they-
need to have that warm up period.
Yeah, but they couldn't go out and play warm up games because of the restrictions for COVID.
Yeah, but Sheffield Shield was going on, Nesta. They could have done.
Yeah, but these are
In bubbles.
foreigners coming into the country. It's
I mean, I know COVID has had a massive impact on all of that as well. But I think we shouldn't we shouldn't forget that was a big factor in how crap we have been in these conditions.
But you picked a guy averaging 35 in Division 2 before all that happened.
Yeah, true. Well,
Labuschagne was averaging.
Colin
He
Suter
wasn't
has asked
averaging
us to
35
name-
in second-class cricket.
Colin
He was
Suter
playing
has
for
asked us to
Glamorgan.
name the team of the series.
fair enough.
And I reckon that's easy, just Australia.
Yeah.
I mean, frankly, Jimmy Anderson and Joe Root. I mean, Root didn't actually do all that well.
Anderson didn't do a lot.
The only people I'd consider picking.
I might stick Wood in there as well, actually.
Yeah, maybe. But who's he going to kick out?
Well, that's a good point. And I'll come back to you, Andy. That team that won in Australia, you say that, but they also went to India and won in India.
Yeah, they had
went
that
to South
18
Africa. And
Well,
won
exactly.
I mean,
they had that little 18-month spell, but then you remember when they went to the UAE to play Pakistan?
They were shot.
And they just fell apart because they had been pushed to the absolute limit
They had
for 18 months.
wasn't that film about that?
Boot camps, and if you watch the test, all these boot camps and boxing and the way they broke, for example, Stephen Finn, and you saw Stephen Finn in that program, sort of, because he's not he's not Tim Tremlett, he's not a bodybuilder or a weightlifter, but they're still putting him through it. And at one point he goes, "I fucking hate you."
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there are loads and loads of factors. I don't think it's very
I'm sure the media here will pick the bones out of it and give them a fair run.
Yes, we'll be very kind.
It's just it's a bit frustrating. People will say it's because of my existing opinion.
Yeah.
That's people though.
But there are grey areas in all of the. I might think, I don't like white ball cricket. Is it the techniques taken over? But I also know that there are other reasons, and white ball cricket can be quite helpful as well. So it's not straightforward.
It's not everything.
Yeah.
No.
Speaking of white ball cricket, that'll be the next thing we're doing. We're heading
over. West Indies.
We're heading over to the West Indies. This is a
Yay.
nice time of day.
Is there no white ball cricket here?
No.
In Australia?
No, there's none.
No, they're going home.
Because of COVID,
all right.
it's just
Oh
a
well,
test.
send them all home then.
Yeah.
They're getting on the same plane as Novak.
Yep. They'll all have their masks on.
So-
He'll be back again next week. Try and give it another go.
With a fake moustache and a
Although
mullet.
Gorilla doesn't have the resources to be able to cover it, I think it's worth pointing out that the women's Ashes will start next week, and they should be fascinating in a much tighter series.
Yeah, I was going to say it's going to be more competitive than the men.
Yeah. What do they play? They play a test match, are they?
Yeah, 3 T20s, a test match, and then 3 ODIs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That'll be interesting.
Yeah.
When do the West Indies one day start?
Saturday.
Bear?
Saturday.
And what time of day?
Okay.
I think they start 10 o'clock at night till 2
No,
in the morning.
I guess anyone playing in that's going to just go straight there then, aren't they?
No, there's a completely different squad.
Yeah.
Completely different. Oh,
Completely
good. I think
different squad.
I think that's a step forward. Yeah, I think they should
What's
do
happening
that.
with Billings, though? Yeah.
Billings. Billings.
He's going to drive there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
on his speedboat across the Atlantic.
Well, let's face it. He's quite rich, so he'll probably get a private jet over there.
Yeah, no, just one more point. I think that will help, and I think there should be more specialisation and fewer players trying to play all formats.
Is that a real
Yeah,
word?
but everyone's going to choose the white format, aren't
Yes, they are. But why is that?
Because they get paid more.
No, I don't think it's just that.
Well, it's
because
quite
you
a
don't
lot to do with it.
You don't get torn a new one for doing your best. And
I'm sorry, it's quite a lot to do with it.
Well, it's
Oh,
a
of
lot
course it
easier,
is.
isn't it?
Of course it is.
You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
can I get paid £500,000 for bowling two months of 4 over spells across?
But then the game is
3 a week.
lost. The red ball game's lost then.
Yeah.
No, I think they have to sit down and work out how to manage the whole thing.
They do.
They
do, but
really
if
do, 'cause they're obviously not doing it as well as it could be done at the moment.
If they're doing it with the same people, it's just going to be the same result.
Well,
Well, I mean, one of the things they could do, I mean, if people look, there seems to be an appetite. Like, for example, all those the feeds, the streams on YouTube get pretty good watchability, don't they? You know, in the summer. Why not then have one, rather than have I think what they do, 4 county games on Sky? If you want people to watch it and get interested in it, because I mean, I've watched some of them, and there's a good, there's a reasonably good standard of cricket.
Here's the thing: those things on YouTube are one camera, and the camera doesn't even move.
No, some of them are. Some of them have
so
more.
Much cheaper. It's
Yeah,
so
you
much
say-
cheaper. Putting a full Sky team on a game is quite
It's
expensive.
massive. It's
Yeah.
massively expensive because I've spoken to Brian Henderson, who's the head of Sky Cricket, and he says, I don't want to do county cricket because it's too expensive to do.
Yeah, but there are ways and means. Like when we looked at doing a Scottish ODI, we could have had an 8-camera shoot for the 3 ODIs for 30 grand. That's not that expensive in production terms.
It's paying for staff because they, the commentators and stuff. That's massive, and the background staff as well.
Yeah, you could probably reduce their rates by having less people who are less familiar. You know, you get your rather than paying some idiot 1,500, 200 grand because he's a name, or even 5 grand a game. You get someone like Adam Collins who would happily do it for 300 quid.
Yeah, they need to think. They need to think differently.
Yeah, well, we would do it. They do need to
really,
think
really
differently
do.
about it.
Otherwise, it will just be white ball cricket because Sky want that because it's so much bloody cheaper. Of course, that's what they want. So, and they are leading they will be leading what happens and what happens to cricket.
Also, I mean, I do think there is a free-to-air element of this. You know, you got to have more,
the county streams are excellent.
Force TV companies to put you on free for air.
No, the county streams are excellent.
Well, actually, you
and
could.
Sky let them do
Well, you
that.
kind of do by having the whitelist, don't you? Things like, I mean,
county cricket's not going to go on the white.
No, I'm not. Well, that comes back to Test cricket, then, doesn't it? But I mean, you think about rugby. Rugby has done it. They've been quite savvy. They've got the whole league thing is on free to air. There's 6 Nations. It's all on public access TV, and actually, Wimbledon's the same. You know,
county cricket is not Wimbledon.
No, I'm not talking about county cricket. I'm talking about Test cricket or international cricket of some description. Maybe it's not every Test or whatever.
Oh, I think only. Well, no, I've been wrong. I've been wrong before. They Channel 4 put on some of that India-England series, which was good.
Yep.
The thing is, with the BBC free to air, well, if you're talking about the BBC, I mean,
It doesn't have to be the BBC, does it? It could be anybody.
No, it doesn't. But you know, they've had she's bloody frozen the licence fee. It's going to cost $2 billion.
Well, it's not going to cost $2 fucking billion, is it? I mean, you can do a game. That's what I mean.
No. The licence fee has been frozen by Nadine Dorris.
Oh God,
you not see the news. So it's going to cost the BBC $2 billion. They'll just sell Wimbledon to Sky. They won't be doing any bloody sports soon.
No, they won't be. You're right.
Yeah.
I just got to pass on to you. Brian in Brisbane, who's actually in Northampton, says, I hope the Bear managed to enjoy those Tassie-themed beers.
I did. I've had 4 this morning, and they were very good. I had the 50 lashes, and the other one sitting in there that's going to be drunk over the West Indies series. So, yeah.
Speaking of, I guess I'll see you then. I'll have to get on. Again, it would certainly echo Jez's hearty thanks to everyone
absolutely.
putting the work in, getting this on at unhealthy
And us
times.
lot, for fuck's sake.
Well,
we do
thank
it.
you all
All we
for
do
being
is log into our computer, but you guys are there in the middle of the
Have to
night
get
without any company. Well, I didn't bother. So I can give unconditional thanks to you for that.
Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you all.
One thing I will say too is in terms of Patreons, I noticed we've got 4 or 5 more new patrons who signed up recently. Thank you for that. I did promise yesterday to send out the next video, which I didn't get around to. It will be of Knackle, and we'll be releasing more of those.
Is it the one him doing his air guitar?
No,
that would get a lot of patrons on. I've seen it. It's on YouTube somewhere.
Dear.
Well, maybe I'll put a link to that in the Twitter feed as well.
It's epic.
Brilliant. Just to let you know that we're going to keep those coming over to patrons for the rest of this year, we hope.
Yep.
Even talk to some of the tweeters as well at some stage.
Yeah, that's a good idea. And you've got to check up on people who've patroned and add them to the what's the name?
Yeah, I want my name across the screen. Okay.
Oh God, yeah. All right, I've got to do that too. I've got to go through the list and do it. Someone else did that the other day.
Just put Kim Gordon up there. I mean, to be a lookalike for the coolest woman in rock. I mean, that's pretty good, Annie.
What can I say? Eh?
She is the coolest woman in rock.
No, she should be really pleased to be looking like the coolest woman in cricket.
There you are.
I don't think Kim knows much about the game.
Well, it's about bloody
time has she learned then?
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, I don't know.
And on that note,
she'll get into the 100. It's all right.
New York art rockers. It's not their thing.
So we got lots of thank you tweets as well from people, and we'll be here for another half hour if I read them all out. But I just want to say thank you to all of our tweeters, because you're the people who actually make this so much fun by being part of the interaction the whole time. And you make us laugh, you make us debate stuff, you send us puns, you call us out when we need to be called out. And that's what makes Guerrilla Cricket different, that it involves the people who are listening in a really interactive way.
Indeed.
So thank you all for that as well.
Absolutely.
yeah, so thank you to you all, and we should say that's it.
And
then.
hi to Hendo. I want to say hi to Hendo.
Yeah, if Hendo's listening, he'll be ranting like a good
Oh
old.
God, yeah, God, he'd be so
calm
miserable.
He'll be smashing up his lounge right now.
Hendo, chill. Get off the internet.
Indeed. All I get though now from Hendo is I get Facebook notifications to my mail. Nigel Henderson posted another fucking post, and it's always about cats.
That's fine. I'm all for that.
No, right. Well, I've got to go and help move my son. So
I've got to go and watch my son play football for the first time in quite a while because I've been here all the time. It's quite nice.
Excellent.
So everyone have a good day, and we'll see you, I think, Saturday, 10 o'clock at night. GMT.
Not me, you won't, but
yeah. We'll see you
Thanks,
again
guys.
soon. We're back
Bye,
to
guys.
Test cricket in the West Indies soon. Don't you worry, Annie. We'll see you then. So until then, goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act. but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, Guerrilla Cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara.